And welcome to Racer TV. We are about ready to go here with the Open Pro Sport class here. And the gate's about to drop. And Matt Bisceglia has 1-1 moto scores, and we are off and racing. A couple of riders going down right off the gate. McElrath with a good start, as does Paul Coates.
Paul Coates with the early lead. Jason Wygant, it's all about the what?
It's all about the wow factor, and there's a wow factor right there, sneaking in, but now off of the track. Oh, we thought there was an opportunity to take the lead there. Didn't happen.
So
Don't bring it, Wes Kane. Don't bring that in here.
Shane McElrath out front, Paul Coates in the number 2 spot. And the Honda rider there moving up around side of Paul Coates. I believe that could be Matt Bisceglia.
Trying to figure out who that was. That might have been Hampshire who tried to make the move early and then went off the track.
Good point. Hampshire's in
I think
fourth.
it's Hampshire.
The 33-1 rider off to the side of the racetrack.
That's the number 82 who is off. That's Jay Weller. Had a strong moto earlier in the week in another class, but right now, how about Sugar Shane McElrath? I have no idea if that's his nickname. He has really come on strong here later in the week. A little bit of struggle early, but he's got this thing dialed today.
Shane goes into his final moto with Bisceglia later on tomorrow, or later on today, in fact. Depends on when you're watching this, how we're recording this. I don't even know what day it is, Jason, but he's tied up.
They all blur together. Yeah, you're watching this on a Saturday, and they will have to face off again in 258. So this is a good preview. McElrath on that Lucas Oil Troy Lee Honda. Got the Red Bull helmet looking good, but only as good as you can in the ruts of that beach. That is gnarly down there.
Yeah, there's a sea of ruts there. It is gnarly for sure. Here comes McElrath right here at the announcement tower. He's going to lead a moto, and I don't see Bisceglia letting him win this moto. They were dead tied. He could not get around him earlier in the day, and now he wants to go make a statement. I'm going to beat you right now, and I'm going to beat you tomorrow to take that title away, but McElrath may have something to say about that.
So much on the line here. Potentially a championship fight in this class between these two, although McElrath's got to make up about 3 positions on Bisceglia. If it froze it right now, Bisceglia would have this title. But it's not just about here. This is also a mind game. What's going to happen the next time they face when they're tied in 258?
That's right. It's a winner-take-all affair there. R.J. Hampshire going after Paul Coates. As we watch that battle ensue there. Man, that rut has been giving folks problems. They come in nice and round and shoot them off to the inside of the racetrack. Now, the 10 Commandments have been interesting. The wide outside line, you triple in, you can triple again. And that was what Aaron Plessinger was doing earlier in the day, and that was sketchy. He was launching the last 4 out. He was 4 out of that thing. It was super fast, but he got sketchy one time, and he almost threw it away.
Wadded his way out of there.
3 in, and I believe 3 in and 4.
Good battle here between Coates.
The Commandments, sorry about that.
Wow. 13, 15, 20 Commandments. There's your battle up front. Still the 2 Honda riders. Then you see that battle for third, but Coates in the 77 Yamaha and Hampshire on the 33 Honda. Hampshire looking for running room. This track is beat up.
Yeah, they've really not worked it very much at all. They put a little water down to keep the dust under control. That's it. Look at that. That's just whoops. That looks like Bifflo right there. He just wide open. Oh, he squared him off. Was he on the racetrack? I have not seen that line. Check that out.
Hampshire, who probably does have some experience at Bithlow, he's a Floridian, makes the move on Coates. So he's up into third.
I would love to go back to a replay of that pass. That was absolutely awesome. Hampshire back moves up to the number 3 spot. McElrath and Bisceglia sitting behind him. We saw this earlier in the day whenever Jordan Smith had Aaron Plessinger behind him. Plessinger wanted to just get close enough to let him know, you did not beat me. I was right there the whole time. I'm just not going to tangle with you. So this may be the case here. Bisceglia does not have to beat the number 27 of Shane McElrath. But would he like to win?
Well, again, you got to think about making the statement. They're going to be on the line together in a winner-take-all shootout a little later on. So you don't want to just hand over the win or show that you've got the speed. Here is Hampshire and Coates. Still a good battle, 3rd, 4th. Tyler Enicknap is 5th. Andrew Bristol, 6th. Thomas Covington, 7th. Michael Hall, Cade Clayson, and Colton Tickle round out your top 10.
We've seen stranger things happen. Now, let's just say McElrath slows down to allow Paul Coates and R.J. Hampshire to join the fun, and then they all dice it up with your 2nd place rider, Matt Bisceglia. He jets off, wins. They put riders in between. And he can win the title like that, but that's a few and far between. Doesn't happen very often, but I have seen it.
I had a chance to talk to Jeff Russell with MX Sports, part of the track crew here. This is crazy what they had to deal with. They said one of the biggest problems they had was they pushed so much mud off the track that once it got dry, they couldn't drive the water trucks around the track. The track there was so much mud on the water truck road off to the side,
Sure.
they couldn't water the track. So they've had to put a lot of the mud down and use the mud from the side of the track to water it. But you can only do that in some areas, the areas where you had mud to the side of the track. So it's led to a pretty
they have watered
dynamic.
the track with mud.
Yes, they put mud on the track to water it because they couldn't drive the water trucks because there was too much mud for the water trucks to drive.
Sure, well, I mean, the track's ready for it. Looking at it right now, it was dried out, throw that stuff in there, you plowed in once or twice, good to go. Same thing as water.
It works the same essentially, but it's probably not quite as consistent as watering. So these guys, every section has got to be different. I think you see that dirt behind the billboard where it doesn't have much sun on it. Totally different than what you have out here in the sunshine.
That is exactly what Jimmy Pavoni talked about, how doughy it was in certain parts. You got hard packed stuff, then it's doughy, then it's sandy. You're like, what tire do you run on this? You can't change the tire every 400 feet on the track.
I guess you could.
It takes forever. A 154 for the boys out front. McElrath and Bishoya, that's getting it done. That is scorching. On this rough track that has been hammered all day long, to throw down a 154, that is getting busy.
They're matching each other stride for stride. 154s for both. McElrath 154.2. Bishalia 154.6.
A moto win will feel nice for McElrath. He won one early. He stole one from Bishalia earlier in the day. They're now tied up in that class. He is now beating Bishalia here in this one. This is your open pro sport. But again, points, championship, that kind of thing on the line here in Bishalia. They just sit back. I know it's hard to tell a kid, hey, do not beat that guy directly in front of you. But it's for the championship. And that's the way the rest of your career is going to kind of go. You got to be smart.
Coates back here in the number 4 position after Hampshire got around him. Next battle he might have in his hands. You have Tyler Enignap and Thomas Covington battling. I think Covington might have made the move. Saw a little green fender back there. Here is, I think Bishalia is starting to tighten it back up. Still in the picture.
If there's one guy that I would battle with, I'd go right up next to Shane McElrath, as he is a stand-up guy. I don't see McElrath putting you on the ground. I just don't see that in his makeup. He's a solid kid, and he'll race you clean. You beat me, whatever. They're already signed, sealed, delivered for next year.
Really, next week.
Yep.
They'll both be making their debut at Unadilla. I did get a chance to talk to McElrath about that. So they're both going to be facing off in the pro ranks just in 7 days' time, which is kind of hard to even imagine. Go back to this battle. It's number 19, Michael Doherty. Right in front of him, 52 at Cade Clayson. That's 8th and 9th.
And everywhere you look, it's just like train tracks. There's just ruts everywhere. Every turn you got to jump, take off in one, land in one. You walk down to get a hot dog, you're standing in a rut. You can't drive out of here. The roads are rutted up when you drive out of here.
Hotel room, ruts are rutted up.
The bed's rutted up. You're laying in a rut there. Powell's in the outside rut. I was on the inside rut. Yep, Travis has me pinned on the inside.
He did have me pinned on the inside of that rut. Yes. Okay, so back to our battle. Now lap traffic beginning to play a factor, but so far, McElrath handling it with no troubles.
See how McElrath handles these 10 commandments. He'll go 3 in. And then he goes 4 out. Whoa, that was 3-3. At least 3-3 and 4. Yeah, 3-3-4.
That was a lot of airtime at the end of that. It just seemed like he was hanging there forever, but even with that move, Bishalia is hanging and in fact closing.
I wonder if he went right with him. Back in Storyland we go, waiting for our leaders to pop back into view there. There he is, the 27. The Red Bull Troy Lee Designs of McElrath out of North Carolina. Show you out of Weatherford, Texas. We talked about his story already, a relative unknown as far as on the radar here in amateur motocross last year. Pulls off a couple moto wins with some heavy hitters, and all of a sudden the eyes were open, and the boys at TLD liked what they saw, and they put him on a program. And it's worked, man. He has moved up here in the A class. Picked off a moto earlier in the day. He said, that's what I wanted. That's what I've been waiting for. That's what I expected. And he's on his way to a second moto win up in a week and in the same day.
Battle here to the 24 of Enignap, and I said I thought I saw that green fender in front of him, and indeed it happened. That's Thomas Covington on the Team Green ride that has gotten in front of him. So Covington, Monster Energy Kawasaki rider, lots of talk about him being seated into the Mitch Payton Pro Team with Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki. Could this be his last run at the ranch? I hear there's a very good chance of that. He wants to go out a winner, but didn't get the start he wanted in this one, only running 6th. Here comes the 27 of McElrath, and I think he's extended it back. He did. He picked up 0.6 of a second, stretched it back out on Bishalia.
I think we're going to graduate Intignap as well. He said he's going to join his brother and jump in the mix there and double Intignaps. That's like 500 pounds of Intignaps on the racetrack at once.
That's a lot of consonants when you throw 2 Intignaps in there.
Double Intignap. All right, here we go. Triple. Triple again. This is where you really got to hook it. Now he's going to triple and bust and roll that last one. Still a big hit. Fastest way through there. He's opened it up now.
He has answered the challenge from Bisceglia, but we just don't know how Bisceglia is playing it. He'll win the title even if McElrath wins this moto. So was Bisceglia going after him? And then you got to think of what impact this might have on their 250A moto a little bit later.
And there's the live range here of McElrath coming into view there, just barely the Red Bull Honda rider. Amsoil factory connection of Matt Bisceglia.
Crazy story you had mentioned with McElrath really just getting himself on the radar last year. He did so well, and then this team signed him in September, and then they said, all right, we'll fly you out to California so you could test the bikes. He had never been in an airplane before. It was the first time he'd ever flown in an airplane.
Get used to it, dude.
Yeah, and they told me, it's like, man, it was crazy that you could just, a couple hours be on the other end of the country. I couldn't believe it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
He's all smiles. He's a genuine person. Good for the sport. And he will be good for the boys at Core League Design. Got to get him all tatted up, get that neck tatted up there. Catch up on the neck tattoos. I don't see that happening. He raced some of the Buku Arena Cross Series with Wes and I on Amsterdam. He's a photo of Wes talking to this Buku and little old Shane McElrath. Just all smiles. He's on a 65. Now here he is. In the mix on the number 27, Core League Designs Honda. 156 there. McElrath still with the hammer down. Bisceglia backs it off with a 158. 4 seconds now separating McElrath and Bisceglia.
So that might be just what McElrath needed as he extends it. It's a 4-second lead now. Got to think that Bisceglia is just thinking title at this point.
Ten Commandments here. 2-2-2 for number 95, Bisceglia. He is all alone. He has got a 16-second gap over R.J. Hampshire. So my best guess is Hampshire is putting the hammer down, or excuse me, McElrath putting the hammer down, trying to show Bisceglia exactly what he is going to expect later on in the 250 class. Bisceglia says, all right, I'm going to chill out. I'll take second. You'll get the moto win, but I'll get the championship. So Shane McElrath, if we freeze the field, it's going to be Bisceglia, McElrath, and Hampshire. 1, 2, 3. Paul Coates just outside with that 4th place overall in the championship. "20-minute motos here for these guys in the A class. The last amateur race coming up here for the number 95 of Matt Bisceglia. He is just about done with his amateur career. And laps riders continue to sprinkle all over the racetrack. And coming right in front of us here in the announcer tower, McElrath continues to lead. There's Bisceglia, keeping him in check. 4 seconds last time they went around. 2 seconds now, 1:59 for McElrath. So now the gap closes up to 2.4 seconds for Matt Bisceglia as he comes out of the mechanics area. What does it read now? What do you want me to do? You want me to win this thing? No bonuses on the line, nothing like that. Just pride right here. Matt wants to finish right up on top of that number 27 machine located directly in front of him. That's the champ right now. We are following him, the number 95 of Matt Bisceglia. Bisceglia really starting to charge here. Lap 7 coming up. Look at that, they're side by side as McElrath really gave up the outside line. And Bisceglia has locked in to the number 27 machine. We have got a race, and I don't know if Bisceglia even wants to do it. McElrath is going to have to deal with Bisceglia. Bisceglia, is he going to make the pass? I just don't see McElrath giving him any problems as far as putting him on the ground. And here it comes, folks, out of Storyville. They're going to be almost side by side. And Bisceglia switches up on the outside, McElrath on the inside. And they are going to meet him. Bisceglia makes the pass, Jason.
Wow. What has happened? This is shades of their 250A moto from earlier where McElrath looked like he had it in hand, and then suddenly Bisceglia strikes, and He made that look much easier than we would have thought. And the tail of the tape, it's McElrath logging a 1:59 lap time. He was doing what, 1:53s earlier in the moto.
Holy cow, I didn't even see that. A 1:53.8 on lap 2 for McElrath as he was trying to sprint away from Bisceglia. Bisceglia solid though when it mattered here as we hit lap number 8.
So now Bisceglia's got this thing pretty much tucked away. Like you said, I don't know if he even wanted to win it. He didn't have to win it. I don't think he wanted to ride over his head, but McElrath losing 2-minute lap time now. Way off the pace. We're talking 4 or 5 seconds slower lap time than he was running at the beginning of this one. And that has allowed Bisceglia to take over the lead. And he's got a 2-second gap now. Waiting for RJ Hampshire to come by in the 33 in third. Then it's Coates, Covington, and Ignat back to 6th. Kate Clayson 7th, Mike Doherty 8th, Andrew Bristol and Michael Hall. That's your top 10. 2-lap board is not out yet. We're going full, probably 10, 11 laps of this one.
Well, when you're doing 1:53 lap times, you'll just get past us here in the announcer tower whenever they would have normally thrown a 2-lap board, so they'll probably squeeze out an extra lap on these guys. The number 95, Matt Bisceglia, no problem with that. A 1:55 late in the moto, deep in the moto. That shows you he has got cardio and fitness to go the distance. And again, we've talked about Matt and his riding style. Doesn't move around a lot on the bike. Very, very conservative on the motorcycle, and that's going to pay dividends in his career, as those long pro motos require you to be really on your game mentally and physically. And Matt looking over his shoulder. What happened? The number 95 of Matt Bisceglia out of Weatherford, Texas, made the pass on McElrath, and McElrath may be in the same boat as we were talking about Bisceglia. He may just say, you know what, go ahead and win it. I can't beat you anyway. So who knows? Some reverse psychology.
Wow,
there.
reverse, wow. Psyching him up and psyching him out. 2 laps to go now for the kid out of Texas. Yes, he's actually in his head by not being in his head. That's how in his head he is. Yeah. What you don't think is what you think.
Oh, what do you think about that?
Yeah, exactly. What you're not thinking about is what you need to be thinking about. Think about that, I think.
2-lap board is out. White flag comes out next time around for Matt Bisceglia. Comes past the mechanics here, and he's like, man, how did I get here?
We'll have Rodney Tomlin down on the podium ready to chat with these guys. Somebody get him an ashtray so he'll be ready for this podium. I could just use a champagne. Put that thing out, spray it on there.
Rodney was smoking during that plus 40 podium. White flag comes out here in just a moment, number 95. By the Red Bull sweeper, we go with the number 95 of Matt Bisceglia. The decision maker, he makes the right decision there. Test. Into the right-hander we go with Bisceglia on the white flag lap here. A championship run, 1-1-1s now. Coming at you for Matt Bisceglia. One more to go. This farewell tour here in this open pro sport class. Matt looking at the Horizon Award possibly with a championship here, and should he win that 250, he would be hard not to give that AMA Horizon Award. Across the starting line we go with one more time around for Matt Bisceglia. It's McElrath in the number 2 spot. He's 8 seconds back. 20 seconds back is RJ Hampshire. Paul Coates in the number 4 spot. Covington is 4th. Cade Kloss in the 6th. Tyler Entenkamp is in the number 7 spot. Michael Doherty in the number 8 spot. Andrew Bristol 9th. And Michael Hall rounds out his top 10 Man, we really put these guys through it. That's a long moto for these guys. They're going to finish up with 11 laps into the 10 Commandments, lappers everywhere. And we are watching that to show you as he locks down a championship in this Open Pro Sport class. This chewed up rough motocross track. And McElrath able to put down a 153. That is as fast as I've seen all week long. Hands down. Late in the day. We've got 85 9 to 11s riders coming up here. And a whole host of other classes. Remember that hashtag, Loretta Lynn MX Live. Loretta Lynn MX Live. That is the official hashtag. Follow us on Twitter. And LL2013, you want to hashtag your photos. LL2013, all your photos on Instagram and Twitter. Hashtag LL2013 for you here at the ranch. Here he comes down the center portion of the racetrack, number 95, Matt Bisceglia. All set to go pop the bubbly 1-1 moto scores. You cannot beat that score. No matter how you try, you're not going to do it. Man around the lappers one more time. He can double-double, and look at that checker flag. It's for you, buddy, Matt Bisceglia. There's that title in the pro class he was looking for. He earned that one. Matt is pumped. He deserves it. They are celebrating down in Weatherford, Texas as the championship comes home, and Matt Bisceglia is bringing it home with him, folks. Second spot's going to be McElrath. He should come across here in just a moment. There he is. And R.J. Hampshire, good enough for third. We're waiting for Paul Coates and Covington to come through. Getting things sorted out down on the podium. We will toss it down to Rodney Tomlin.
All right, thanks a lot. Down here on the podium with, I'm sure, a quite elated Matt Bisceglia as he turns it around. Sweeping the motos here in the Open Pro Sport this year, going 1-1-1 after a spectacular battle and spectacular race there with Shane McElrath. We get the gold medal out, and we give him that. And of course, what we have next is a congratulations from our American Motorcyclists Association and Kent Bigelow. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our 2013 AMA Amateur National Motocross Open Pro Sport Champion, Matt Bisceglia. Man, I tell you, buddy, what a spectacular run here in 2013. You come in, as always, you know, you're a key player in the classes that you run in, but this year, man, it seems to be a lot more special, a lot more weight, a lot more work going into this one.
Yeah, no, I'm so happy with this right now. You know, it's, man, the first year I came here in 65, 709 stock, Ryan Villapoto won the Horizon Award, and ever since then, it's been like a pipe dream of mine to get that. And, man, I'm not there yet, but I'm halfway there, and man, I'm just gonna do everything I can tomorrow to get that, but I didn't get the best of starts. I kind of got pinched and had to make a couple passes, and I passed Shane about halfway through, and you know, I knew I was in good shape, so I just kind of set him up, and I knew where my lines were faster, and so I set him up and got around him and through the lappers, and man, I'm so pumped right now, man. It's been my dream to win a pro class at Loretta since I was a little kid before I even came here, so this moment means a lot to me.
Man, I'm glad to be able to be a part of this dream come true for you, Matt. I know it means a whole lot to you. It means a whole lot to people standing behind you, too. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Hard man. It's been a long journey here, but without him, we couldn't have done it. My mom, my dad, my girlfriend Gabby for just being here and supporting me, all my friends and family, my mom back home. Ziggy, Mike, and Jeff, man, I'm pumped. Mike, Jeff, and Ziggy all get to be here to witness one of my last amateur titles. And man, it means a lot. Amsoil Factory Connection, Honda, Red Bull, Jeremy, Mario, Fox, Dunlop, Oakley, Pro Taper, Yoshimura, Amsoil, Dunlop, Hinson, Twin Air, Honda Racing, Yoshimura, Planet Fitness, Vortex, Athena, Dirt Star, TCR, CRF Stuff, Raptor, Synergy, Energy and Balance, Dano, Geico, sorry, DBS, Soul Republic, Dano, Synergy, Energy and Balance, Dr. U for get me back straight to come here, get me aligned, and man, just everybody, thank you so much. Jerry Masterpool, the Masterpool family. Hopefully we can see Ty and Jake go kill it tomorrow, but man, just everybody. It's been a long road here, and got one more tomorrow.
A dream come true. Your pro sport national champion once again, Australia. And what a great thing. That's pretty amazing to know that story from the 65s right on up through this right here, the Open Pro Sport Championship, and looking to hopefully himself take home a Horizon Award. He's well on his way to positioning himself for that as we get set for our second place finish. Two. I need my silver medalists to make their way on up into the podium right now. I believe that's Shane McElrath, who will take second in the 2013 National Championship title, if I'm not mistaken, if what they tell me was the case. Well, while they continue their celebrations up here, we got one more order of business. And what that is our champagne celebration. The number one splashing down here on the podium as the celebrations are underway. Matt, here's your champagne, buddy. And as we get set to complete our celebration here on the podium, Matt Bisceglia taking the champagne and spraying it. Looking like a pro already, my friends. And we move up to our second place position as we ask you to put your hands together one more time. He put together a stellar third moto, a stellar championship battle, as a matter of fact. The number 27, Shane McElrath, ladies and gentlemen. Shane, great job for you as well this week, man. I mean, you've been up front, you've been slicing, you've been dicing, and this Pro Sport Moto was another one of those you were right there in the hunt and thick of things with. Talk about it.
Yeah, that one, I think I got the whole shot, but I'm not sure. I felt good in the beginning, and that's just, it's what I've been working on. I just started thinking too much, didn't get out of my groove, and I felt good up until that, and then I just blew it, but nobody's fault. I just can't thank my whole team enough, and Jesus Christ, all before you guys do. I mean, second place, third place, it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm safe and here with my family, so thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Shane McElrath, great to be here, and a silver position here in Moto number 3. Looks like he goes 3-2 on the weekend, and our bronze medalist, I believe, right on up 33 machine, R.J. Hampshire, ladies and gentlemen. R.J., stellar performance for you this week as well. You go 2, you go 4, you go 3 on the week, man. I mean, obviously you like to sweep the motos going 1-1-1 like Matt did, but I mean, if you have to take into account the competition, the track, and everything that took place this week, that was a good moto, a good set of motos for you.
Yeah, you know, I feel pretty good. I came in expecting to win, and you know, I just got to settle down, and I ended up podium. So you know, I'm pumped on that. You know, I just got to thank everyone that's been behind me. You know, I couldn't be here without all you guys. You know, it's just been a long road. I've been fighting real hard, training, so you know, I'm pumped to be up here.
Anybody you want to say thanks to in particular?
Oh, of course. Lord Jesus tries to keep me safe. Mom, my dad, my whole family, everyone out here supporting me. Big shout out to my mechanic, Corey Huberty. He's helped me out so much. Bruce and Sir Wall from Alias, can't be here without them. Cowboy, SK, Ethica, FMF, Pageant Hedge over there at Oakley. 6D helmets, Factory Connection for sure, Ziggy and all of them over there. You know, I couldn't thank them enough. You know, Atlantic Powder Coating, Carport Empire, TLR Motors, you know, it's everyone that's been behind me. I couldn't be without you guys.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. He's third place, R.J. Hampshire. And we got a Whole Shot Award to go to for MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Award, I believe. If I'm right here, it's the 77 Paul Coates, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Paul, good job, man, pulling off the whole shot. Didn't quite get you where you wanted at the end of the moto, but got you an extra $100, man. Talk about that whole shot.
Good. My Valley bike's just friggin' hooking up good with the Dunlop tires, but you know, just having a few issues out there, riding a little bit tense, but you know, I'll get over it. I'm looking forward to going pro in the Supercross this year, but that really doesn't, you know, I shouldn't have got that out there. Everyone's been working hard for me. Clint and Colleen, Donnie at Yamaha, everyone at MTF, my whole family, and all the sponsors too. That's really not what I wanted, but fell on the last lap, and that added a little bit what I ended up. But good start, and I'll work on that, and can't wait to get into Supercross.
Well, good luck to you in your career, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Coates, MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Award winner and our Open Pro Sport Moto 3 in the history. And we'll be back with more of our Loretta Lynn MX Live on RacerTV.com right after this.
Follow him.
Even the smallest moment can make a lasting memory. That's why Lazy Days has RVs of every shape and size, from pop-up trailers to luxury diesel pushers. Lazy Days, because the perfect RV is the one that makes memories last forever.
Peaceful and serene is one way to describe the front grounds on Loretta Lynn's estate. But in the back, the fastest kids in the world are here to race.
Fantastic!
Check out where the future of motocross's superstars are determined.
The checkered flag, he is hot!
The Red Bull Signature Series presents the Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's, live Saturday, August 3rd on NBC.
Welcome back to Loretta Lynn MX Live at RacerTV.com as we roll into our final day of racing, race day number 5, here at Loretta Lynn's in the 32nd Annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. Of course, we saw our Open Pro Sport Moto from yesterday. We saw lots of sunshine, and as we go live here today from Loretta Lynn's Ranch for a historical day of broadcast, we just saw there a moment ago, we're going to be live on NBC here this afternoon, 3 to 5 Eastern time, and we are getting ready and set for the 250B Limited Moto. One thing to take a look at right now is the weather forecast. You can tell it's a little dark and overcast this morning, and you can see where we are about midway in middle of your screen. The little dot right there is where we're at, and we are skirting a major rain system that is kind of moving our way a little bit. Hopefully we'll be able to miss that. It's going kind of south. At the same time, it's going east. We are obviously getting a few rain showers as this morning rolls on and the racing action gets set to go with the 250B Limited class. But nonetheless, racing will continue here at Loretta's, and we'll try to get all of our third motos and crown all of our champions, which we have been doing so far. It is race number 20, and we got to go through race 30 today. Of course, live will be our 250A and 250Bs a little later today on the Red Bull Signature Series. And right now, as we get set for this 250B moto, we've got our announcers standing by up in the tower, and they are getting ready for another great championship moto where Jordan Smith, Darian Sanaye, and Justin Heff, Mark Worth, and Josh Osby all get set to carve their name into the history books. We roll into our first turn here, and we have got ourselves a MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Award being handed out yet once again, another $100. And our leader goes down. Actually, the first couple of riders piling up there in the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Force, and we've got a new leader. That is the number 30 machine of Martin Costello. Costello going 12 and 9 in the Moto 1 and Moto 2. He's coming into this championship moto sitting in the number 10 position as far as standings are concerned, but right now he is in command and control
of the early part of this moto right now, and he's going to have his hands full real quick as riders continue to jockey for position right now, rolling into Storyland as the stories begin to be written here this morning. It looks like the number 17 of Austin Dodd going 24 and 32 in Moto 1 and 2 was back there in the number 2 spot. There goes the 67 machine having his problems back in Storyland. That's Micah Trainham. Trainham went 37 and 39, got off to a pretty strong start, it looked like, for Moto 3, but those kind of little incidents right there is what puts you back. But the number 30 trying to make things happen here on a cloudy and overcast day, and he is running the point right now in the number 1 position. Things are getting rather tight back there for the number 2 position as, of course, these riders continue to jockey for position on lap number 1. We go upstairs where, of course, Wes Kane and Kevin Kelly are standing by with the call on this 250B Limited, race number 20.
Thanks a lot, Rodney. Back up here in the tower, and we are looking good. We've got our race leader out there to number 30 coming through the stripe. He avoided a little carnage down there, like you said, in the first turn. And that's going to be Martin Costello. Costello goes in with a 12 and a 9. Now he's out there leading this one out as he passes by the announce deck. Martin Costello, the number 30 machine, kind of out there by himself, half buried back there. There's Keith Tucker. We're going to look for him to come through. He's in 6th, but we'll give you the top 10 rundown as they come through the stripe. And it's going to be Martin Costello out front, kind of by himself. Shea Thomas in 2nd. Hunter Martin now in the top 3. Jared Lesher in 4th. Darian Sanahi. And believe it or not, Darren Sanahi is on the bubble for this championship. He's tied right now with Jordan Smith. Keith Tucker almost has double the points, so he could give up a few positions. So Sanahi, we know he's going to keep on working his way to the front. And Keith Tucker is in 6th. So Jordan Smith back up to 7th.
Hey, the battle you want to watch out for is Darian Sanahi and Jordan Smith. That's for the championship. They are buried back in the field. The number 59 Kawasaki of Sanahi in control of the championship as he sits number 5 on the track, 2 spots back behind him, Jordan Smith. And that's how the championship's going to shake up. There's the first look at Jordan Smith, who has now bumped up into the number 3 or 4 spot on that number 62 machine. So very interested in how this thing's going to play out. A true test for Jordan Smith. Is he going to have to come through the field, yellow flags, slower riders there? There's a look at Jordan back there in the number 4 spot, I believe. The number 62. He came in 1-1 as Shea Thomas there. You're watching the number 14 machine, and Smith cannot force it in there. You don't want to go down.
There he is. Smith now works it to the inside. He tries to get around rider number 35. There's George Smith off the track again, Kevin. He tried to force the issue. He's going to have to go to the outside. The rider number 35 is not letting him in there 1 iota. That's Hunter Hilton. Hilton's running in 3rd right now. So it's Casilia out front, Costello, Shea Thomas, and Hunter Hilton. 1, 2, 3. Jordan Smith now about ready to pass under the announce deck. We're looking for our leader right there, number 30. Where is Darian Sanahi? Sanahi back there. There's Jordan Smith now. We're going to watch this as the ticker tape's going to change a little bit. Jordan Smith now has right where he's at. You don't have to go any further than where he's at, but you know he wants to try to win this moto. And he is right there. The championship is in Jordan Smith's hands right now. He moves Sanahi back to 2nd. Martin Costello in the top 3. Right now, Martin Costello now hop, skipping, and jumping out there with a good snap out of the gate. Jordan Smith turning a 2:03 right now. Kevin Kelly, fastest on the track. Your leader right now, posting a 2:09, almost 6 seconds faster than the rest of the field. Anything happening out there. So Jordan Smith, eventually, he's going to work his way out to that number 1 spot and challenge for the lead and really put the icing on this 250B Limited Championship here. There he is right there, the 62 Jordan Smith, all the way out of North Carolina, Belmont, North Carolina rider. And he is lights out fast, Kevin, just like you said. Turn him out, don't worry about it. Dial it on Jordan Smith and rip the knob off. And you got to give it up for some of these competitors out there. Top 10 look like this. Keith Tucker in 10th. Andrew Pierce in 9th. Pedro Bueno in 8th. Todd Majifiz Jr. in 7th. Jared Lester 6th, Darian Sanahi in 5th, Hunter Hilton 4th, Jordan Smith right now sitting in 3rd, Shea Thomas 2nd, and Mark Costello in 1st, but not, you know, pretty soon he's going to start to feel the pressure. That Jordan Smith now, he's got it. Didn't get the start he needed, but right now he's in 3rd. He's running a 2:03 lap time. Your leader running a 2:09, so it's not going to take long. We're going to be having a challenge for the lead, Kevin.
Yeah, you're watching the 250B limited class, their 3rd and final championship moto. In the number 2 spot, we're watching him right here. He's got a pair of ones coming into this one. And that's your leader, number 30, Martin Costello. And then the number 62 of Jordan Smith, who looks to be ready to wrangle this championship right into the great state of North Carolina. Look at those long ruts. They're all the way down to the mechanics area. And again, 1-1s for Jordan Smith the first 2 times out. Now in his other B class, had some motor problems, and that really cost him because Aaron Plessinger was able to pull that championship down.
There he goes around the outside. He's challenging Costello right now. Costello opted into the inside off camber, and Jordan Smith still trying to find a way around the young speedster in Martin Costello. Here they go. Jordan Smith right into turn before the 10 Commandments. He pops his hair off. He said, you know what? Let me get some clear vision going here, and I'm coming after you. Through the 10 Commandments they go. Costello goes outside. Look how deep that rut is already formed up there in that little off-camber turn, Kevin.
Absolutely. This track is as good as it's been all week. Remember, we had the rain, and it forced us to kind of slow things down. We had a bunch of mud we had to push off the track, so then we had a hard pack track for a couple of days. Well, we moved the mud back onto the racetrack yesterday, plowed it all in, got it all mixed up, and now today it's finally worked itself into a very even, consistent motocross track, and it's the best, as Timmy Clary said earlier in the morning when he won his championship, best the racetrack's been all week long.
Well, there you have it right now. It looks like Jordan Smith now is right where he wants to be, out front. There he's plowing through the sand wash. And he makes a left-hander. There's that off-camber. A lot of riders go up there, but we were talking yesterday, it seemed maybe a little bit faster just to blitz around the outside. Kevin, what do you got for me?
Well, we've got a little housekeeping we need to do here at the ranch. We need a silver E350 Ford van down by Cobra. Well, is that you? Not Kroger, but Cobra. Sorry about that. The DLX J78, that's the plate. If you got this silver E350 Ford van, we're going to need that thing moved. You got a kid that needs to go out there and race a moto. He can't get his 50 out there. Come on, man.
Well, I'll tell you who's moving right now, and that's going to be Jordan Smith. He's showing you his true colors. Things didn't work out for him on the other 250D race. Well, right now, Plessinger took over the point there, but right now Jordan Smith's saying, I got this, man. I didn't get the start I needed. I'm in front of the billboard now today. It's a big day for NBC Live, and I am on point.
Pops that tear off there, looks over at his old man, gives him the old two-handed salute, and 1-1-1 moto scores now for Jordan Smith. That is going to be good enough for the championship. If he can stay right there where he is at. Castello now slips back to the number 2 spot, and Castello sits 5th in the championship. Look at Jordan Smith just fighting those ruts, man. It is so deep and so choppy. The 10 Commandments here yesterday, Aaron Plessinger was owning them. He was hucking. He went 3, 3, and 4 out, and it almost cost him the championship when his knees hit the bars and his face hit the fender, and he was able to hang on that Matt Walker compound motocross bike. Kept a pin, never slowed down, went right after it again after that.
I talked to Walker after that. He goes, that's how I train my boys. I put them in different scenarios. I do crazy little things out there. I make him do these drills, back and forth, dead man carry, bike drag, whatever it takes.
Sets the bike on fire. What happens if your bike catches on fire? You got to be able to put this thing out.
Yeah.
He just sets bikes on fire. You never know when a bike may catch on fire.
Right there's Jordan Smith again. He enters the sand wash and peppers his way down to that left hand. He just dabs one time. He's chasing the tip of his boot. He sees it out there, and Jordan Smith hop, skipping, and jumping away, man. That championship just sitting right up on the podium. It's waiting for him, man. It's got his name all over him, a gold medal. But we know that it's not over until it's over. And the weight of a championship on your handlebars right now weighs heavily. Now, are you man enough to carry it?
I am not, but Jordan Smith definitely is. He has 4 laps, and now what looks to be 5 laps in. He's going to have to pick one of 54 ruts right here. And he looks over his shoulder. Where's the rest of the gang at? I got this. Right in front of us here at the announcer's tower, up and over the Thor tunnel there, and then the billboards. Those of you that have never been here, right there to his left, there are a whole wall of billboards. And And they are the best riders to ever come through the ranch. It's like a Hall of Fame, if you will. And Jordan would love to see his big old picture on there someday. We have to make that wall about 100 foot longer, make that straightaway longer for all the guys that need to be on that thing.
You have to make it big for Jordan.
I need to see Cincerillo on there. Ferry, I don't know if he's on there or
yeah,
not.
Tim Ferry's on there. You got, you know, big hitters out there.
Carmichael, Wyndham. I think MC
Bubba
might be on there with his one title, but he came through the ranch and then knocked out about 72 supercrosses. So
yeah, what do you want from me? I'm in a C class. I'm going to the top. Yeah, right. Get off the phone.
So 250B Limited here on RacerTV.com. And don't forget today's network broadcast at 3 p.m. Eastern on NBC. 2 hours of live coverage here from the ranch, and the skies look so ominous, and it's a torture. It's torturing us right now. We're not getting any rain yet, and we sure hope we can make it through the day to give these kids a beautiful racetrack to race when we go prime time on NBC. But you know what? The show must go on. If it's a mud race, who knows, man? You can see a championship rip right away from a guy like Michelia or the number 27 of Shane McElrath, as both those kids are tied in points going into that last moto. That's the drama that the ranch creates. Throw a little rain in there, and good Lord, you got problems. And look at our second place rider. Is that Osby? His bike's about to catch on fire, and that's one of the Matt Walker training drills there. He could put that bike out if he went to the Matt Walker training complex.
Right now, Jordan Smith out front, smooth sailing ahead, 3 sheets in the win for that young competitor out there. Jordan Smith having his way out here. And I'm sure that he is just, please hold off rain. Let me get through this. Let me get back to the camp. And that's not to say for the riders that are sitting on the gate in the mini senior, 12 to 14, they are like, oh no.
Well, so far so good. Let's have a look at our top 10. Brought to you by Red Bull. Shane Thomas was up front early on the number 14 KTM. Jacob Williamson is in the number 9 spot. Isaac Teasdale sits in the number 8 spot. Todd Maxville sits in the number 7 spot. Hunter Hilton in the number 6 spot. Jared Lesher is your 5th place rider. Darian Sinai is 4th. Keith Tucker 3rd. Martin Caslew is 2nd. And Jordan Smith leading the moto. But the championship picture looks like this. Your podium is Jordan Smith, Darian Sinai, and Keith Tucker. And that is some incredible footage there from high atop the Red Bull sweeper there. We get that camera placed up. So we're on the fly here, folks. This is a work in progress. There's the number 32 Kawasaki ride. The number 15 right behind him.
Down in front of the billboard.
Jacob Williamson and Todd Maxwell Jr. Man, that is a tough last name to pronounce there. By the mechanics, there we go with that little battle there. And here's a fun fact about Jordan Smith. He's sitting on that same little pipeline that Matt Michelia, Eli Tomac, Trey Kennard, all those other kids were on. He's already signed, he's already sealed, he's already delivered with that AMSOIL factory connection team. So Jordan Smith needs to do his work here in the B class. Ride another year of A, and he will be a direct impact player there when he goes pro. He has been lights out. He told us, and he wasn't bragging, we've talked about this before, he has not been legitimately passed heads up in a race in over a year. Pretty solid.
That is very solid out there, and there's Jordan Smith out there again, making his way through the twisties over there.
Jordan, a schoolboy class winner last year. That's typically you progress, you run that 80-12 to 15, then you run a year of schoolboy, then you do B, then you do A, and that's exactly what he's done, picking up some titles last year and working on one title here due to the motor that blew up in the other one. And you know what? I think that title is going to have to run through Aaron Plessinger as well. Plessinger was not going to give it to him, and I think he's probably one of 2, maybe 3 riders that could even challenge Jordan Smith in all of America in that B class. I've announced every amateur national from California right here to the ranch, and Jordan Smith has been the class of the field each time we drop the game.
There's Jordan Smith one more time in front of that Wall of Fame billboard, and he makes it past the mechanics area. He looks over, gives a little head nod. There's his guys over there.
You got this, Pop.
Take it easy. You earned it. Get through this. Rodney Collins take you down to the podium.
You're going to breathe all over you there with that smoke-filled breath.
Panama Red.
Tell me how you did it.
Well, I did it by breathing your breath.
Got the old wooden teeth like George Washington.
15 seconds out front, Jordan Smith sits in the number 1 spot. Folks, if you're watching at home, we welcome you to Racer TV. Sorry you have to listen to us. You can turn the volume down if you don't want to hear what we have to say. But understand we have to announce motos all day long, so we have to find things to say.
Here's Smith again. coming through those moguls right there. Kind of a little rhythm section. It used to be 2 high-speed singles coming in there. They changed it up a little bit, put some moguls in there. Want to slow it down a little bit, separate the field, but here's a nice wide angle shot of the ranch. And coming out of there is your leader right there again, Jordan Smith, as he comes out of Storyland through the sand walk.
Yeah, they brought in 100 loads of sand, and this track has really responded well. It's super whooped out, super rough and choppy. Spoke to Tim Ferry earlier in the week, said he does not remember this track being this rough. And all that rain, man, these tires just sink down through that terra firma, and you just got to find your rut and stay in it. It is super, super chewed up, and we're early in the morning here. We're only a couple hours into racing, and look at that racetrack. And as tradition has it, we give each race here a sight lap before their moto. All classes run 3 motos. We combine all the scores. You break the tie with that last moto. And Jordan Smith, there's no tie to break here. That's the checker flag. He's going to go 1-1-1 for a perfect sweep. He just broke the hand of one of his mechanics over there at Factory Connection. There's Tool Time over there taking a survey there, and he's going to wheel that machine right up on to the podium. There's his mechanic. Talked to him earlier in the week too, and he hopes to follow Jordan all the way up through the ranks. I think he's got a mechanical engineering degree as well. So this kid's a super smart guy working on Jordan's bike. Good program there. And there is Rodney Tomlin with the medal. He will present it along with a smoke-filled kiss on the cheek there, Rodney. Get ready for that. And we will toss it down to Mr. Rodney Tomlin, who has our winner.
All righty, thanks a lot. Yes, we do have your winner. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as he sweeps this 250B limited class. The number 62, your new AMA Amateur National Motocross 250B limited champion, Jordan Smith. Jordan, congratulations to you, man. A big week for you, obviously, coming out here in this 250B class, able to sweep all 3 motos. I know that's everyone's dream to be able to come in and make that happen, and you did just exactly that.
Yeah, for sure. I got a good start there, and the leader went down back there in the woods, and me and Hoff got stuck with him, and I was just stuck in his back tire, and I was like, just clutch, and ran over his bike finally. Then I got through the 10 Commandments and that right, left, and then someone went down again, and I landed on their bike and didn't go down somehow. I was just like, open, eyes closed, but it was a good moto. It was fun, and it was an awesome week.
It most certainly was. Who do you want to say thanks to for such an awesome week, Jordan?
Yeah, I'd say thanks to Patrick Connection, Amsoil Honda, everyone over there, my mechanic, Brandon, Ziggy, Jeff, Mike, just everyone over there. Everyone at MTF, Colleen, Big B, Little B, Clint, Carter, B-Rad, just everyone, thanks so much. And Start Clothing, EVS, DVS store, Jamie, it's her last race, so it's a sad day today, but 60 helmets, Alpine Star, Pro Taper, Patrick Connection, Dunlop. My parents, my whole family, thanks so much. You guys do so much for me, and just everyone, thanks.
There you go, ladies. What, you got one more thing to say?
Hey, yeah, happy birthday to my little brother, Hunter.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, your 250B Limited National Champion, Jordan Smith. And we're going to give him a chance to celebrate by popping the top on the bubbly. Meanwhile, we're going to get things organized right here for our second and third place positions. I believe that Martin Costello actually taking the, well, let's take that back. Actually, the number 30, yeah, Martin Costello taking the second place position, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get our silver medalist up here. Martin Costello making his way on up. Martin, I tell you, man, great week of racing for you. We look at the results. You go 12-9, and then you finally put it together here in Moto 3 with our second place position. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I had bad starts all week and a little bit of bad luck, but this moto I came up with a good start and did what I know how to.
There you go, man. And I know that you dream about this. You work hard all year long, and to see it finally come into fruition makes you feel good. And I know there's a lot of people that help make this happen.
Yeah, I've been working really hard this year. It's my first year in America. I'm from Ecuador. And yeah, there's a lot of people that have been helping me. First, I want to thank the Lord Jesus Christ for keeping me safe. Orange Brigade KTM for giving me the opportunity of riding his bikes. Smith Optics, 60 helmets, my dad, my mom, my brother and sister, and everyone who's been behind me.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Martin Costello, Redemption Moto, as he takes the number 2 spot after struggling in the early part of the week. And our silver medal.
I want to thank everyone at MTF too. Colleen has been helping me so much. Lil Brian, Big Brian, Camilo, Clint, just everyone.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Good job, man, and keep up the good work. I'm sure we'll get to know Martin a lot in the future. And our next finisher, I believe, was our silver medalist, and the 64 of Keith Tucker. He's bronze medalist, 64 of Keith Tucker. Bring him on up with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Keith, looking at his moto scores here this week, I think he was another rider that probably didn't fare as well as what you'd hoped to, man, but redemption in Moto 3.
Yeah, I got a pretty good start, and then me and Jordan got bunched up behind the guy that fell in the first turn. I thought I wasn't going to be able to come back from that. I went down later in the moto, and I just put a hard charge on the whole time. It was a great moto. Track's great out here. I thought I was about to get hit with the rain when we were on the line, but I just got to thank everyone out there helping me behind me. Can't thank them all enough, like Factory Connection, Yamaha, Triangle Cycles, 100%, Donnie Luce over there, my parents, my mom and dad, my brothers and sister. I couldn't do it without them all. FMF, Answer, Garnier, Shuey, Start. Daryl over there helped me in the pits all the time. I can't thank him enough. Everyone else out there, thank you so much. I can't thank you all enough for this. I couldn't do it without y'all.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Keith Tucker, very appreciative of everything that he deserves, that he's gotten, and he deserves. Worked so hard. He goes 8, 4, and 3 on the weekend, and what a great ride for that rider. And looking now, I know our motorcycle hole shot award winner, I believe, was the number 20, Justin Hoft, and they said that Justin broke, so he may not be over here for the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Hole Shot Award. But we want to say congratulations to him, as he will be receiving that $100. And right now we're getting ready for more great racing action. As we looked out on the line, we see that little track maintenance going on, some rain starting to fall right now, and a good time for us to take a break right here. You are watching Loretta Lynn MX Live on RacerTV.com. We'll be back right after this.
There's a lot of guys that do what we do and never get a race win. So to get a race win, that's an achievement in itself. Championship, that's a whole nother story. To win a race takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of talent. I think a championship can be won every year that I'll be racing for Kawasaki.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them. And then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The Amsoil product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
Why do I ride?
That's tough.
That is a tough question. Why do I ride? Why do I do it? There's a lot of reasons why.
This is all that's on my mind 24/7. You know, it's that adrenaline rush. The rush you get.
It's a love. It's the best feeling ever.
You just feel like you can do anything, really.
It makes you tough, and it gives you courage for everything else in life.
Suzuki's American journey began 50 years ago, on the road, off-road, and on the open water, across countless miles and across generations. The journey of Suzuki will never stop.
And we're back here at Loretta Lynn's live on Racer TV, the mini senior 12 to 14 limited class West. Joey Crown looking pretty solid in this one.
Joey Crown definitely is. He's got 2 Moto wins, a win in Moto 1 and 2. He's got the lowest score that you could possibly have going in Moto 3. So he is sitting right there in the catbird seat. There's Chase Sexton out there. He sits in second with a 3.3. He's got 6 points. So, you know, he's solid there in second, but definitely some stuff would have to go wrong for Crown to toss this away. Luke Perther is sitting in third with a 4 and a 4. He's got 8 points going in. There's the 17 of Cameron Cannon with 5 and a 5 in each moto. So he's got 10 going in the moto number 3. Enzo Lopes sits in the 5th place position going in to the third moto. Sean Cantrell, the 37 ride, sits in 6th. Robbie Wageman, the number 14 ride, 6th and 7th. Sitting in 8th place on the box at 91 of Carson Brown. 9th is the 34 of Tanner Stack. And going into this final and third moto in the championship, sitting in 10th, is the 31 of Cole Masterson. Riders out there now, Kevin, I believe they're going to go out on their sight lap.
Absolutely. Getting them ready to go. They can kind of take a look at the track whenever we run the dozers. As you can see there in the sand section, we'll fine-tune some of the portions of the racetrack before we put these guys on it. We want them to be aware of any slight changes that may have been made to the racetrack with the loaders, tractors out there prior to their moto. Then they'll re-rack them on the gate and send them back out there. And don't forget, today, 250 A and Bs live on NBC at 3 p.m. Eastern. 250 A and B riders, the final championship deciding motos there. For those two classes, we are all tied up, Wes, in that 250A class with Matt Bisceglia and Shane McElrath. And that's going to be a good one.
That's right. It's part of the Red Bull Signature Series. You want to get on your social media. Let everybody know that's where you tune in, right here, live at the ranch. NBC, man, that's some big stuff right there. Probably have this thing on the big side of the NBC building down there in Manhattan. Like, this is what's going down at Loretta Lynn's.
There's a look at the weather here. We are sure enough hoping to avoid that massive amount of green and yellow and orange, so we will just have to kind of wait this out, trying to figure out where we are on the map. I don't even know where I am. Oh, there's the arrow there at the dead center of your screen, and we've avoided one big bomb there, but man, another one there to your left there as you're watching live on Racer TV. That's every kid's nightmare, as you can see that arrow moving around. That's where we're at. But the track's perfect right now. We've avoided some bombs already this morning, and things seem to dissipate sometimes when the skies start to heat up. So we'll just ride this out. That's what the championship means. You got to earn it. You got to get it when it's hot in the morning, in the afternoon, when it's wet, dry. Just got to do it. Bad start, good start. And this one's going to be a good one, folks. Joey Crown on the 150, one of the few riders to be able to do it on his 150. The 4-stroke from Honda. Chase Sexton sits in that number 2 spot. So Racer TV bringing you the live action here from the ranch. As those of you at home are watching, spread the word, spread the good word here about Racer TV. 113 countries watched us over the last few days here. So the folks at MX Sports are very, very excited about that. Racer TV, a hit all week long with 5 hours of live coverage here from the ranch, what used to be an impossible place. Hey, look at that. There's your tweet. Tune in to NBC today at 3 p.m. to see the showdown between at Matt Bisceglia and at Shane McElrath. Tweet your predictions to LL on NBC. Who do you think it's going to be? They're tied 1-2, 2-1 moto scores. Is it going to be McElrath stepping up? Is it going to be Matt Bisceglia? Well, we want to know what you think, and you can tweet using the hashtag LL on NBC and let us know your thoughts. We're going to be running that all day long. We want to get your involvement, your input, and let's see how this thing shakes down. How many Matt Bisceglia fans do we got out there? What about Shane McElrath? Well, let us know. LL on NBC. Tweet us your prediction. Is it going to be at S McElrath 701 or at Matt Bisceglia, the Red Bull hired gun there? Each of them with a moto win, each of them with a second place finish. So that should be a great one. They're all tied up. You just can't script it. It's going to be on TV, the 250A class at 3 p.m. on NBC. And we want your predictions. So tweet it to the hashtag we just showed you.
All right, race fans back there in the pit area, batten down your hatches a little bit, get secured up, tighten everything up. Great job out there by our media outlet out there, Jen Kenyon, making things happen in the background. But we are getting ready, guys. Once again, back in the back, you need to batten down your hatches. We don't want you cruising on out of here in some kind of crazy way with your awnings out, dragging bikes and pulling down the power poles. Batten down those hatches just in case. You never know.
Running down the line there, as we always do, we run down from left to right. We say hello to each rider, make sure everything's good to go. And then he'll point down, as you see him in the blue shirt on the right-hand side of your screen, down to our starter. who will then go through the official start motion, and then the riders get serious. Leaning up way on the front of the motorcycle there. The dad's got the umbrella. They got the goggles all situated. Put that bike in gear. Kids kind of rock back and forth, blip that throttle, and then there the heads go down.
Well, this is pretty good right here. This is a studly class right here. Number 35, Joey Crown out there with a championship on his shoulders right now. Here they come all safely through that first turn, Kevin. This is your mini senior 12 to 14 limited class.
Yeah, riders between the ages of 12 and 14. The whole shot goes to the number 26 of Cody Eaton. And some KTMs out there in the hunt there. It looks like maybe the number 16 of Enzo Lopes, and it is the Red Bull Honda rider out of Brazil. He is a celebrity back home, and I guarantee you all his friends and family back home are watching him as he works this field early on in this mini senior 12 to 14 class through the 10 Commandments, the storied and fabled 10 Commandments West. We've seen championships won and lost right there. And look at those ginormous ruts. We're only 2 hours into race, and we talked about it yesterday. This track just breaks down very quickly. It's very soft, great fertile soil, and these motorcycle tires will just dig deep into that stuff.
Here they come through the moguls now as they're out of the 10 Commandments into the moguls, and they head their way back to Storyland. And the story is right now, it is Enzo Lopes out front of number 16 ride, the Brazilian champion, working his way down through and out of Storyland. He's got a couple of riders behind him trying to post up. But Lopes now goes into this race with in fifth right now. So he's just trying to ride out. He went in Moto 1 number 1. He got a second, then an 8th, and now trying to post him a Moto win. But I don't think Joey Crown and Chase Sexton and Luke Purther and Cameron Cannon are going to just roll over easy and let that thing happen. There they are to enter in this sand wash out there. A lot of sand out there, Kevin. I kind of like it. That straight over there used to just be high-speed, choppy, hard-packed, gnarly, and the sand now definitely separates the men from the boys. Meanwhile, there's Lopes. I thought my glasses were fogging up there for a minute. But Lopes now, here he comes, Kevin, in front of the announce deck through the 4-pack, and he's got company. You see back there, that's the number 94 of Luke Purther now starting to come into the screen.
Yep, the number 34 of Tanner Stack on the Kawasaki there, just behind Enzo Lopes. Cody Eaton, your early hole shot leader, in the number 3 spot. Cameron Cannon 4th. Cole Madison is 5th. Joey Crown in the number 6 spot. Look out. And Joey Crown still in this championship lead, even with that 6th place finish, but he doesn't have too many positions he can give up because Enzo Lopes just picked up another one, and with that, his point total will drop. That's the ideal scenario. A perfect score here at the ranch is a 1-1-1 with 3 points. A 1-1-2, that's 4 points, and so on. So you want the lowest score possible, and an 8 right now for Joey Crown by virtue of the 1, 1, and 6. An 11 score for Enzo Lopes, who is your leader now, with 2, 8, 1. So we'll keep you apprised of this as the points go up and down, and we are following our leader Lopes, Tanner Stack, in that number 2 spot. You can barely just see him there coming into your screen under the Honda banner. And Cody Eaton on the number 26 KTM having some problems through the 10 Commandments as the rain slowly beginning to fall. We've avoided some big bombs earlier, but I'm not sure if we'll be able to avoid them all. So if I'm a rider out there, I'm preparing for the rain. My tires got to be dead on. The goggles, you've got to situate your goggles for sure. That is the most critical part. And Oakley all set to take care of you there with those brand new Oakleys, the new airframes. Man, this is an awesome, big, huge field of vision. Folks kind of rolling out of here. But if you're going home, you can tune us in on Racer TV. Watch us on your phone all the way home there in the old RV on racertv.com. That's what we're watching live. The number 16 of Enzo Lopes and Tanner Stack are going at it. Stack just trying to find some inside lines, and he keeps on. He's going to need some bark busters. He just about took that old oak tree down. That is for the lead up and over the Kawasaki Camelback. Tanner Stack just follows your leader, trying to dart inside. There it is. Enzo Lopes just shocked by Stack being there, and Tanner Stack will take over the lead right in front of us here. Lopes fires back on the inside west. He wants to challenge again.
Lopes not going easy on this one. There he is right there. It's Tanner Stack now. Jumps right back out in front of them as they pass over the Amsoil Tunnel jump. Now they'll make that quick little fast little right-hander down in front of the Wall of Fame there, the billboard, and it's going to be Tanner Stack out front, Lopes in second. Cameron Cannon back there in third. He's right in the mix, Kevin. He looks like he's going to close up and try to challenge Lopes now as they work their way through the trees.
Well, Joey Crown picks up 1 spot and increases his lead as far as the points go from 7 to 12 between himself and Enzo Lopes. Joey Crown with 7 points, Lopes with 12. And you're watching the lead. Tanner Stack and Enzo Lopes going into the 10 Commandments, popping those tear-offs, going wide, kind of get a little rhythm, double. And let's see how Lopes is able to make it through. Some of the littler kids have a problem sucking that bike up and catching backside on the next one. Being a little guy sometimes is a disadvantage. Carmichael was able to do it. They would chop that seat off, give him some high heel boots, raise those pegs up, chop the subframe, and give him a motorcycle that he could work with. So Lopes kind of having to pull that bike up and under him as he hops those 10 Commandments.
There's the 34 ride of Tanner Stack. Now he's back in Storyland. And the story be told that Stack out front Lopes, and then Cannon 1, 2, and 3. Cody Eaton, the 26 ride. Got a whole shot, and now is showing you his colors out there, the 26 ride in the top 4. Crown now moves up a spot, Kevin. Crown now in the top 5. So his he's got a little bit of room to play with out there, not much. You don't want anything disastrous to happen out here. But that's the irony of this third moto. It can either be glorious or it can be disastrous.
Yeah, we've seen some point totals that have cost these guys. We see a 1 and a 10 and a 1, and you lose a championship with that second moto, or you have a bad first moto. So anything can happen out here. When the checker flag flies, then we'll pin these champions. But right now we're watching that battle for the number 2 spot. Enzo Lopes, the Red Bull KTM rider out of Brazil, trying to hold off the number 17 of Cameron Cannon on that Yamaha right behind him.
Here comes Lopes.
Check that
now.
Cannon on the KTM.
Lopes into the 4-pack now. He passes by the announce deck through the Amsoil tunnel jump. He's got the 17 ride in tow. There's Crown. Crown makes up another spot, Kevin. So each spot the Crown gets closer to top, his score drops over there in the tally for the overall. So now he's sitting with 6 points. Lopes has 12. So there's a little 6 points there. There's a little bit of give for Crown, but even if Lopes takes over the lead and gets back around Stack, and it won't matter. Crown could stay there, just keep moving. It would just have to be some kind of crazy demise to make this thing shake up like that. But there's the 35 of Joey Crown out of Michigan. We're getting a good look at the 17 ride of Cameron Cannon now as he works his way through some of the twisties there, trying to get out of Storyland in the 10 Commandments. The 35 of Crown now.
And those of you watching at home, you just don't understand just how rough and tumble those 10 Commandments are. It looks like they're kind of tiptoeing through there. I promise you. That's everything they got. Look at those. I mean, the ruts are digging deeper. That jump's not even going to be there. They're just going to knock that thing out of the way. They plowed through it so many times. Way back on the backside of the track, Storyland, named after the Stories, a group of folks that have flagged that for many, many years, and we just call it Storyland. How about that? You've been there for like 30 years, you're flagging something? Your whole family comes out there? Well,
this is our section of track. We own this. We set up tents at night. We're going to cook back here, sleep, bathe back here. That's the story. Now sticking to it.
Right there on the track. They actually pitch the tent right there in the middle of the track once the loaders and dozers are done. It's nice soft dirt there for them.
Level me off a little pad. I got to pitch a little room edition over here to my tent. Just picked up this new model down at Walmart, man. It's got a room edition package on it.
Nice. Love that.
Yeah. But right there, we're watching the 35 of Joey Crown. As he, you know, some of these decision makers we were talking about, there he goes around. He's challenging the 17 of Cameron Cannon, looking for one more spot. Remember this, the higher he goes up in position, the lower the score is.
We saw the Sea Rider yesterday almost throw it away as he was battling with other riders that he didn't necessarily have to win that championship. It's hard to turn the go off a rider, just hit that switch. All right, sit back in third and just relax. But one little mistake by Crown, if he finds himself on the ground, he could toss this championship right away. Got a pair of ones coming into this one. He now moves up to the number 3 spot. And you just don't want to get tangled up with somebody. You don't know what they have going on. One big bobble, they flip into you, knock your bike down, calls a mechanical, and you're done. There he looks over at his dad. The pit board reads, what do you think it reads, Wes?
I think it says a big old smiley face. The Matt Crown and them guys, they've been racing for a long time out of Michigan. I don't think Pop's putting too much pressure on him. He's grooming them. Matt Crown, you know, he's been around for a long time, rode a lot of pro races, you know, and those guys really got a lot of pride. It's a lot about family over there. I don't think there's too much you can put on there, but just a smiley face and have fun, son.
There you go.
Got to be proud of the little guy out there. Just, you don't want to add no more. Believe me, he's got enough on his plate.
Right. Absolutely. Wrapping it up there, Wes. The number 34 of Tanner Stack.
Smack you, Kevin, right across them chops.
It used to lead, and that's what you're watching on your screen here at Racer TV. Looking for Tanner to come out of Storyland. Got yourself a hot dog cooked up by the Stories there on the backside. Hey, that's good
He
stuff.
took a little stick and shoved it out there. Here, you need a little snack on your way through here.
You got the pit board on the mechanics area there. You got the hot dog stick coming out there. Grab that thing, stuff it in your mouth.
Marty Liam over there with his big arm hanging out. Ah!
Eddie Ray smacking people down, getting in fist fights in the middle of the racetrack.
Stop. There he is, Tanner Stack, the number 34 ride. Looking good out there. Ryan Holiday's got to be ecstatic, a little quiver in his knee, old Holiday, as he's watching one of his young superstars in the making, Tanner Stack.
Absolutely one of those Team Green riders, and if you have been down to the ranch and the presence that Team Green has when they are here, they bring in a couple of semis. They've got a fifth wheel trailer there. They have a massive tent there. They do dinners for the families. They have tons of their techs on site taking care of all the green bikes. You don't have to be a Team Green rider. You can be just a Johnny Blue Jeans. You just bought a bike, made it to Loretta's. You need some stuff to be taken care of on the motorcycle. Team Green, one of the first sponsors here of Loretta Lynn's way back when in 1982.
Yeah, even if you go to Pep Boys and buy one of those Pep Boy scooters, man, bring it on down there. Doug will figure it out somehow, some way, man. Come down here, ride your moto, and take it on back. Say it didn't work out this ride. I need a refund.
These forks are made out of butter. What happened?
Well, I'll tell you what's happening right now. We're watching Tanner Stack out there through the trees. He's out of the trees. He's out of the woods, but not out of the trees yet, or he's in the trees and out of the woods.
What do you?
We're just bobbling up here. We're watching this. We're having fun, and that's what it's all about, Kevin.
Absolutely.
If we're having fun, and they're feeling through the mics, you guys got to be having fun watching what's going on here. We are professionals, believe me. We know how to get on down with it, but we've been here for a week, and we're just
the days get long, 12-hour days.
We are losing our minds. There's Enzo Lopes out there. You see him kind of dig in there a little bit, and here he comes, peppering his way through that 10 commandments. Thou shalt not bobble before I go in. You don't want to break that commandment because you'll find yourself on the ground.
And again, we want your interaction on Twitter. Tweet your 250A predictions to hashtag LLOnNBC. And we want to know who you have for Moto number 3. Remember, in that 250A class, we're all tied up between Matt Bisceglia and Shane McElrath. So tweet your predictions, hashtag LLOnNBC. Do you think it's going to be at Matt Bisceglia or at S McElrath 701? Those are the names we're going to use there. That's what you want to know. That's the official hashtag LLOnNBC. Tweet your predictions in that 250A class. They're all locked up, tied up, ready to go.
Tanner Stack out front. Enzo Lopes second. Joey Crown moves up to third. So we'll get a bronze medal out there, but nothing more important than that number 1 place that you could do for any of these riders out here. That's the holy grail. That's what they're in search of when they leave here. On the way out of here, they're already thinking about what they're going to do next year and start making that plan. But right now, Tanner Stack's got a great plan out there. Chase Sexton looks good for a top 3 in the championship. But right now, it's Tanner Stack out front. There's some good a view of Stack pulling a tear off as he comes down in front of the mechanics area. Heads down in the trees, working his way through the trees and out to that little off-camber there he is to the outside. Down that long, short chute is Tanner Stack.
Wes, 11-7 moto scores for Tanner Stack. And that's not going to be good enough for the championship, but you want to go out with a win. Remember how we put you on the gate in that first moto. It's based purely on a random gate pick. You go up there, the referee has a spoon. You just grab one of 41 spoons. That corresponds to the order in which you get to go on the gate. If you get spoon number 41, you better be an excellent starter, and you better be a good junk man. Some of those guys start going down. You got to swoop around the outside and make some quick passes there. So some of these kids get bad moto finishes that first time out because of the bad gate pick, and then you'll see their second and third motos typically come down. And your leader here, Tanner Stack, with 11, 7, and 1. The thing about the ranch, you better be a good starter, period. Enzo Lopes, Joey Crown, they have been up front in pretty much every single moto because of their quick starting here on the racetrack. So that makes a big difference here when you got to race 3 motos, full gates with fast kids from all across America and across the world. And that's what makes this championship that much more important, that much more prestigious.
Big shout out down there right out of the top 10. I want to shout out to Max Markoff out there, still hanging tough all week, fighting, doing the hard as he can. Carson Brown there, Sean Cantrell, Chase Pennington, all those guys out there. Brock Pappy, just now breaking in the top 10. Brock Pappy. There's Chase Sexton, Gabriel Harala.
Hey, you did it.
That's right.
Harala.
Harala.
See these kids all year long, so we get to know the families and just a great group of folks here on this traveling circus as we know it, called amateur motocross. And the checker flag goes out, and Tanner Stack is like, are we done? What are we doing? Did I win it? How'd that work out? Well, he won it. Tanner Stack goes out a winner here. The Team Green Monster Energy Ride will take it on down to the podium, and he gets to say hello to Rodney Tomlin. Enzo Lopes going to finish up second. There's Ken down there from Team Green handling the PR for those good folks. There's Jason Wygant. Wow, Wygant making a rare appearance before they go live on NBC. Hammer there from Red Bull, also kind of taking the last look at the track. More photos being taken of the number 34, Tanner Stack. That's the big impound area. The riders come in. The top 10 have to pull in there. Mom and Dad's down there to greet them. There's the number 35. He is going to take the championship, the number 35 of Joey Crown. The folks from AMA getting ready to hand him out the hardware. There's Mr. Kip Bigelow, AMA motocross director, with that number 1 plate. And it's a big deal to get that number 1 plate here at the ranch. They only hand out 33 or so a year. And we will now get ready to hand it off to Mr. Rodney Tomlin, who is going to have a word with Joey Crown, Enzo Lopes, and Cameron Cannon. There's Miss Jamie Robertson from Thor, her last tour of duty here before she heads off to Vietnam for some missionary work. Joel leaning down there from FMF. Make sure the FMF brand is in full effect there. Little D pumped on that, got him another championship. The GPF ride of Joey Crown. Josh Woods is stoked. Jamie's stoked. Little D from FMF is pumped. Kip's stoked from the AMA. Matt Crown's pumped, taking that championship back to Michigan. And we will toss it down to Rodney Tomlin with our winner.
Check. All right, we made it happen there. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the mini senior 12 to 14 AMA Amateur National Motocross Champion, Joey Crown. Joey now being handed that all important and great feeling national number 1 plate by Kip Bigelow from the American Motorcyclists Association. As we come over, Joey, congratulations to you, man. You went 1-1 and 4 on the week. You did exactly what you needed to do, man. You just needed to come out and ride this third moto and put it up here in the center of the box, and that's exactly what you did, man. Great week of racing. Talk about it.
Thank you. Yeah, the week was pretty good. My best week so far. Obviously, I won a couple titles, but I started off the week. I mean, it was all right. You know, I was kind of questioning myself, and I just figured out what was wrong, and I went back to the next moto and just started clicking, and I got a few wins and just kept the ball rolling. I mean, these guys were riding really good, so I had to be on my A game every moto, like I said. I was feeling good, and this moto was kind of scary. It was raining, it was really slippery, and last lap, little lapper, it got a little close to me, and I tipped over. So I was scared. I didn't know what place Saxton was in. I was freaking out at last lap, but, you know, I came up with the win. I'm just pumped. I mean, these guys are riding really good, so I'm pumped.
There you go, man. Good job. Who do you want to say thanks to?
You know, I got to get up the Lord Jesus Christ, keep me safe. You know, nobody would be here without him. My mom, dad, my sisters, MCR, training and performance. Decal Works, Jamie and Sean from Thor, FMF, working out great. Dunlop Tires, Super Sketch. Oh, so many guys out here. Oakley Goggles, Championship Power Sports, GPF and the Woods family. Daniel from DVS, you know, the shoes are sweet. Boys and Water Pumps, Moto Tezenari. Tamer Whole Shot Devices, EBC Brakes, and Aero Scott. Just thank you so much. This wouldn't be possible with you guys. Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Joey Crown taking the championship. However, we've got a gold medal winner that we're going to be saying congratulations to here in Moto number 3 as he goes 11-7-1, if I'm not mistaken, for a gold medal here in Moto number 3. Put your hands together for Tanner Stack, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a champagne celebration we'll get underway with here in just a few minutes with our champion. But right now, let's talk to our Moto winner. Congratulations, Tanner, man. Yeah, you finally put it together in Moto 3.
Yeah, I just try to get a good start and a third place start. And I just try to, keep it together and try and pass number 6. I forgot what his name is, but he was going really good. And, I was just trying to pass him and, get the Moto win.
You got it, man. You made it happen. Who do you want to say thanks to?
My mom, my dad, the whole Volcom crew, Troy from Volcom, Thor, my brother Tristan, Red Thought, my trainer Nario Izzy, Monster Energy, Alpine Star, Jamie from Thor, can't thank her enough, Spy, Dunlop, and whoever forgot, thanks.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Moto gold winner Tanner Stack. As we move down to our second place position, I believe that goes to the 16. And if memory serves me correct, Enzo Lopes going 2-8-2 on the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Enzo as he goes Moto 3 silver. Good job, buddy. Good week for you, man. Tell us a little bit about this moto.
I was good. I got the second whole shot, and then I came in.
Congratulations on another stellar ride. Who do you want to say thanks to?
I want to thank Pirelli, Marvel, Circuit Red Bull, and Orange Brigade.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Enzo Lopes taking silver here in Moto 3. And our third place position finisher, we got medal. Where's our bronze medalist coming on up? All right, Cameron, that's it, man. I know that Cameron, the 17 machine, had a pretty good battle going on out there with Joey Crown, and you'd settle into fourth, but all of a sudden, man, you got that third place position, Moto 3. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell me about it.
I got like a pretty decent start, about top 5, and it was really slick and deep out there. Rode pretty well. Was riding around third. Joey got me with like 2 laps to go, and he ended up tipping over on the last lap, so I just capitalized on that and got third overall.
Who you want to say thanks to?
First, I'll thank the man above for letting me be here and giving me this talent. My mom and dad, they've sacrificed so much to get me here and everything that they do. All of Club Mex training facility, Mike, Brandon, they helped me out so much. They've helped me. Can't even thank them enough. Jake to Impulse, Pro Taper, Moose, Alpine Stars, Smith Optics. Anybody else forgot? Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. He takes home the bronze here in Moto 3, Cam Cannon, and our whole shot award going to the 26 of Cody Eaton. Come on up, Cody. As we say congratulations to you and award you $100 from MotorcycleSuperstore.com, man. Made it happen there in Moto number 3. Congratulations to you.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I got the whole shot, and I didn't really think I was going to get it, and then it was really close, and I just pulled the whole shot.
Who do you want to say thanks to?
I'd like to thank MSR, Metal Militia, X-Man Goggles, FMF, and EBR, DVS, and anyone else I forgot to thank. Thank you.
All righty, there you go, man. Taking the whole shot there. Cody Eaton, ladies and gentlemen, and we're all enrolling with another championship moto on the line right there. And we head up for race 22. Kevin and Wes standing by with our Vet BC 30-plus class.
Thanks a lot. You're watching the number 54. He grabs the whole shot. That is Chad Murphy in the 10 Commandments. Chad out of South Georgia. Used to watch Chad ride way back when. This is the Vet BC class. And Chad made it onto the box earlier in the week, and he wants to win one of these. So I hope you're a good mud rider, Chad, because the rain is starting to fall. And we are watching them go out of here early in the moto. Again, Vet BC class. Number 16, Michael Mitchell, has 1-1 moto scores going into this third moto. Sits in the number 1 spot. 31, Nick Weingar has 2-3 moto scores. He sits 5th. And 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all tied with 10 points. That's Nathan Hale, Montana Edwards, and Eric Flagg, number 39. Matthew Colbert, number 89, has 16 points, good enough for 6th. Brian Anderson has 19 points, good enough for 7th. Richard Silvers is 8th. Nathaniel Brennan 9th, and Christopher Opliger rounds out your top 10. But right now, the number 54 Kawasaki of Chad Murphy leading this thing right now as we get you a shot of the rain and that rut. Look at that rut. That's after the 10 Commandments and the right-hander as we pick back up with Chad Murphy. I'll stop talking about the rut. I've said it enough. The water now starting to fill the Red Bull ski beach there as they roll right around. And it's getting wet, folks. These four guys had a super sloppy moto the first moto of the week for them. The rain fell and we canceled the racing for immediately after their moto, and they're getting it again. So your leader right now, the number 16 of Michael Mitchell, and I was calling him Chad Murphy the whole time, as Murphy had slipped back to the number 3 spot. So it's Michael Mitchell out front, Nick Weingart second, Chad Murphy is third, Matthew Colbert fourth, Joshua Herons is fifth, John McLemore is sixth, Nathan Hell seventh, Daniel Fristow eighth, Montana Edwards ninth, and Ryan Morocco rounds out your top 10 here. Third and final moto for these guys. Again, they had the rain fall on them the first time out on the racetrack. A couple of days later, they came back and had a good racetrack to ride on, and now the rain's starting to fall. Nothing you can do about it except get after it. These are grown men. And Michael Mitchell holding on right now to number 16 machine. He has got the Kawasaki right behind him of Nick Weingart. And that is for the championship right there. Michael Mitchell and Nick Weingart, 1-2 on the track, 1-2 in the championship. So Mitchell does not want to tangle up with Weingart. If Weingart can get up in there and cause some problems for Mitchell, he would need a few more riders between himself and your leader right there, the number 16 of Michael Mitchell, in order to win this championship. The MX Sports staff frantically trying to keep this racetrack together and keep this thing moving forward. This is race number 22. And don't forget, tweet your 250A predictions. Remember, the 250A class is all tied up between Matt Bisceglia and Shane McElrath. And the hashtag to do that is LL on NBC. LL stands for, of course, Loretta Lynn's. LL on NBC. That's the hashtag. And we want to see who you have for the winner. Is it at Matt Bisceglia or at S. McElrath 701? A couple of riders going down there. That's the number 98, the number 29 machine. That's Daniel Fristow. So we ask for your involvement here. Those of you watching at home on racertv.com, let us know as the rain continues to fall. Is Matt Bisceglia going to be the better mud rider going into that third and final moto, or is it Shane McElrath? That is for the championship. They're all tied up. Hashtag LL on NBC, followed by your prediction. It's either going to be at Matt Bisceglia or at S. McElrath 701. So help us out with that. We want to know what you're thinking about in that 250A class. It's coming up live on NBC. 250A and 250B live on NBC starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. That's 2 p.m. here at the ranch. But right now it's Michael Mitchell out front. 1-1-1. That is a perfect score for him. Nick Weingart ready to break that up as the rain really starts to fall now. There's Michael Mitchell. Nick Weingart right behind him. And we are 2 laps into this bad boy. Hey folks, in that Thor structure, if you're in that top level, we need to ask you to come on down. Everybody on that top floor of the Thor structure, you're going to need to step down, please. Got a little bit of weather coming through.
Top 10 look like this, Kevin. There's Shane Hodges in 10th. The 58 machine to 48 of Nick Barkley out there in the number 9 ride. Eric Flagg, the 39 machine in 8th. There's Nathaniel Brennan, the 41 machine in 7th. John McLemore in 6th. McLemore, Montana Edwards in 5th. There's Chad Murphy in 4th. Matthew Colbert in 3rd. Nick Weingart 2nd. And Michael Mitchell with hair care products out there, looking pretty good out there on the number 1 spot. And There you go, the perfect score. You can't ask for better than that, Kevin. A 1 and a 1, that's it. You can't do no better than that.
Not at all. 3 is the magic number right here at the ranch. That means you got first in all 3 motos, and that's exactly what Michael Mitchell is doing. Nick Weingart sitting back there, 1.8 seconds back. He's definitely close enough. And if you're a good mud rider, anything can happen now. The rain is falling. A little tip over could turn into disaster for Michael Mitchell in this championship. These guys, remember, had to qualify through the areas all across the United States. I think we had some 64 areas spread out across the United States. From that, we took anywhere from 8 to 11 or 12 riders out of the area, and that sent you to the region. So the regional usually consisted of 4 different areas combining at that regional. And if you made it out of the regional level, you found yourself a spot on the gate here at the AMA Red Bull Amateur National Motocross Championships.
There's number 16 in front of the mechanics area. It's going to be Michael Mitchell. As the rain not just hammering down, it's just a steady Fairleigh Midland mid-pour here. And
back to the qualifying process. Wes, you remember back in the day, the qualifiers, you would race an area here. You might jump out to a different region as your backup. So let's say you go to an area, you make it there, and you have a problem at that regional. Well, good thing you had that backup region maybe out in Texas that you already qualified in. So now you got to go all the way to Texas, try to qualify out of that region. So there's some strategy there to get to the ranch.
No, you always got to do 2. If you're serious about this, and there's no for sure thing at a regional. You just don't want to just show up there and say, I'm going Loretta's, this is it. They will have it scheduled out where the regionals and everything kind of fall in different little areas. You got to plan this. It's definitely a board. You have to look out the calendar and plan what you're doing to get here, because, you know, same thing here. You can win. There's 3 motos at the regional as well. You could win 2. You snap a chain, and that's your only hope to get here. You have mechanical, a bad start. No, I didn't get in the top 7. I've got to go and make sure I got a ticket to ride. Even if you're an alternate and you're in the top 10 and you send your money, and don't bank on it. If you want a for sure gate, you have to get top 7 at these regionals. I believe there's, what, 5 or 6 regionals to get here.
Something like that, yes.
And they're proportioned different. You got the Northeast, Southeast, Mid-Central, South Central, Midwest, and Northwest. So there's different steps, but believe me, we've had people fly from Florida to Southeast and go all the way to Washougal and try to get in.
Yeah, certain regions are a little bit tougher than others. The Southeast generally the toughest region, and the Northeast tough too. And so with that said, they'll take a couple more riders out of those regions because of the sheer number of people that try to qualify at the area and regional level here in the Southeast and in the Northeast. So Nicholas Weingart trying to make something happen there. Nick in the number 2 spot on the number 31 Kawasaki. Michael Mitchell out front. He's 4 seconds out front now. 1-1-1 moto scores for Michael Mitchell, and that is looking solid right now. Lap number 4. As the rain comes down, he looks over at the mechanics area. The pit board comes out, and he checks it out. He's like, yes, feeling pretty good about this. Very cautiously making his way through there, Wes.
Check out the mechanics area, Kevin. You can't say enough about that. It just used to be a little boxed off, little ribboned off area there. They got a nice facility built up there, a nice undercover. So he pushed the mud off. You used to have to step into that mud.
I do remember that.
To try to get in there and board your guy. Now you're elevated. You got a nice deck over your head.
Well, they also have they got lap times. They got speakers in there for you.
It's just more improvements, and this thing is just getting bigger and bigger. There it is right there. Picture perfect shot of the Yamaha mechanics area there. There's the screen to monitor. We got a couple speakers up there, and it just, like I said, Kevin, it just used to be a banner you stood behind.
I've been there.
You couldn't do nothing. Absolutely. I was there behind that thing for about 15 years.
Leaning over that barbed wire there as my
get back, get in area. They got some bike rail there and another observation deck over there. Nothing doing over there. Then one year they had it in front of the billboard, and then totally you were behind the billboard. And when you're behind the billboard, you couldn't see the track.
You had no idea how your guy was doing. So you're trying to write something on the pit board, but you can't see the guy. So they moved that all around. So they shuffled the deck. They've retooled, reconfigured here and there to make this racetrack what it is today, a modern racetrack with all the amenities and then some. Hookups all over this place. If you look around, if you've been here to the ranch, you know there are RV hookups, probably 500, 1,000 of them.
Right.
I don't know it.
Right.
And there is miles of parking. When you pass us here in the announcer tower, you just go for a couple of miles and it's just field after field after field with vendors there to take care and service those folks way out there in area 28.
That's where I used to be, way out in the back of area 3 out there. I didn't want to be bothered by nobody. I called this the city down here. We're going to stay in the back. We're going to do what we want.
We're in the country. You have the creek that runs right up alongside the ranch here, and that thing has jumped out of its banks before. Rain comes upstream, and when it comes down here, and it will jump up and cover the entire racetrack. Not a single jump could be seen a few years back. No problem. They turn this racetrack right around. It's all grassed over, doesn't wash away very easily. So
there's your leader right there, Kevin, the 16 ride of Michael Mitchell. Got an 8-second lead. There's the announce tower. We're perched up in there. Good little shot of the announce tower in there.
The GoPro folks right next to us. Then you have the folks at Thor on over to Fox,
Great
Oakley.
And there's the 16 ride. There's that billboard. On the front of that billboard is got, where's this guy, 57, coming out of? What, did he eat a sandwich back there or something?
He ate some of that roost from the number 16 Kawasaki.
Hey, where'd I come from over there?
Suck on that.
How about if he would have crashed in to
taking him out?
That would have just
Thanks
been.
a lot. I appreciate that. That was my title right there. You just pinched my pipe.
By the way, can I have a bite of that sandwich? Eat my
I'm going to be here for a little while anyway. My bike ain't running thanks to you. And then you'll see, like, whenever the Pro Motos came out, we had Ricky Carmichael with us last year, and I guarantee you there was 5,000 spectators on the infield wrapped around this fence, maybe even more. It looked like a Pro National when Carmichael and Rayner were going after it that last moto last year here at the ranch. It was spectacular, and Ricky and Rayner put on a show here. This year we handed the reins over to Mr. Timmy Ferry. Tim Ferry, a motocross icon, a legend here at the ranch and in American motocross. Took care of business, won himself a plus 25 class. All the former pros have been back here. You've got world champions like Trampus Parker out there and factory riders from back in the day. Jeff Emig has raced here a couple of times. I think it's cool whenever dudes like Emig jumped in there and rode that Pro Sport class.
Not only that, Doug Dubog's come back for years. He won the San Jose Supercross one year. I mean, a lot of guys always find their little way back to the ranch here.
I'm going to make a call out to Damon Bradshaw. We need to see the beast from the east to come back in and ride that plus 40 class. Can you believe Damon Bradshaw is 40 years old?
No.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Not at all.
Well, we continue to watch Michael Mitchell out front. Chad Murphy has climbed up to the number 2 spot, but he's 48 seconds back of Michael Mitchell, that is. Nick Weingar has dropped a spot, having some problems on that lap. Nick was in the number 2 spot, but the new running order is Michael Mitchell out front, Chad Murphy second, Nick Weingar third, Montana Edwards fourth, Matthew Colbert is fifth, Eric Flagg sixth, Nathaniel Brennan is seventh, Christopher Opliger is eighth, John McLemore is ninth, John Watkins, J-Dub, all right, man, out of my hometown, in the number 10 spot. Get him, John. I love it. Every time it rains, John steps up. He owns an erosion control company. We're going to need you out here, John. Watch this track wash away. Throw some silt fence up there. We need to keep that first turn in place.
How about a big shout out to Jersey Joe?
Yeah, man, good to have him back. He's been off the radar at some of the bigger races. Jersey Joe out there spinning the wrenches over there at the Suzuki camp.
Yeah, but I got Jersey Joe, the guy who had the T-shirt before the shirt, is listening too back there trying to restore the shore. Big shout out, Jersey Joe.
Riders sitting on the line right now for race number 23 coming up next, and that is going to be the two-stroke BC riders. So the two-stroke BC riders having to sit back and watch rider number 16, Michael Mitchell, do work down there right in front of the mechanics area. And they're all like, man, really, we got to ride this wet track? Yep, you got to do it. If you want that championship, you're going to have to do it.
You got to earn that thing. Nobody's giving it away. There's no box of cereal here where you open up some sugar pops and look in there and that's the number one place. It's not happening. No way. Not happening today. You got to get out there. You got to ride. You got to battle. The rain's coming down. It looks like Belgium over there. Where's Roger DeCoster? You don't know what to do in there. Step on him.
Exactly. We asked Ricky about it. He goes, I said, do you like running in the mud? He goes, absolutely. Because I don't like getting muddy, but once I get in it, son, I will own it. And we remember Ricky's performance at Millville a few years back when he lapped up into like the number 3 spot. That was a muddy disaster at Millville, and Ricky Carmichael established himself as one of the finest mud riders that I've ever seen. He was awesome. JMB, Jean-Michel Bell, I watched that guy do it at the Charlotte Supercross. He was jumping that stuff like it was dry. And these guys right here are struggling right now. Michael Mitchell, no disrespect, man, it's just the level of riding that, you know, of course, at the Supercross level is something to behold. That's years on the motorcycle. The rest of the gang coming through there. We're watching Michael Mitchell lead this thing out. There he is. He's got a clean motorcycle, doesn't he, Wes?
He's back there in Storyland, yeah, no doubt. He's got that thing clean. But right now it's just a little slick snot. If it starts getting down and churning down there a little bit more, and it comes down really a pelting rain, then it turns into a little bit of a quagmire out there. Hey, look at me. I'm scratching my face over here. What's going to happen next? Somebody roosted up there.
Trying to figure out where their riders are.
What is that hand signal?
They all look the same. If you cover in mud, you're trying to figure out where they are, what they're doing on the racetrack. Trying to get that pit board out, figured out.
Think you got that signal when it passes on like that?
No, that means nothing. When you point your hand, what do you want me to do with that?
I don't know. That's what I was asking.
I know. I don't understand some of the pit signals I've watched for years. What guys do, they do the popular arm swirl, just like you're throwing a fastball, warming up there. What does that mean? And you point. What do you want me to go that way? I know which way the track goes. You don't got to point which way I need to go.
How about when they put their finger up to their head?
Be smart. Be smart. Okay. Good job. What about when you point into your the clock? Hey, watch that time. Not much time left. All right.
How about when they go like down the wall?
That means still.
No, that means smooth out. There it is. The checker flag's going to fall right there, Kevin. We got a new champion to crown down there. Michael Mitchell takes this one with every moto he has won. Look, there's a cheering squad down there. So Mitchell goes a perfect score, 1-1-1. Weingart looks like he may finish. Look, Mitchell, a 56-second lead on the rest of the field out there.
Wow.
This guy rides in the mud.
Yeah, he sure does. Michael Mitchell will pull down the win. And that gear's ready to go. Just hang it back up on the clothes hanger, man. You're ready to go. Rodney Tomlin down there. You don't have to worry about getting a muddy hug from this guy. Michael Mitchell is clean as a whistle. And look at that. Jacob Hayes out there. He is the official bike putter on the Standerer. Former champ here. Jacob Purple Hayes out there throwing the bike on the stand there. Thanks a lot, Jacob. Looking good, buddy. Smile for the camera. Jake, you're on camera right now. Get that helmet. He just stole your helmet. All right, put that thing on eBay. Here's Kip Bigelow. About ready to hand off the hardware to that young man right there, Michael Mitchell, by virtue of perfect 1-1 moto scores. Rodney Tomlin, you're on the mic, sir. Take it away with a
All
win.
right. Thanks a lot, Wes Kane, down here on the podium now as we get set to congratulate our 2013 Vet BC AMA Amateur National Motocross Champion, Michael Mitchell. Michael, congratulations, man. I know whenever you hear the word national champion associated with your name, it's got to make you feel pretty good, man.
Yeah, man, it feels good.
Tell us a little bit about this week, man. You swept all three motos out there, and it seems like no matter what condition you were faced with, you seemed to prevail. A minute at the end of this one, man. Good job.
Yeah, I just got a good start and just tried to ride smooth. The rain just kept coming down. I just had to pick my lines and be smooth and smart.
Coming into the week, I know you were looking to win this one. Did you expect to be able to sweep it like this?
No, I had no idea to do this. I mean, I just wanted to be, consistent every moto and just try to put it up here every moto, I didn't know it was going to be, all this rain. I was like, I don't know how this is going to turn out, but it turned out good.
Worked out real good for you, man. Who do you want to say thanks to for helping get you up here in this national championship?
I want to thank, Christ for keeping me safe, my wife, Full Travel, Pro Circuit, X-Brand Renthal, Dean at SRS Motorsports, my mechanic, Jacob Hayes, Travis Preston, MX Schools, and that's pretty much it. My family and friends for their support.
There you go, man. Great support system right there. For Michael Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen, your Vet BC 30+ AMA Amateur National Motocross Champ. And while we wait for second and third to come on in, dude, you can actually get your champagne celebration underway. Yep, you can bring all your friends up here. We'll get you a chance to celebrate with all your buddies. Right now, we want the second place position finisher to make his way on up. We need silver medal. And that's Nick Weingart. Yes. Tough to hear down here on the podium, but nonetheless, Nick Weingart, man, you go 2-3-2 on the week. A pretty good championship for you. Even though you might not have won the national, you got second, man. That's saying a whole lot.
For sure. I'm very thankful to be up here right now. If I wanted anyone to beat me, it would have been him because he's a great guy. So I'm real excited for him right now, too. So it's a good moment.
Obviously, a good week for you of motos.
For sure, for sure. I'd like to thank my family, my friends, Triangle Psychos, Moto E, Alan for doing my mechanics, Roger at ProMotion, and all my other friends and family out here, and for you guys doing an amazing job here at Loretta Lynn's.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations again on your second place. Nick Weingart, ladies and gentlemen, taking home the silver, and our third place bronze. I know that one kind of up in the air as the final laps closed in there. I know that Hole Shot Award winner, I believe it was the 54 machine of Chad Murphy, and he's got the bronze around his neck as well as he holds on to it. Put your hands together for MotorcycleSuperstore.com Hole Shot Award winner and bronze medalist here in Moto number 3, Chad Murphy, ladies and gentlemen. Chad, congratulations to you. Big day for you, man. A hole shot and a bronze medal, man. I mean, yeah, you couldn't ask for a better third moto.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous going into that one when that rain started. The first moto of the week, I went DNF. Second moto, I went 2, and that one I went 3. I'm just happy to be here. Blessed, everybody's safe. Got through that race okay. Michael rode a heck of a race, heck of a week. He's a well-deserved champion. I would like to thank my family, my wife, my mom, my little boy Caden, and Cannon. Thanks a lot, Corey. Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Chad Murphy, he knows what's going on here, and wow, what a week of racing in the Vet BC 30-plus class. We're actually getting set to roll on with more motos. That was race 22. We're rolling in with race 23. And looks like we're going to have ourselves, well, sight laps going on right now. So we're going to head on back up to the tower right now with Wes and Kevin and continue with our Loretta Lynn MX Live here on RacerTV.com.
Thanks a lot, Panama Red. We're down here, and we are getting ready. The sight lap's going on. Going in 10th in this two-stroke BC, 16 and up. In 10th, it's going to be the 67 of Mason Moss. In 9th, the 99 of Will McCracken. In 8th, the 49 of Zachary Putman. In 731 of Andy Koss. There he is. Josh Cartwright got him a championship yesterday. He's sitting in 6th right now, the 51 of Josh Haas Cartwright. Sitting in 5th, the 18 of Brandon Carson. 4th going to the gate. 4th in points, the 32 of Brock Gorley. How about this? 3rd is the 41 of Brandon Gorley. The 85, Jerry Robin on that Service Honda. What year is that bike, Kevin? 1985 Honda out here. It's 2013. That thing, what's he giving up? Almost 27 years, huh, Kevin? 27-year-old bike out here, and this guy is sitting 2nd in the points. Called Rick Johnson up. He said, hey, I'm going to need to borrow a fork tube. I twisted one up. I need to ding it up. Rick pulled it right off that Service Honda 1985 and sent it to him. And the number 25 of Dean Spangler with a 3 and a 1, sitting with 4 points. Sitting there in a championship seat. There's a picture. You can see the rain just evenly falling. And they're just going to let it run like this. We're going to load them up in the gate. Not a lot of stuff you can do to it right now. Just turn into a little greasy mess you start digging out. So right now, the track was picture perfect this morning. Just the way you want it for that live NBC broadcast today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, the 258 and the 250B final motos, part of the Red Bull Signature Series. Don't forget to tweet your 258 predictions to hashtag LL on NBC. Who do you have for the third moto win? At Matt Bisceglia or at S. McElrath 701? Or can Plessinger go 6 for 6 this week in the final 250B win? Hit that up at hashtag LL on NBC. Well, you can see our referees there, Kevin. That's where they walk down the line. They check everybody off, want to make sure you're good to go. The mechanics will get pushed back at that time. Umbrellas will start folding down. You've got to get back. This thing is ready to go. There's a good shot. There's Haas Cartwright to 51. You can see him in there. A good shot of our starting gate. The Red Bull starting gate right there. Kevin, what do you see?
I was just looking for the number 85 of Jerry Robbins. I believe he's about 10 over from the far inside on his trusty 1985 CR250. The good folks down at south of the border put him up for the last couple of months, said, look, come on down here. We love what you're doing on that old machine. And they said, come on down, ride that motorcycle, we'll get you all set to go. Free training for you. We also went and scoured eBay, bought 5, count them 5 CR250s, and put together the best one they could for him to race down here at Loretta Lynn's. Chad Watts, Ricky's former mechanic, Ricky Carmichael's former mechanic, put him together the best one he could do. And there's the shot, folks.
There he is down in the first turn. Watch him as now that could be Spangler. Spangler might have just said, I'm going to get out there and jump out there. We're going to wait and see. But if you see the Honda out there, he's got the blue fork guards on it.
The accordion fork guards. It's Addison Emery, number 38, on the Yamaha with that early race lead on a 38 machine, but a new rider out front. It's a Honda. It's going to be the number 85. And that's Jerry Robin. But you know what? He's riding, this is the class that he actually rides a newer machine. So Robin rode his 85 model in a different class, and this is actually a legit moto for Jerry. So Jerry's showing he's got the skills for real out of Minnesota to do it on modern bikes and that older bike. So he's riding the 85 model in a later class or a different class than this one. And Jerry's proven he can ride a dirt bike, period, be it a 25-year-old machine or a 07 CRT50.
Give me that thing. He'll go down and get an Indian.
Hey, something cool to watch out for those of you that are going to be able to watch the broadcast on NBC. They put a heart rate monitor on Shane McElrath to kind of monitor how he, the heart beats and the heart rate going up and down. Put him on the starting gate. It was up to about 100. Once the revs kind of come up. By the time he reached the first turn, which is about 4 seconds from the time the heart was beating at 100, it was 155 beats. It wasn't the physical activity. It was just the adrenaline running through his body. Bumped up his heart rate to 155 5 seconds later. Wasn't because he was doing anything physical. It was the drop of the gate, down to the first turn, heart rate bumps up 55 beats, 155 when he hit the first turn. And those are some of the cool things that you will see on today's broadcast on NBC on the Red Bull Signature Series. Very, very cool. Jerry Robbins trying to keep it on 2 wheels. There he is, the number 85. Is he still in the lead? There he is.
Yeah, I believe
Kicking
Jerry
right
Robbins is in the lead. Here he comes, Kevin. He is back there in. Now he's right in front of the announce deck right there just as he passes under the tunnel.
Man, go get him, Jerry Robbins.
Addison Emery having a great standout ride. Got a whole shot. Now he's in second out there. We've got Addison Emery in there on the roster.
Jerry Robin has a shot at this title with 151 moto scores. Hey guys, you're going to see some different camera angles as the weather has brought down a few of our cameras, and we're trying to make sure we can keep bringing you the broadcast live here on Racer TV. So some of the shots are going to be zoomed in a little bit tighter from a little bit further distance than we would normally have. But we're happy to have you here on Racer TV. And Jerry Robbins with the championship in his hand. He almost goes off the track. What are you doing, Jerry? Hang on, son.
Addison Emery still back there in second, the 38 machine, the 41 of Brandon Gorley in third. There's Spencer Casey in fourth. Brock Gorley, the brother, in fifth right there. Cartwright, don't count Josh Haas Cartwright out. He's got little Joe and Hop Singh, and they're working their way around here, trying to hook up another run in the top 3. But right now, Jerry Robin, that's the man right there with the championship at hand. Looking pretty good out there. He's 3 points out in front of Brandon Gorley. Then Spangler back there, 1 point behind Gorley. So some things can happen out there. I'm watching Addison Emery in the top 7. But right now, they are boogie, boogie, boogie. Getting it done out there. No rain, no sleet, no snow, or mud will keep this machine here at the ranch from rolling.
The rain is definitely falling. He has proven he is a outstanding mud rider, Jerry Robin. He can do it on an old bike. He can do it in the mud. That guy likes it. He's pumped up in the middle of the racetrack, jumping up and down. Go, Jerry, go. It's my buddy, Jerry. Riding directly in the mud here. The Minnesota native, Jerry Robin, is on a roll right now. He's also on a Honda, the number 85 machine. Jerry Robin.
Well, there you have it out there. I'm watching Jerry Robbins out there. Robbins now.
Dude, that's a comfortable lead.
That's a very nice lead.
His worst enemy is really himself because he's really fast, but he's also about blew off the berm a couple of times there. And Jerry letting her rip out of Minnesota. They don't have a problem riding in the rain up there. Right behind the billboards, right towards the camera here. Number 85, Jerry Robbins, is on his way to a possible title. Brandon Gurley looks to stop that along with Dean Spangler. They're tied with 10 points, and they are in third, and Spangler is in sixth. So this thing is far from over. One little tip over, we're going to have a new leader.
Yeah, but you got 6 seconds out there, Robbins. There you go. That's a nice shot of really what's happening out here. Meanwhile, Addison Emery out there 6 seconds behind our leaders. The rest of the field. Then it starts breaking down 2
There he is
seconds.
again, having a problem right there. Coming into the 10 Commandments, had to switch up the line. Look at him doubling through there. Hang on. That is some risky moving going on there by Jerry Robin. I like the kid's style. Just going to go for it. 151. He wants to win going away. He's out to a 6-second lead. But Brandon Gurley is going to need to make some passes. There's one rider off the side of the track. And he continues to, oh, hang on. Did he? We lost our leader. Did he go off to the right-hand side of the track? I'm telling you got to be careful. Jerry Robin. Where is Jerry Robin? There goes your 38 of Emerson Atkins, or Addison Emery, and the yellow flags are out. Jerry Robin, as we were saying, having some problems, and we're trying to find that machine.
He just disappeared. Bam, he was gone. Looks like he's fell in the Bermuda Triangle right off the river.
Well, there's Jerry, and we just caught Jerry. He's in third now. So now Jerry Robin is going to hand the lead off to Addison Emery and Brandon Gurley. And Jerry still might be in a good enough position to still win this championship. There's your leaders there.
Here they come
Addison
down
Emery,
the
the number 41 of Brandon Gurley. That's our leader now. And Jerry Robin is going to have a real sense of urgency now. We were just talking about you got to be careful, got to be calculated. We're right off the side of the track.
Got to be gingerly out there. You got to, step lightly, tread water, do whatever it takes. You're right there. A 151 now. You're going to be in third, so we'll see if that was enough. He still might have something there, Kevin. We'll have to see how he comes around. Well, right now, it's Addison Emery. This guy came through here, won a title, I believe, last year in the C class.
I believe you're right.
Oh, Emery, 3 feet off the pegs. Here he comes. It's Addison Emery now coming right in front of the announce deck.
Jerry Robin sits 7 points. Gurley has 10, and he can afford to give up a couple of points, and Jerry's in the number 3 spot, so I still think Jerry Robin's going to have control here.
We're going to have to check them out as they come through the stripe. Gurley now.
They're tied.
No.
They are tied. Brandon Gurley, Jerry Robin are tied with 9 points apiece. Jerry Robin sits right behind Brandon on the racetrack. There's the 41. The Honda coming into your picture has to get around. It's a winner-take-all between Brandon Gurley, Jerry Robin. The blue Yamaha finishes in the number 2 spot. He'll win the championship. If Jerry can get around him, he'll be the champion.
Gurley right there is behind Addison Emery, so keep an eye on the rest of the field out there. But Jerry Robin, like you said, Kevin, he's in third. I don't know if it's going to end like that. I'm watching Addison Emery
He's
there.
coming. That's
Gurley's
the championship.
coming. There's the pass right there. Second and third. Here's your championship run.
Don't worry about your leader. He's going to win a moto, no disrespect. But as far as this championship goes, it's going to be between Brandon Gurley and Jerry Robin. And we are looking for those kids. There's our leader again, the number 38 of Addison Emery, exiting the 10 Commandments. And there he is on the Honda.
He's on him. He's knocking at the door. He's stalking him.
He's going to eat some serious roost there from the 41 of Brandon Gurley. Jerry Robbins has to make a pass. This is where he went off the track last time. Can he hang on?
Through there, Kevin.
He's going for it. Is he riding without goggles in the rain?
It's a battle of arbitration. Yellow flag down. Is that for Emery? Is Emery still up? That might have been Emery going off the track, Kevin. I'm not sure. It's too early to tell.
No, there's our 2 Yamaha riders, and then behind them, the red Honda. There's the 41. The man who is
Look at Jerry Robin tries to sweep to the outside, Kevin. He's going for it.
3 laps in, this will be the 4th lap, and Jerry Robin has to make the pass on the 41 machine, and he's done it. There's your leader, 38, Addison Emery, and Jerry Robbins now back in the lead in this championship.
Leader, leader, leader. Keep an eye on your leader right there. It's going to be the 38 of Addison Emery. Unofficially, it looks like Jerry Robin has made the pass just like Kevin. Kevin's over here looking through binoculars. He's ticker taping, he's tweeting, he's Instagramming. He's getting information. He already hit the zip line down at the podium and back. Oh, look out!
Leader goes down over the rails. He is back up. The number 38 of Addison Emery. Oh, man, that's a tough break. He was on his way to a moto win. Just blew out the wall of hay bales there. So Johnny O'Hana's going to have to get down there and rebuild that wall. Are you a Mason? Yes. Jerry Robbins now back in the lead. Unbelievable. Lap number 3 now in the books. That's lap 4.
Jerry Robin right back up there. Now he's 2 points ahead.
That dude ain't got no goggles at all. He's just riding them out. So he got a pair of Ray-Bans. Let's do it.
He's got those seer goggles on or whatever he's got on.
Nothing.
Pick him up down at Pet Boys too.
You can look right in that helmet there. He can holler at his dad. I'm trying, I promise. Tiptoe through the racetrack.
Very end, there was a guy there. It's like an obstacle course. I'm going to give you a bunch of mud. It's going to rain.
Here comes some tires. I'm going to see you pop through those tires. Here's the monkey bar section. It's like Wipeout, the TV show. Just gonna big old rubber arm gonna sling Jerry off into the creek.
Somebody's going to throw a pit board at you. Oh, look out! Jerry Robbins. It's not Marty Robbins, it's Jerry Robbins. Eastbound and down. He's loaded up and trucking. Here he comes through the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not bobble or lose my goggles halfway through a muddy moto. And Jerry Robbins now looking good. Look out, number 73. Here comes Jerry Robbins. I don't know where he went. Off the track. I mean, he just disappeared, and now he's right
Jerry,
back.
don't do it again.
He's right back up in there. He is going for it.
I love this kid.
He is going for it. I love the self-fortitude. This is what it's all about. This is motocross. I love these kids, man.
He doesn't know what it is.
Him in there, dude.
He's riding a brand new bike as far as he's concerned. That's a 07. That bike's 6 years old.
Hey, he don't
and he's
care,
riding
man.
an 85 model one in the other
Dude,
class.
you know what? Just get in there. Remember back in the day we were all coming up riding? We didn't care what year it was, what happened. Sprockets welded on. My dad brought a TM400 home. Sprocket welded on. I'm like 13 years old. I took off riding, man. I didn't care.
If my dad would let me ride, I would have rode every day in the rain. That's the best part, getting in them mud puddles. There's his buddy right there saying, think about it, think about it. He's pointing at his head there. He's got mechanics all over the racetrack.
There's
Wes.
somebody trolling a sock over there. Just go.
He took his sock off of his foot so he could swirl that thing around so his rider could see. How about that? Got the old white tube sock.
There's a shot of Kevin. He's up in the announcer's tower.
Hey, there I am. Jerry Robbins up and over.
Jerry Robbins is looking good. This is what it's all about, folks. I have to laugh. I don't impress easy. I've seen it all. But this kid right here, Jerry Robbins, is saying, you know
There's
what,
his buddy
man?
again. Look at that umbrella going up and down. Oh,
Tough break for number 78. We're going to push him back there. He's headed to the shower.
He's done.
But
Yeah,
you know
that
what?
concession stand.
I'm
Frankie's
excited.
Pizza.
I'm happy to be here. Look at there. It's getting dark. There's a light
There
on
we
the
are.
announcer's tower.
We'll leave the light
what
on.
has just happened?
It's Motel 6 here at Loretta Lynn. The
Hey,
light is on.
you know what?
Is it 10 o'clock
There
at
it
night?
is. No, it's not.
It looks like
I'm
it's
sorry,
10 o'clock.
guys at Racers TV. I'm just having a blast up here. This is what it's
We
all
gotta
about.
adjust
It's
that
fun.
white
What
balance.
has happened out there? It's like 6 o'clock at night. Look out, there's another obstacle over there.
There we go. We got that white balance figured out. It's
Here's
much
the deal.
brighter.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Most kids are, and everybody's bumming out. It's raining. I am enjoying it. I love it.
I'm dry.
Look out. Where's Jerry Robbins? Going over here getting a bite of a peanut butter sandwich over there. A swig of Red Bull, and off he goes again. I can't help it. Who is the number 37? Here comes Robbins.
Oh. There we go. We got the cameras all situated. We love you guys. Number 85, Jerry Robbins. Out front and leading. No goggles. He's got rain all in his face. It's nice and dry here. All the camera guys are hating life out there. Jerry Robbins.
Look out, Jerry Robbins. Here he goes. Almost over the bar. Jerry Robbins. This guy right here is stealing the show. He's probably one of the, I mean, every moto out here is great. You love it. But right now, the conditions are deteriorating. But you couldn't tell that to Jerry Robbins because he's just out there. He's whistling Dixie. He's out there just having the ride of his life. And I love it.
And it looks like this. We'll run down the top 10. Jerry Robbins out front. Brandon Gurley is second. Brock Gurley in the number 3 spot. Uh-oh, he brought his brother in there. Get out there. We got to take Jerry down.
There's Addison Emery.
The Gurley brothers running second and third. Addison Emery is fourth. Josh Cartwright fifth. Spencer Tracy Casey in the number 6 spot. Mason Moss is 7th. Kyle Durham 8th. Logan Pollard is 9th. And Dean Spangler is 10th. Your championship looks like this. It's Jerry Robbins. Hey, all right. I won the championship if he can pull down this checker flag. Brandon Gurley in the number 2 spot for the championship, and Dean Spangler is 3rd. So it's a battle between the squirrely Gurleys, 2nd and 3rd, the number 41 and the number 32. There's Jerry again. No goggles, just backing it in like Jay Springsteen there in that right-hander.
Look out, he's getting roosted in the
There's
face.
Barry Higgins out there as well.
Here he comes right through the turn in front of the announce deck.
Man, what an awesome ride for him, man. I'm pumped for Jerry Robbins. I hope he wins the title.
There it is. No.
One more lap. Can he keep her on 2 wheels? Do you have enough gas in the old machine there? The white flag is out. One more to go for Jerry Robbins. He's about to knock out a title in the 2-stroke BC. He's going to look over at his dad. Lick
Here we
that
go.
snot right out of his nose there. He's getting roosted like crazy. He doesn't dip his head, dude. He's just going to take it right in the face. The old man's pumped. He goes, yeah, Jerry, you did it. And Jerry Robbins, I love it, man. The kid's riding an 85 CR250 in his other class, an 07 in this one, and Jerry Robbins, he don't care. He ain't got no goggles. He don't even have any for the start. He
I don't
even
really
have any
think
to
he
start.
knows what's going on out there. He's just having fun, and it's coming to him. The
Yeah.
race is coming to him.
Got lappers everywhere. Oh, there you
he
go.
took a little, oh, look at Jerry Robbins. He took his eyes off the track for half a second.
It almost
Got a
went
big
down.
Mud clomb in the eye. Just hang on.
Here he
You
goes.
got 10
Still,
seconds out.
He's
Just
going
take
to
it easy.
double still on this last white flag lap. Easy there, Jerry Robbins.
You got 10 seconds. Do
Come on,
not
Jerry.
throw it away.
I
You've
wanna
earned
see
this
this
title.
kid.
You've earned this title.
Absolutely.
Just take it easy. Roll through this section. He's going into Storyland.
Oh.
Oh, look out.
Jerry.
Just take it easy.
Jerry, buddy, I want to see you win this thing. South of the border folks are pumped. The folks from
Jimmy
Minnesota
Weiner's
are excited. Jimmy Weiner's pumped.
Oh,
Rick
yellow flag.
Johnson, he's pumped. They got the yellow flags out. We got to get Jerry around for about another minute.
Just get him here. Get him on that podium.
Get him on that box. He's going to have a word with Rodney Tomlin. He has been a hit. They're doing a special feature on Jerry on the NBC Red Bull Signature Series. This kid's going to be a rock star. So this little bit of coverage we're giving him now, wait till you see him on NBC. He has made the big show, folks. Jerry Robbins, a celebrity. It's easy to pull for. He's such a likable kid. I got a chance to meet him down at Minneo's. He rode that same 85 CR250 there. Soldiered through the areas, the regionals, and made it here. Loretta Lynn's on an 85 model CR250.
Rick Johnson's proud.
That bike could buy beer. It's old enough to buy beer. He can roll that thing right in the store. It's over 21. Card my bike. It's 28 years old.
And here we go. Look at the track, Kevin. I love
It's
it.
hammered.
It looks like Unadell.
That looks like Mike Treadwell's face.
And here comes Robbins. He is just gingerly, don't throw it away. Right. Oh, look, he just crosses all the ruts. Robbins, now you just got to tiptoe through there.
Come on, buddy.
Get through the tulips, get through there, put your leg out. Oh, do not toss it over.
Oh, my God.
Tony
I'm
Morris.
nervous. We got 10 seconds here of the lead. He's got a double. He's still
He's
in a
doubling
hammer.
in. Just
I'm doing
roll.
the doubles. I came here. You paid. Big doubles, no troubles. Yeah.
I did
Jerry
it.
Robbins, good for you, buddy. That is fantastic. Jerry Robbins is going to be your AMA national champion. He did it legitimately. I know we were cutting up having a good time, but he's a fun kid. He's a likable guy, and he deserves all the accolades and all of the prestige he's going to get. He's going to go 1-5-1, see if he can loop that bike out, getting up on there, just take Rod Tomlin right out, knock the speaker down, throw that thing up on the box. Jerry Robbins, you did it, buddy. Congratulations to the number 85 machine of Jerry Robbins. Throw that thing up on the stand there. He's going to grab that thing by the swing arm, burn his arm on the pipe. He don't care.
We'll finish it up second, Kevin. It's going to be Brandon Gorley. Gorley's going to finish up second. Brock Gorley in third. Then Addison Emery gets a fourth. Could have had a moto win. Josh Cartwright settles for fifth. Casey sixth. Maz seventh. Durham eighth. Pollard ninth. And Peyton King rounds out your top 10. Panama Red, you're down on the podium. Let's talk to this fine young man. He entertained us. He deserves that championship. And more to come for this young man, Jerry Robbins.
All right, thanks a lot. We've got weather issues and stuff down here at Loretta Lynn's, obviously, and the microphone's playing funny tricks on us. But I tell you what's not playing funny tricks on us right now is this right here. The whole reason this national championship was conceived, guys like this, he takes a 2007 and he takes it to the national championship. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jerry Robbins, your two-stroke BC AMA Amateur National Motocross Champion. And Jerry, I tell you, man, coming against some adverse conditions, you riding older bikes, you got the 1985, you got the 07, but that you didn't let that slow you down, man. You had a dream, and you set forth to make that dream come true, man, and here it is. Talk about it.
I'm so happy right now. It's unbelievable. This is my 7th year, and I've never been on the podium until this year, and I can't thank South of the Border enough for doing what they did for me and pretty much given the best month of my life, and I can't thank them enough, but I'm chasing my dreams. I mean, I don't have the best equipment or anything, and you know, ever since regionals, my whole life has changed, and it's paying off.
It most certainly is. And Jerry, I know a lot of things. You got a lot to look forward to in the with the 1985 machine. How are things looking in that one?
It's looking pretty good. The first one I got 9th, so I was really pumped on that. I mean, my goal is just to get top 20 every moto. Not too big of expectations, and I think that's a realistic goal for a 28-year-old bike out there in 250B mod class. So.
No doubt, man. That's very realistic and a very great job. Like we said, this is what this championship was conceived about. It was because folks like this could bring and showcase their talents at Loretta Lynn's on whatever equipment they could get together, and that's exactly what you've done, man. Who do you want to say thanks to?
I definitely thank my parents, my family, and friends back home. I mean, track promoters in Minnesota, like the Martins that own Millville, and Darius, Enzo, Fly, Plots, Wiseco, 60, Oakley, 6 Shades, Alpine Star, Hotfoot Moto, Andy Stacy, ICW, Fast Guy Stuff, Chad Watts, for sure. Sorry, Chad. Oh, man, I don't know. Anybody else I forgot, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for an AMA Amateur National Motocross Champion, Jerry Robin. Wow, what an exciting championship for him as he is going to be celebrating with his photos. We've got Moto 2, or actually second place position finisher coming up right now in just a moment. I believe it was the 41 of Brandon Gorley, if I'm not mistaken. Come on up here. Put your hands together for our silver medalist, Brandon Gorley. Brandon, congratulations to you, man. A big week for you, and it all pays off here in Moto number 3 with another solid finish. Tell us about it.
Well, to start, and I just tried to stay up. It was pretty nasty out there, so just tried to ride as hard as I could.
You did a great job of it, buddy. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Fox Racing, FCR Suspension. There's more than that, but I just can't remember right now.
A little nervous?
Yeah, a little bit.
I tell you, you did a great job. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Brandon Gorley, taking silver here in Moto number 3. Was that your brother, Brock, that finished up in the number 3 spot? Let's bring our bronze medalist on up here, man. Mom and Dad have got to be really proud right now as we bring up 3rd place bronze medalist Brock Gorley now, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, man, how does it feel to be able to follow your brother around to the podium here at Loretta Lynn's?
It's pretty awesome to have me and my brother both on the podium here, so that's pretty cool.
Tell us about your week.
It started out pretty good, and this got better as the week went on. So
obviously, with this 3rd place finish, man, who do you want to say thanks to?
I'd like to say thanks to Aaron and Todd at Fox. It's awesome. Jeff at FCR, Leop Brace, Monster Energy, and Mom and Dad, everybody else that helped out. Thanks.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's Brock Gorley. And our MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Award, I believe, may go to the 58 machine, or 38 machine, I believe. Let's, Addison Emery. Come on up, Addison. He's down there with the MotorcycleSuperstore.com folks right now. He's getting some photos down there. We're going to bring him up here and get some photos as well and present him with the $100 Whole Shot Award check here. Come on inside there if you would. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Addison Emery. Good job, bud.
Thank you.
Tell us about how you got that whole shot.
I just got a great jump, and I leaned back and pinned it.
And the rest of the moto?
I went down once, like right in the sweeper turn, but other than that, went pretty well.
All right, man. Good job this week, and congratulations to you on the $100 for MotorcycleSuperstore.com. Who do you want to say thanks to?
My mom, my dad, VP Pro Action, Engine Ice, Motorcycle Superstore Pro Action, Cycle Gear, Motostar, Pirelli, and that's about it.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, Addison Emery taking the MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Award. And with that, we got more great racing coming up as we continue with our live coverage from right here at Loretta Lynn Dude Ranch. It is Loretta Lynn MX Live on RacerTV.com.
300 searing degrees. 750 pounds of metal twisting torque. 900 hard charging horses. You will never punish your motor oil like this. But it's good to know you could. AMSOIL. Push it to the limit.
AMSOIL is giving away a 2014 Can-Am Maverick 1000R UTV. Stop by the AMSOIL booth to learn more and register, or register online at amsoilracing.com. Get trail ready with AMSOIL.
Follow him.
Even the smallest moment can make a lasting memory. That's why Lazy Days has RVs of every shape and size, from pop-up trailers to luxury diesel pushers.
Bishop-Burnett with the hole shot on that Cowsa. He just got rocked in the face with an 80-mile-an-hour fastball. And Farrell's going to slip into the number 2 spot, pushes Burnett back 1 spot. Tyler McSwain, 6'4", I believe, is how tall this young man is. He is a big, big dude, and he can get it done in the wet. We've seen him do work earlier in the week. And McSwain, another one of those awesome B-riders that we look to make do some damage in the pro class next year. This will probably be one of his last races in the B class.
Kind of got like a Tyler Bowers kind of style out there, kind of big, kind of muscular, just manhandles the machine. But you got McSwain out there. Big shout out to 47 of Zachary Bishop-Burnett with a whole shot.
Yeah, speaking of that, every moto all week long, 33 motos times 3, the Motorcycle Superstore whole shot, $100 to that person. That's a cool deal. Zachary Bishop-Burnett is going to have his hands on one of those awesome checks. He's going to have his hands on the trophy there, the number 12 of Tyler McSwain, perfect in this class. First, and now he's leading it again. There's Nick Burrell in the number 2 spot. And Zachary Bishop-Burnett trying to recover from eating a plate full of a roost from Tyler McSwain in that 3rd corner. And these riders can promptly throw that gear away as soon as they're done with it. Put it on eBay, it's done.
Well, here's what you do. You put your rider and bike on a stand, and you pressure wash everything from the helmet all the way down. Get it done. But there.
That guy's clean as a whistle.
Look out, he slides around. He's right there in the center playing field of the track by the Signature Series Red Bull Beach right there. It's Tyler McSwain out front. Like I was said early on, he's kind of a big, kind of look like a Tyler Bowers. He's young, he's big, he's tall, and he's just manhandling that 450 out there. Stays clean out there. Here he comes, Kevin, right in front of the announce deck. Over that tunnel jump. We'll see him make the right-hander down in front of the board.
And around by the mechanics area we go with Tyler McSwain on the number 12 Yamaha. Takes a look over to his right. The pit board reads, you're doing it 4.5 seconds out front. Nicholas Farrell in the number 2 spot. James Gardner in the number 3 spot. Zachary Bishop-Burnett is 4th. Cody Williams is 5th. Ryan Brees is 6th. Austin Morris 7th. Judson Wisdom is 8th. Robert Borowski in the number 9 spot. And Marcus Winch Sr. rounds out your top 10. McSwain controls the championship. Perfect scores already for this young man. 2.35 for Cody Williams. Good enough for 2nd place overall. Zachary Bishop-Burnett in the number 3 spot. And that's good enough for 3rd place overall right now for Austin Morrison, your 4th place rider in this championship. Justin Wisdom sits in the number 5 spot. And here we go. The number 12 of Tyler McSwain as you watch live on RacerTV.com, bringing you the broadcast right here from the ranch. We are dry and warm here in the announce deck, but our camera guys out there slugging it out in the rain. We appreciate your hard work, boys. Jason Wigan, if you're within earshot of the speakers, you need to go to the TV truck. As usual, having to track you down. Can't do your job. That's real cool, man.
And here's Tyler McSwain, the number 12 ride. Looking good as he comes through. Not the sand wash anymore. It looks like the mud wash. And the number 12 of Tyler McSwain looking good out there. Perfect score. A 1 and a 1 and in control right now of his destiny. Tyler McSwain. Looking awesome out there. Here he comes through the heart through the heartbeat of Loretta Lynn's Ranch around that big ski sweep and turn. There's a rider down over there. Look at McSwain. He's got those big outriggers out there. You know, you got to be a pretty strong dude to be handling that 450 in this mud. Look at, comes up a little bit short there. Still doubles out, making it look easy. Old McSwain.
And that track is
starting to get
greasy
greasy
on top, and you get on that hard pack stuff. It's hard to navigate around that stuff. The number 41 sitting right behind him, Nicholas Farrell, right there in the mix as well. Had a good start. There's the number 15, going to just pull her on in, trot back into the racing action. That was Matthew Curiel. The number 12 again in view. McSwain staying straight up on the bike. Looks like Jimmy Button on the bike. Rob.
Top 10 look like this. Marcus Winch, senior, coming around here. There's Dave Verducci out there, junior. One of the Verducci boys.
Ooh, there's the number
Dylan Roos, Hildebrand.
McSwain having a little problem there just a moment ago. Still able to keep it on two wheels. That's all you want to do. The championship is easily yours. You've got 6 points between yourself and the second place rider, Cody Williams. So if for some reason Nicholas Farrell passes you, no worries.
We got Williams back there in fourth right now, so there's just a little bit of room. Williams just hanging tough out there. Here comes the number 12 of McSwain. You got a good look at him there coming through the rollers as he heads up into Storyland. And you got a good view there of what goes on back there. And right there, he hooks the tree. There's the number 12. And you can just see the track starting to deteriorate. It's getting sloppy. It's greasy.
Oh, McSwain almost runs right into the flagging stand there. You're having to avoid a rider. Gets off to the very edge, just past the Red Bull Energy Station. That's a nice place to be about right now. You can just kind of relax, watch the race right in front of you. And we're getting ready to go. We're still going live, folks. 3 p.m.
McSwain goes down.
Can he get the bike up? He grabs that clutch, keeps it running. That was critical.
There he is.
Had just enough of a lead to still maintain that number 1 spot. And just like that, your championship can go away in a heartbeat.
You got to be gingerly. You got to walk around very quiet, cool, calm, and collected out there as you're watching the number 12 of Tyler McSwain now work his way through. That was a pretty close call, Kevin.
Yeah, he has ones going into this last moto. McSwain tossed it over into the mud, able to get it right back up. Again, we welcome everyone watching on RacerTV.com. This is the live broadcast. We're watching Tyler McSwain do it up. Tyler's dad, a former off-road champ in his own right, did it up in the woods, and he is having no problem navigating around this treacherous race track. Across the start line we go. And McSwain, all business, has a 3-second lead now. Was up to about 7 or 8 seconds now. Just 3.5 seconds comes across the mechanics area. Look how deep and tough these ruts are. They will knock you right down. The mechanic board reads, what the heck was that?
You know, McSwain's lucky. He's got some good size on his side right there. I mean, the average guy, a little bit smaller, would have had a hard time picking up that 450 in the mud. But McSwain, a big surly guy, he's young. He's big, tall, he's thick, he's strong. There's Burnett having some issues out there. McSwain's now going to have to work his way around some of the riders. Oh, McSwain almost gets tangled up. He's got to jump out of that rut, that line that he's in, and that little bottleneck there as he heads to the right-hander into the 10 Commandments. But McSwain is using all his strength and agility to keep that bike up on 2 wheels.
Yeah, he's going to have to avoid all these little bombs now the rest of the day. Riders going down different lines, deep ruts, super soupy mud out there. So Tyler McSwain, a tall order for the tall rider there. The cleanest bike on the track because he's not had to sit behind anybody. Those guys are all muddy, filthy, dirty. And Tyler McSwain not having to experience any of that. Goggles setup is critical. Whoa, it looks like an earthquake there with that camera shot there. I'm a little dizzy.
Nice shot of the equipment there. Look out, one rider now trying to get his bike refired, but here comes McSwain. McSwain in the back of Storyland. The story might be told that, yes, it is a little muddy back there. Still doubling through some of the sections out there is McSwain. This is where it gets a little tricky here. He's got those big old outriggers out, this 8'5" leg, trying to make it happen. Stay up in that mud, son. Keep her straight, keep it narrow. You got a championship on the line.
There's the number 2 rider. Nick Farrell in the mix there. The number 41 machine's got that yellow helmet. Nick started on the very outside and was able to get away from everybody else. And Nick wants a shot at that championship, but man, he's gonna have to do a lot of work. He is way outside the top 5. Championship looks like this. McSwain with 1-1 moto scores perfect. You can't beat that. Cody Williams sits in the number 2 spot as far as this championship goes. He's got 3-3 moto scores, and rounding out your podium with 6-15-5 moto scores. So it can be done with a 15th place finish and find yourself on the box depending on how everyone else does. And it's starting to tighten up. Nicholas Farrell, he's in the number 2 spot just up the racetrack. There is your leader right there at the front of the shot. Into the left-hander right by us here in the announcer's tower. There are lapping riders 2 and 3 at a time. And Tyler McSwain, he's got some fans of NASCAR out there yelling at him. You can hear it through the announcer's tower. Working his way around another lap rider. Across the starting line we go. And he has got to pick the right rut here. Check this track out right here. The rut goes left and it hooks right again. You want to go right, but you got to follow that rut all the way out. It's like a ride at Six Flags, the old-timey cars. You got to stay in those little tracks.
Yeah, that rut right there all the way up to the bottom of the radiators as he works his way down there. And it's a pretty long one. You get in there, you start getting out of it a little bit, your balance gets off, you can find yourself tipped over in that thing just as well, or get drug off the back of the bike if your leg gets hooked in the right hole out there. But meanwhile, it's still McSwain. He comes down there out of that long short chute and heads down into the 10 Commandments. There's McSwain now. Hops right back up in there. There's McSwain through the rollers. Down in the storyland, it's still going to be McSwain out there. McSwain with a 1-1-1. And McSwain, the right-hander. Through the sand wash is McSwain. He's got a couple of riders in front of him. One rider goes off. McSwain, oh my, McSwain almost off the track. Puts his hand up in the air. What are you guys doing out there? Listen, it's a level playing field out there. Everybody has to ride in the mud. Nicholas Farrell off the track. Now he's trying to get his little legs up under him out there. He's got his swim foogles on, his little mud daubers. Now McSwain looking over his shoulder, does a quick checkup from the neck up as he works his way down to the left-hander in front of the announce deck. Nice little rut there. There's McSwain, Kevin. And keep your eyes peeled on to number 12 as he completes another lap here. There he is in front of the board.
That's right, lap number 5 is done, and he has had those feet out a bunch here lately. That is I mean, look at that. It's over the pegs, several inches over the pegs, and McSwain is going to be dog tired. I bet it's equally as tiring racing like that as it is during a hot, long moto. If you're fighting that bike, it's way heavier, all the rain and the mud sticking to you.
It's all about balance, too.
And you're constantly just fighting. You're tense the whole time. You're right, balance, critical. Kind of keeping your body weight a little bit over the backside of the bike to put that weight on the rear tire. Start loading that front end up. The front end will dive in on you. You forget that front brake. Got the hand guards up. Got those short bars when he shoots through the trees there. Got to set your hair scrambles.
Got some mud guards on there. Stop those fingertips from getting pelted up. There he is. He's still trying to jump through some of those sections out there. Great call right there. Didn't follow that rider. You follow a rider up in there and he gets hung up, you're hung up behind him. There's nowhere to go. You got to pick alternate lines all through.
And give yourself enough room to bounce into the face of a jump and hook a left or a right and not run directly into somebody. And this track is going to look rough and tumble, folks. Follow us at hashtag Loretta Lynn MX Live. All the tweets going down here from the ranch. And also, we want to know who you think is going to win in that 250A class. And you can tweet your predictions to hashtag LL on NBC. That is the official hashtag We want you to let us know who do you think is going to win in that 250A that's coming up live on NBC. Hashtag LL on NBC. It's either going to be Matt Bisceglia or Shane McElrath. We want to know your thoughts, and we will follow along that as well. So tweet your predictions to hashtag LL on NBC. Do you think it's going to be at Matt Bisceglia or at S McElrath 701? And we will have all the results later on in the day.
Well, you got to give it up to MX Sports whole staff over there, Kevin. They knew exactly when to put those PW50s in, got those guys out of there, got some 65s done. They anticipated maybe a day like this, and you know what? They are done. Those guys, the parents, the staff, the team, they got to be really happy with the call that happened with Ethan and his technical motos and getting those guys out of here.
That's a good point.
No possible way that
The 50s could do it. The 65, 7, 11 still have to race out here. They're coming up here in just a bit, but that's the last of the mini bike classes. The checker flag flies. A perfect race for this young man, Tyler McSwain. He is your national champion. His dad is going to be stoked. They're going to go right down to the podium and have a word with Tyler as he brings her right on up in there. And we will toss it down to Rodney Tomlin with our win.
Well, I tell you, things must be pretty heavy as far as the mud is concerned. Tyler actually struggling to get his bike up on the bike stand, but didn't struggle too much out here in the mud, I don't think, as we congratulate him with a moto medal and actually his third gold moto medal here in this 450B class right now, as we award him with, well, I tell you what, the national #1 plate and the big Red Bull sword right here, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your new 450B Amateur National Motocross Champion, Tyler McSwain. Wow. Tyler, big week for you, man. Coming out here, I know you come into this one, you had a lot of pressure on you. The pressure, I'm sure a lot of it being applied by yourself because you wanted the national championship. You set the goals and you made it happen, and I just got to say, man, how does it feel right now? That's what I'm sure everybody's thinking right now.
I don't even know how it feels. It just feels really good right now.
There you go. And tell us, I mean, leading into this week, I know that you had your sights set on this happening. Did you really intend, I know you intended for it to happen. Did you expect it to be this easy anyway?
Well, no, not really. Not at Loretta's, but, I mean, I tried and I pushed and I've been training hard for it, so.
It worked out splendidly, and of course, with that being said, I know a national championship isn't necessarily won on your own. It comes with a lot of help and a lot of support coming back, and we check out the jerseys putting on right now. I like that, the big #1. Once again, Loretta Lynn's champ right here. Tyler, who do you want to say thanks to, buddy?
My whole family, they've been there for me through everything. I mean, and I just, ever since a couple of my friends passed away, real good buddies, and I don't know, I just told them I'd win titles for them, and I never got around to it, but I mean, it's better than never, and so just give this to them, and then FMF, Triangle Cycles, JGR, Tim, everybody over there just put me on a really good bike. Pirelli, hooked the tires hooked up so good, and Thor, Jamie, I know it'll be a championship with her for a while, so her, everybody at Club MX, I've never been in so good of a shape in 3 weeks of my life, so let's see, Pro Taper, everybody else, just thank you so much.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together one more time for our national champion, Tyler McSwain. And as we check in with the second place positions, we got silver medalists coming up here. I believe we're looking for, if I'm not mistaken, that number 41 machine. Let's go ahead and bring them on up here and get our silver medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, take the silver here in Moto 3. Put your hands together for Nick Farrell. Nick, congratulations to you, man. Looking at the Moto scores leading into this one, it wasn't quite what you were looking for, but Moto 3, it all came together.
Yeah, my first couple motos I struggled for sure, and the track was super muddy. That's the muddiest track I've ridden in a long time, but it was a lot of fun. It's especially fun when you finish up front, so I can't be thankful enough.
And, of course, being thankful, who do you want to say thanks to?
Triangle Cycles for sure, Yamaha, Donnie Luce, all the guys at MTF, Colleen, Big Brian, Little Brian, Clint, Carter, everyone over there. Factory Connection, I've done a lot of testing with them. My bike's working perfect out there. Alias, the skier's sick. Pirelli's hooking up great out there in the mud especially. FMF, I can't thank Joel enough over there. Liquid Performance, Smith Optics, Garnet, Braking, EVS, Impulse. I can't thank everyone enough. Lord Jesus Christ, my parents, everyone's been great to me.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Farrell taking silver here in Moto number 3. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was, correct me if I'm wrong, the 68. I believe he held on to the third place position finish here in Moto 3. Put your hands together for Cody Williams. Did you get, did you got bronze? Is that Cody? Oh, okay, man, something happened there in the last couple of laps. All righty, James Garner, ladies and gentlemen, taking the bronze here. And, wow, what happened? I mean, last time I was looking, looked like you were a few seconds back. I knew you were on the charge, but looks like everything fell into place for you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I got a decent start, impressed myself. I just, not very good in the mud. I just try to stay consistent, smooth, and stay up, and that's what I did, and I pulled out a third and pretty excited about it.
Congratulations to you on that. I know there was a lot of people help make that happen.
Yes, my dad, thank you so much, Dad. My mom, Kyle, my mechanic, can't appreciate enough. Grandpa, you make my week. Horton Huntington, Kenny Watson, RCH, Schiff, Fox, Pro Taper, Bell Ray, Works Connection, Dodge, Suzuki, Pro Circuit, you know, everybody that's helped. Thank you so much.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. James Gardner taking the third place position, bronze medal in Moto number 3. And we've got a whole shot award. I believe that goes to the 47 of Zachary Bishop Burnett. Zachary, make your way on up here as we congratulate you and give you $100 from our friends at motorcyclesuperstore.com there to spend however you would like. Congratulations, Zachary. Good start. Tell us about it.
Just feel pretty decent at starts, and got off to a great jump and just held her wide around the corner. But, I mean, I'm disappointed in my ride, but so got a good start.
Yeah, good start. And when you start putting it all together from that point on, I guess, you know what you got to go work on. And I'm sure there's some folks you'd like to say thanks to for helping get you up here at this point.
Yeah, my mom, dad, Pro Circuit, Fly, Maxima, Scott, little sister, my mechanic, Matt, Dunlop, Too Fast MX, and anyone else I forgot, thank you.
There you go. MotorcycleSuperstore.com whole shot award winner, Zachary Bishop Burnett. And more racing action continues here from the ranch as we continue with our live coverage of Loretta Lynn MX Live at RacerTV.com.
The Can-Am Renegade 1000 XXC with the most powerful engine in the industry. The Outlander 1000 XT with a redesigned chassis for unequal trail riding. The Commander 1000 Limited, the most equipped, luxurious side-by-side in the industry. The facts say it's the most advanced lineup out there. But the ride says it all.
Twins have notoriously been very hard on crankshafts because that big long stroke of those two cylinders just flexes the crankshaft around. So we were seeing bearing issues. Research development people at AMSOIL could show us that it was likely an oil problem. And they were correct. That was the issue. Instead of having to redesign the engine, I just had to do a better quality oil.
Suzuki's American journey began 50 years ago, on the road, off-road, and on the open water, across countless miles and across generations. The journey of Suzuki will never stop.
Why do I ride?
ride?
That's tough.
That is a tough question.
Why do I ride?
Why do I do it?
There's a lot of reasons why.
This is all that's on my mind 24/7.
You know, it's that adrenaline rush. The rush you get. It's a love. It's the best feeling ever.
You just feel like you can do anything, really.
It makes you tough, and it gives you courage for everything else in life.
And here we go as rain continues to fall here at the Dude Ranch. Our 450A set and ready to go in the starting gate. 10th, sitting in 10th right now, going in his third Moto Championship run here, the 92 of Sean Cunningham. In 9th, the 32 of Cody Chisholm, Kyle Chisholm's little brother. And 8th, the 63 of Isaiah Sloan. 7th, going in his championship run, the 43 of Elias Wardius. In 6th, the 24 of Tyler Antikanap. In 5th, the 45 of Hayden Melross, all the way from Australia. Sitting in 5th, the 45, there he is. Yep, we just told you, he's from Australia, Melross. The 59 from Oklahoma, sitting in 4th, Colt Nichols. Andrew Briscoe, the 54, sitting in 3rd. Jay Sowen, the 51, sitting in 2nd. And this guy, he's got to be ecstatic out there. The 34 of Luke Rensland. Looking around, you see that rider right there looking around, checking everything out.
That's Connor Elliott. We slapped a helmet cam on him. Looking right at his mechanic there. He keeps looking right and left, kind of just checking things out. Yes, you are about to go in that slot, Connor.
It's the sight lap. A lot of riders might not elect to go out there. It's just I mean, that right there can add extra 20 pounds. You might tip over, break something, get something mudded up. A lot of guys are just sitting here going, you know what, I'll take my chances. I've been here before. I'll pick it out as I go, figure it out as we get from turn to turn.
Yeah, it looks like about 3/4 of the riders electing not to go on that sight lap. Connor Elliott will be strapped up with the helmet cam. We'll jump on board with him whenever we go racing. So the rain continues to fall. Some of those riders electing to jump out there and have a look at the racetrack. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm sitting back here staying as dry as I can, keeping the goggles fresh, and just save all that mud for when it really counts. Hey, you know how that track goes, but you're going to know how it goes from the number 41 spot because you got no knobbies left on your tire. It's all packed with mud.
Yeah, that's not how you want to pull up at the gate already with a deficit. You want to get out there and have as fair a shot as you can. So we let a couple of guys go out there.
They're on the inside. Some of the riders there camped out underneath the umbrellas. Good place to be there to grab that whole shot. There's Colt Nichols on the 59 machine. Rider number 17. And a bunch of the guys on the outside deciding to go.
Good wide angle shot there of our Red Bull starting gate. Now from the first turn, you can see the Motorcycle Superstore column there. That's where everybody's got to go, and that's where the little magnetic signal comes from. There's one of the riders down through the sand wash. Now it's 20 miles of muddy road out there as some of these riders now elect to take a look at the track.
That was Colton Carl on the number 40 ride there, taking a look at the racetrack. And when we started this race, that was smooth. That's not naturally made whoops there. We actually smoothed that out, and now you're looking at a full-blown whoop section there. And again, watching live on Racer TV, the broadcast coming at you live as we are battling with the NBC crew here. We're all fighting for the same space, trying to bring you this live coverage. There's the helmet cam yet again.
Connor Elliott now, that's what it looks like in his eyes when he's sitting on that gate. They're locking in that starting device there, push down on the front forks, getting it locked in there. Now the umbrella's going to come back up. And I have a grown man standing on me with a muddy boot.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So again, going through the motions as we get ready to go racing, they'll call the bikes to start it. Look at that, got the plastic bag over the grip there. Try to hold on as long as you can. Connor Elliott, the man with the helmet cam. We're looking right at your mechanic, right dead in the face. How's it going, Mr. Mechanic? Looking good there. Why didn't you shave this morning? What's going on? There's our starter, Mr. Larry Brinkley, been around for about 160 years at the motocross track down in Florida now, comes up to the ranch every year. And again, we come to life now as we get set to go with the 450A class. Again, we want to know your predictions for that 250A class. That's going to be highlighted on the NBC coverage. Hashtag LL on NBC with who you think is going to win. It's all tied up, Matt Bisceglia and Shane McElrath. So if you think it's going to be at Matt Bisceglia, then follow that up after the hashtag. Hashtag LL on NBC with at Matt Bisceglia. Or if you think Shane McElrath's going to win, you want to hit up at S McElrath 701 with your vote on that 250A class. Down to the gate we go, and we'll see what kind of jump Connor can get. Hey, that's a good start so far. A couple of riders jumping by him there. The number 59 of Colt Nichols. Look at that. He can't even see anything. Hang on. We're down.
That's what it looks like in the goggles.
Wow.
What you just saw right there, that's it. It's done. There's no more helmet cam. It's over.
The helmet cam is done.
There's
That's
no tear-off.
14 tear-offs later. Unbelievable. That view lasted all of 5 seconds.
And that's exactly what his helmet was getting to. So he probably reached up somewhere in between then and snatched the tear off. But right there, there's the 34 of Luke Rensland from that New England area. Kevin, Luke Rensland's down here making a statement now.
Yeah, he's had some good motos so far, and we'll check in with him as the moto progresses. Luke Rensland with a 2-1 moto score, and that's good enough.
He's definitely
tied. So a 2-1-1 would be the way to go, man. He would be the guy to beat, tied up with Jace Owen. Owen said he wasn't going to leave anything on the racetrack, and Owen is going to have to try to run him down. That might be Jace in the number 2 spot. It's going to be on the number 51 machine. So ties in this 450A class, and then the 250A class later on. So we're going to watch Jace Owen's progress as he tries to run down Luke Rensland.
Now we're in the A classes. They're going to go the full 20 minutes here. Full 20 coming your way out here. And just look, fresh gear, fresh bikes. It is just a quagmire out there. Looks like the Blackwater 100 out there, 1985. Timmy King wheeling through the fence.
There's your leader. You can actually make out the number, the color of the gear, all that good stuff.
Here's your leader right there coming through the center of Loretta Lynn. The heartland, you might say, is Luke Rensland. His championship right here on the line. Now we're going to try to find out where exactly Jace Owen is when they come through with the transponders down in front of the announce deck. And your leader right there, Luke Rensland, looking good out there, Kevin.
Absolutely, leading this thing from the get-go, getting the whole shot. That's exactly what he wanted and needed to do better yet. Down by the big billboards there. Hayden Melrose in the number 2 spot. So Melrose in second. Melrose and Jace Owen is third, 7 seconds back. He is going to have to get after it. That RV is just hanging out. This guy's driving his RV with the awning kicked out. See that?
Is that a fad now that's starting? He's seen it earlier last week.
Yep.
This guy's doing it today. I'm out of here. Get me out of here. He's mad. He's stuck. Mom couldn't get the awning up in time. I'm just driving it. We got to go now.
So now Luke Rensland out front, leading it 1 lap in the books. Rensland, Melrose, Jace Owen third, Connor Elliott is fourth, Jesse Pierce is fifth, James Morris is sixth, Joseph Dretzka is seventh, Nick Fratz-Orr eighth, Brendan Harp is ninth, and Cody Chisholm rounds out your top 10 here as we continue racing in the 450A class, the live broadcast on Racer TV. And we'll hand it over to NBC in a couple of hours there as we move over to the 250A and B's coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. here at the ranch.
Here's your leader right there, Luke Rensland. Rensland now in the back of Storyland. And that's the plan. That's what you want to do, Kevin. If you're going in here tied up, you want to position yourself the best possible way you can for this championship. I mean, he's already got 5 seconds out, but you can see Jace Owen back there starting to appear. Owen doesn't look as dirty Well, he's already made the pass.
Yeah, he makes it around Melrose, and Jace Owen wants his title so bad. We've talked about Jace and his story this year. He was had one of those coveted spots on the Rockstar Suzuki ride. Now Jace, there he is, the number 51, the Dirty Machine that just went by in the number 2 spot. Jace now has to do it on his own, bought his own bikes with some of the money that he had saved over the last couple of years, and is investing in himself. Jace Owen moving from the number 3 spot to the number 2 spot, and he's going to have to go run down the number 34 of Luke Rensland to win this title. They were tied up.
Rensland gets
He
a little
almost
squirrely
goes
there.
down, and Jace Owen needs something like that to help him out because he's about 7 or 8 seconds back. Rensland and Owens tied up. It's a winner-take-all affair, Wes.
That's right. Hopefully Rensland saves a match set of tires for the main here. Secret set of suspension. Can't be out there wobbling like a girl in his first set of heels. He has got to get through this mud and try to win this main event.
Here he comes out past the starting line. Luke Rensland, 34 on the Yamaha. By the mechanics area, look at that. This track is just continuing to chew these riders up past the mechanics area we go.
Into the trees, there he is, Rensland now. No strangers to the mud. Those boys up in the Northeast, MSC, they ride all the time. Mud, rain, shine, John Dow, he can ride in the mud.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 laps in, Luke Rensland has the championship in his hands. 2 1-1 moto scores. They were tied up 2-1 and 1-2 moto scores for Rensland and Owens. And Owens now sits 1 point behind. He is going to have to pass it. He has to get around Rensland. 10 seconds he's going to have to make up. A 2:27 for Rensland, a 2:31 the lap before for Jace Owens. So he's 4 seconds slower, but of course he was battling and trying to get around Hayden Melrose. So we'll see what a clear track and determination and the need for a title, if that can bring the lap times down for Jace Owen on the 51 machine. We'll check in when they come across the stripe. There is your leader, the 34 of Luke Rensland. So the titles were tied up in the 250A class coming up later on. The 450A class here, it was tied up between Rensland and Owens. So that's why we run the 3 motos.
Here comes Rensland now, down through the sand wash. There's Rensland, another rider over there. It looks like he's had enough over there.
Walking that thing through the
one rider bobbles down in the mud, then you got another guy, he's just cross-running everywhere. Look out, Flagger, here I come. I need some shelter in here.
I'm just gonna roost that guy.
That's just how treacherous the conditions here. They're starting to deteriorate really bad. This rain is just pelting. You have like a canopy of rain just slowly. It's not it. Help me, Kevin.
Wow, yeah, you're right, Wes. It is a chewed up motocross track that's been rained on for now a couple of hours. The track was awesome. It was beautiful. It had fully recovered from the rain earlier in the week. They got it exactly the way they wanted it. Got about 2 motos in, and then the rain started to steadily fall, and it has not stopped. And the race is not going to stop, and we're not going to stop handing out AMA championships either. If you can ride the mud, you can win yourself a championship, and Luke Rensland can obviously ride in the mud. Lap number 3, he was 10 seconds out. We'll check the stripe here. He's 15 seconds out now. Jace Owen falling behind.
Look out, Rensland now gets a little squirrely back and forth. He puts those big legs out, keeps his composure in line. But Rensland now, like you said, Kevin, he's got 15 seconds now on Jace Owen. Owens must be back there having his issue, but he has got 15 seconds, and on Melrose, he's got another 9 behind that. So right now, you know, this young man has been working very, very hard. Luke Rensland, a championship would be well deserved here. The reward.
Absolutely. Years and years of coming to the ranch now have all come together. What might be his last trip through as he turns pro. Luke Rensland with 2 and what looks to be 1-1 moto scores. He is on his way to a AMA National Championship, and you're watching it live here on RacerTV.com.
And look how muddy that is. It looks like High Point.
When David Bradshaw won on the Manchester Honda in the rain.
Photos in a row.
Absolutely.
Out of retirement.
Boom. So he's going to need some help. Luke Rensland is just going to need some help. Or excuse me, Jace Owen is going to need some help from Luke Rensland. Rensland would have to go down. And I don't see that happening as Rensland looking solid out there, but anything can happen in the mud. A little bobble in a turn. The next thing you know, you're trying to start your bike, it's flooded. Chase Owen comes mudding around.
Here he comes around the outside. That Rensland is relentless.
He's charging. He wants to open that thing up, so if he does go down, he'll have time.
JC Penny card out. He's swiping it.
He's charging it.
Meanwhile, you want to go down to top 10. Let's give it to him one time. Brendan Harp in 10th. Nick Sprax Orr in 9th. Colt Nichols in 8th. Andrew Bristol 7th. James Morrison 6th. Connor Elliott 5th. Jesse Pierce 4th. Aiden Melross all the way from Australia in 3rd. Jace Owen in 2nd. And Luke Rensland is, like I've said time and time again, he is riding a ride that dreams were made of here down at the ranch. And this is the one you want to win. You want to come in here on your graduating year, get those A classes done.
We got our buddy Brian Spencer out there in the number 43 spot. So Brian not having a good moto at all. A little bobble there by Brian. Went off the tracks like he's having some vision problems there, Wes.
Yeah, he's going to have to go in there and get that, the spectacles and bifocals are going to have to get all rerouted, all reworked, get him back up in there.
That was for you, Brian Spencer.
Love you, Brian.
Give a call out to Hayden Melross. Comes to you from Australia by way of Cairo, Georgia. Comes all the way over, trains down at MTF, but he likes to call Australia home, so we want to give him credit for all the folks watching back in Australia here on Racer TV.
Keaton Ward back there. There's Colton Tickle as well, Cole Meyer, Matt Burris, Durham, Michael Hall. I think every year somebody comes through Loretta Lynn's Michael Hall.
How many Michael Halls can
there
there
has been one.
For the last 10 years.
Every year we get a Michael Hall.
Showbird.
Where are those?
Spanglers. We got another Spangler.
Spangler's in here. Chisholm,
Lowell.
of course.
Yep.
Kyle Chisholm's little brother. There was an Elliott, Travis Elliott.
Connor Elliott.
Jesse Pierce.
24 seconds now out front. Luke Rensland showing you his skills on the bike in this muddy, muddy racetrack. Folks continue to pile in here to watch these motos go live on NBC at 3 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. right here at the ranch.
And you know what, Kevin? I mean, yeah, it could have been picture perfect. They've been watching that. But now you get to see something totally different. Guys are going to be channel surfing, and they're going to stop. Whoa, what is going on there? This is crazy. Look at those guys in the mud.
Is this a
sliding around
warrior dash? What is that?
You know, and then you got your regular race fans. They're going to be excited, and the guys sitting at home watching the Monday morning quarterbacks are going to say, I would never do what they're doing there, but the reward is here, and I believe this is really going to turn some heads. Eyes up.
Well, Jeff Emming and Jason Wygant and Kelly Stavis will bring you all of the action. They're pros. They know how to do this. They know the whole championship picture, how this whole event works. So I'm very interested to see when we put our sport out on Front Street. Amateur motocross is coming at you in a big way. 2 hours of network coverage back-to-back on NBC. You've got the Red Bull Signature Series and then the 2 live motos on NBC. That's going to be fun. So the Signature Series is more of a background on the event, riders, some features that Wes from Verb Moto had put together. That's the first hour, and then live, the 250 A and B motos on that second hour of coverage. That's what we'll be watching.
Well, I tell you, he's putting his signature on it, on the dotted line, and his stamp of approval on it. 24 seconds lead on Jay Owen is Luke Rensland. This is the one you want to come in here and win, Kevin. You want to get in here. These A classes want to turn some heads, get some things going. Rensland, he's been soldiering. He really came out of that New England area about 3 years ago and said, you know what, if I'm going to get the recognition I need, if I'm going to climb that ladder, I've got to get out there and race these top 5 amateur races. And of course, the granddaddy of them all is to get here and seal it off with a win or a title win here at Loretta Lynn's. So whatever he's got designed, his plan, his structure is definitely paying off right now. And this is where you want to win it. This day right here will be remembered for a long time. I won it straight up in the mud, the worst conditions you could possibly have thrown at you, and you survived, persevered, and take a championship.
Yeah, if anybody's happy out there, it's that guy. He doesn't care that he can toss that gear in the
throw it away.
trash.
Throw the bike away.
Throw that bike. Just throw it in the creek. I'm out of here. I got a title. That bike is taking some abuse right now. I bet he's probably riding a gear high, just kind of lugging around, trying not to get a lot of wheel spin.
And of
30 seconds out front, Wes. Jace Owen has got to try something.
Yeah, he's got a Luke Rensland, you know, it can go away quick. You tip it over, that bike weighs over 100 more extra pounds amount, I would say. They're a bear to put on the stand. All the mud stuck to them, the extra weight. It's just everywhere. You can wash that bike 3 times, and you're still going to find mud from Loretta Lynn somewhere, anywhere on that frame somewhere. Take the tank off.
That's what Pop Perry said. He kept washing Timmy's bike after that first motor, lean it to the left, lean it to the right, stand it back up, and you have to do it about 8 more times. Keep leaning that thing over.
And then after you ride it for 2 weeks and you wash it 3 more times, when you get home, you will still look somewhere and say, I didn't get that at Loretta's. That little crackle of mud right up under there from the ranch.
Championship looks like this. Here's your top 5 as far as all 3 motos added up look like. It's Colt Nichols in the number 5 spot. Hayden Melross out of Australia sits 4th. Andrew Bristol is 3rd. Jace Owen 2nd. And Rensland. That's the championship picture. Here's how they sit on the racetrack as we race them. Rensland out front. Owen 2nd. Melross 3rd. Andrew Bristol is 4th. Connor Elliott 5th. Colt Nichols 6th. James Chuck Morris is 7th. Nick Pratt's 4 is 8th. Brendan Harp is 9th. And Cody Nation of Chisholm sits in the number 10 spot.
Look at your leader there, Kevin. He almost got together with that rider having some issues here right in front of the tower. I watched Jay Sowen back there, and he is just soldiering along. But Rensland almost succumbed to a lap rider, a down rider just in front of the tower. Is able to pull that off. Here he comes again behind the billboard.
A lot of rain out on the racetrack too, man. One thing to think about, that thing sucks a little bit of water. Could have some issues there with carburation, but those things are not carbureted anymore. It's fuel injected. How about that? So anything can happen. We're not wishing that on either one of these guys. Jace Owen in that number 2 spot, got the goggles off there. You look right into that helmet, look in his eyes. He wants that championship. That's our 2nd place rider, Jace Owen out of Illinois.
Right now, Rensland was 34 seconds out.
That's the way we looked back in the day when we used to ride the mud. You have a t-shirt on, your blue jeans, some old sneakers. Just rode until the gas ran out of the bike, left the bike.
Look out, Owen's now coming through that long run, Kevin. You can see me. Looks like
we're just battling out here. Me and Wes Kane are just battling on the mud. It's a long day, folks. Traffic going in and out here. They're dropping the Humphreys County school kids off here for the races. It's recess. Let's go watch a moto.
Hey, let's go get dirty. Where were you? At the ranch.
All right. Last week of summer for most kids in America, back in Georgia, we started back on Thursday. The rest of these little dudes probably homeschooled. Miss Andrea Lee taking care of that for them on track. And the yellow school bus seriously dropping off kids at the ranch. That thing's been running and dropping people off, shuttling up folks up and down all day long.
There's Rensland's now. We get a little peek of him, Kevin, coming through there. I have to give him some credit now. He's kept his composure. Rodney gets a few choice words from him, really find out what's under that helmet there, what makes him tick. He just loves the mud, period, because he's flawless out here right now.
Yep, out of the New England area, those guys, as soon as it thaws out enough to race, that's probably what every racetrack in America, that's what they all look like up in New England. Like, yeah, it's race ready, let's do it. The snow's off there, it's sloppy as crap. They're pumped. Barry Carson, Treadwell, Johnson, all those guys grew up racing this kind of stuff.
Tony LaRusso.
Tony Morris. No.
Not Tony Morris.
Not Tony Morris. Brad Anderson.
We got Panama Red. He's camped out down there on the podium. We're going to be sending our champion down there. We got 6 laps into this thing, 20-minute moto. And now we're just checking out. There's 34 seconds on our leader. Here he comes again one more time. Hang on to that thing, son. You got a championship. Where's Tony Morris at? Let's see if the 2 boards out. And I guarantee you that young man right there is just saying, when is it going to be over? Get done. I'm here. I've lasted this long. I've got to make a few more laps. Yellow flags, Kevin, are everywhere.
Check that out. The number 32 that you're watching right now is almost inside the top 10. That is Cody Chisholm. So Rensland is now lapped up into the number 12 spot. That's impressive. This kid could ride in the mud. So lapping up into the number 12 spot It is Luke Rensland showing you his skills and prowess on a muddy racetrack. This one's for you, Pete Dowse, out of Baja Acres. He's actually lapping the field. So he's coming through the field twice. They were on the starting line at the same time. And he's passing him again. I don't understand how that works. I know,
There's Luke Rensland.
Silly. Just having some fun here. We remember Pete Dowse over there from Baja Acres. He came down and called a moto with us, and we lost the computers, and he threw the papers up in the air, flipped out, and left. Him and those corduroy shorts were never to be seen here in the tower again. The sweaty armpits hovering in front of our AC. Pete's still at it.
I know.
He's still doing it.
I'll see him at the end of the month.
That's right. The number 34. You guys up from Michigan know who this guy is. Baja Acres.
I think he's the only guy that still drives a 2002 BMW, not the year, the model. There's like none on the road, nowhere.
Right. Can't even get parts for it.
And
I
he's
actually
driving.
fabricate the parts.
What are you talking about? I got 3 of them in the backyard. I swap parts all the time.
There's our second place ride. You just had a look at the number 51 of Jace Owen. Here's the running order again. Rensland, Owen, Melross, Bristol, Elliott wraps up your top 5. Colt Nichols is 6, James Morris 7, Nick Bratzor 8, Jacek Sloan 9, and Brendan Hart wraps up your top 10. This is a muddy, muddy racetrack. It is so exhausting to just move around on your feet, trudging through the mud, much less throwing around a 230-pound motorcycle with all your gear, with all the mud, and you are just fighting that thing tooth and nail right there. Just, it looks so easy. Oh, you just lean a little bit to the left, lean a bit to the right. Not even close.
And you still don't see Tony Morris winning any pit forward. Oh, it's over.
There it is, the win.
That's it.
The championship is going to go to that young man, the number 34 of Luke Rensland. High five. Yeah, you did it.
Smacked him right off the bike. Well, Luke Rensland looks like he's going to take the championship there. Jace Owen in second, and Melross. There's Donnie Luce and the boys, the whole Yamaha squad.
Got the NBC crew getting some coverage there as we wait for our leader, the number 34, the Blue Crew. Luke Rensland wins the moto, wins the championship. And there's filthy Nicoletti down there in the mix there, hanging out. Club MX guy. There's the second place ride coming down the line there, the number 51 of Jace Owen out of Illinois. He'll finish up second in the moto, 37 seconds back of your leader, Luke Rensland. Hayden Melross, we're looking for you now, buddy. You'll finish up third in the moto, but it looks like Andrew Bristol, number 54 on the Kawasaki, finishing fourth on the moto, finishes third for the championship. And there goes the bike up onto the stand. Look at all that mud. That's half the 10 Commandments stuck to that motor right there. There you go. Clean that bad boy up. That's smart thinking. That is Triangle Cycles getting those marketing dollars here on Racer TV. Several thousand folks watching us here. There's the big smile of Luke Rensland. We can see you up here in the tower, Luke. Good job up there, buddy. We're going to toss it down to Rodney Tomlin, who has got our winner, an ecstatic Luke Rensland. Take it away, Rodney.
All right, thanks a lot. We're down here on the podium. We're sharing with the NBC folks as we are getting geared up for our live broadcast coming up here in a little bit. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this, our new national champion for 2013, your 450A AMA Amateur National Motocross Champion, Luke Rensland. Luke taking a big win. We're going to see the championship #1 plate handed over by the AMA's Kip Bigelow. And, of course, we've got a gold medallion to award him for his moto win here in moto #3. And, of course, we head on over here right now. And here's that big gold medal. Man, I tell you, Luke, you couldn't have asked for a much better ride than what you had right there. Here's that #1 plate. And here we introduce to you the new national champion for this 450A class, Luke Rensland, once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we also award him, I believe, $100 in the MotorcycleSuperstore.com whole shot award. And we head on over and we talk with Luke. Luke, congratulations to you on a big week, man. I mean, you came out here and did exactly what you had hoped, dreamed, schemed, and planned to do, man.
Yeah, it was a super tough week with 2 really bad mud motos in this class. But Man, I'm just so glad to be back. Last time I was here in 2010, and I won a championship in schoolboy, and it seems like everyone forgot about me with all my injuries and everything. So it's good to be back, hold up this #1 plate, and let everyone know I'm here, and I'm back, I'm healthy, and ready to go.
There you go, man. And it looks like you made your statement, that's for sure. Folks know you're back. And you had a good support program. I can tell Rusty and the boys over there at Triangle Cycles, man, I know that they have taken good care of you. You got a lot of folks behind you.
Yeah, oh my God, the support is crazy, especially from Rusty, Brian, and Rob over at Triangle Cycles. Donnie Luce from Yamaha. Scott, I can't thank them enough. I mean, goggles were almost the #1 deal out here, so clear vision was key. My mom and dad, my brother Cody, my mechanic Jelly, Hannah and Jody in the crowd, Hinson, Factory Connections been helping me so much. Can't thank Ziggy and the boys over there enough. Man, Yamaha, GYTR, Pro Circuit, LP Liquid Performance, ODI, and everyone else I forgot. Thank you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your 458 national champion, Luke Rensland, as over for our second place position. Man, we had a big, wide open gap back between first and second place, and the silver medal in Moto #2, and looks like probably the overall second for 2013. Going to go to the 51 of Jace Owen. Jace, come on up, our silver medalist, getting set to make his way up here to the podium right now as the rain showers continue to fall and continue to seem like they get a little bit heavier with each drop falling. But the one thing these guys can say is their moto is done. They paid the price. They put the work in all year long, and they come out here and they take the adverse conditions and do the best they can. Congratulations to you, Jace. A big week for you. Second place here today, and I know you wanted to be right there in the center of the box, but regardless, man, you've had a very successful week.
Yeah, for sure. It hasn't been too bad. You know, my starts have been on point pretty much, and that one I really needed to get out front early, but that didn't happen. I was like 10th or so, and I worked my way up to second pretty quick, and I actually lost my front brake on the first lap, so I didn't have any front brake the whole time, so it was a little bit tough getting in my corners and stuff. And you know, Luke's riding good, can't take it away, and you know, I have my 250 moto later, but that's been a tough one. Yesterday I was winning that one, and I got a flat tire on the third lap, and then like halfway in I crashed pretty big in the Ten Commandments and hurt my wrist and head and chest a little bit, but you know, I mean, I'll have last gate pick, but I just really want to come out with a bang.
There you go, man. You got some optimism in there. That's good. I know it's tough for you, but a lot of people help you get to this point, and they're going to help push you to the end, man. Who is it?
Yeah, first off, I'd like to thank the man above, my whole family for being here for me. I can't thank them enough. Club MX training facility, everyone there, Mikey, Brandon, everyone I get to ride with every day, 7 Gear, Roger, you know, Alpine Star, Scott Goggles, Liette, Pro Taper, MX Sports Nutrition, Owen Motorsports, just everyone, thank you a lot.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jace Owen taking second place here. And as we take a look at our third place position finish in Moto 1, or Moto 3, I believe it's going to be Hayden Melross, if I'm not mistaken, unless something happen. Let's bring our bronze medalist up to the stage now. So we did a little bit of a change there. Andrew Bristol, ladies and gentlemen, man, you pulled it out there in the last couple of laps. I saw some big gaps. We come over to the podium, and, man, things changing up there. You look like you got mud in your eye, man, and a good reason you really went to work out there. Talk about that moto.
Yeah, we got a terrible hole shot. Had to take the goggles off on the first corner there. Went down a couple times, so I couldn't see anything. And then, I don't know, just slowed down. Started keeping my feet on the pegs a little bit more, and then started going a lot better. I don't know, didn't fall down after that.
Well, it comes the way you transition into a bronze medal. I know that's a good way to put a capper, I guess, on the end of the weekend after that start, huh?
Sure.
Who you want to say thanks to?
On Mechanical, Bristol Racing, SSI, FMF, Factory Connection, Bev's Boutique, Fat Boy Racing, my buddy Gar, my family, and GPF. We did some training with those guys before I came here, so that's it.
Looks like it all paid off for you, buddy, as we say congratulations once again to Andrew Bristol and he's going to take a third place position. I think that might be good enough for a third place here in the championship as well. But I tell you what, a great day of racing we've seen. The conditions, not the best and most favorable, but one thing's for sure, we are crowning champions here at Loretta Lynn's. And of course, we've got more champions to crown as the 2013 and 32nd annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship rolls on here from Loretta Lynn's.
Any engine, any season, at home, at the track, or on the trail. AMSOIL, the first in synthetics.
The Can-Am Renegade 1000 XXC with the most powerful engine in the industry. The Outlander 1000 XT with a redesigned chassis for unequal trail riding. The Commander 1000 Limited, the most equipped, luxurious side-by-side in the industry. The facts say it's the most advanced lineup out there. But the ride says it all.
Why do I ride?
That's tough. That is a tough question.
Why?
Why do I ride?
Why do I do it? There's a lot of reasons why.
This is all that's on my mind 24/7.
You know, it's that adrenaline rush, the rush you get.
It's a lot. It's the best feeling ever. You just feel like you can do anything, really.
It makes you tough, and it gives you courage for everything else in life.
Suzuki's American journey began 50 years ago, on the road, off-road, and on the open water, across countless miles and across generations. The journey of Suzuki will never stop.
And welcome back to Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch for this 32nd annual running of the Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship here at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL. As we check out the racetrack here this afternoon, we are looking at rain showers falling around the facility, and of course inclement conditions, not the most favorable. We take a look at the weather radar, we can see we've got a little more of this to come, and it's going to be kind of hit and miss throughout the rest of the day, but regardless, we're here, we're crowning champions, and it's been a great week, and we've got a lot of great supporters that have come on board with us throughout the course of our 32 years. And most recently, we found a nutrition bar that has become the official nutrition bar of the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National Motocross Championship, and we're talking about the A3 bar. We had a chance to stop over and talk with those folks on Vendor Row yesterday. Down here on Vendors Row, which is one of the most popular places on the ranch during the week of the Amateur National Motocross Championship. And we're here with Chris Ahern with A3 Bars, which is the official bar, I guess we could say, of Loretta Lynn's. And Chris, a pretty good bar. The great thing about this is, first and foremost, I want to say, is it tastes great. And that's saying something to be able to do something with a nutrition bar like that.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just a good, wholesome, healthy snack. It's gluten-free. It's all natural. We like to call them moto snacks. So it's good for these guys before they race, in between motos. It's good. It's not going to fill them up too much. Exactly what they need to kind of fill their stomach up and go about their business.
So this is something that you want to use basically before you go out on the track or before you do any kind of physical activity, I guess, huh?
Absolutely. You want to use it before, I would say 20 minutes or so. It's got simple and complex carbs in it, so it's going to give them a little bit of a boost right before, and it's going to kind of help them sustain through that moto to move them up in the ranks.
Tell me, where does the A3 Energy Bar come from?
Well, it's A3 is a snack bar. It actually comes from Manuka honey is one of the key ingredients. It's from New Zealand, but the company itself is based out of Houston, Texas. A3 is we do kind of a lot all across action sports. Moto is our biggest priority by far. So.
Yeah, and I know you guys got a pretty good team as far as the A3 Energy team is concerned, and some good riders out there, huh?
Absolutely, yeah. Will and Max Markov, two of our main guys here. We love these guys. They're hard working. They work as hard on the track. They work as hard off the track, I should say, as they do on the track. These guys train, and the biggest thing too is their dedication, their preparation with what they put into their bodies in terms of food. A3 bar is a good thing for these guys. They're a good representation of our brand because they do pay attention to nutrition. They do pay attention to training. So,
well, we'll get to talk to these guys here in just a second, but I want to know what you guys are doing here at the ranch this week.
Oh, we're doing everything, man. This is our first time here, kind of full fold as a brand, and I love the family atmosphere. This is the place to be, especially this time of year. It's not as hot as it's typically been, which is good for us coming in. We got our fans going, but we're kind of branching out, trying to make some relationships and and sign a few athletes and continue to go down the road with Moto and make it happen. So.
All right. So who are the athletes we're going to be talking with today?
We're going to be talking with Will and Max Markov.
All right, let's go ahead and meet those guys. Where's Max at? I seen him hanging out back here just a second ago, and I know that he's pretty energetic kid, and he's had his ups and downs this week. Good week, bad week. How's things going for you this week, Max?
Everything's going pretty good. I mean, yeah, I got off to a little bit slow start, with the first few motos, but as the week's going on, I'm adapting a little bit more, and I like the place. I like Loretta's a lot. Track's fun. It's awesome, a good time. So as the week goes on, I'm getting better. So yeah.
Well, tell us a little bit about this A3 nutrition bar that we've been talking about here. I guess that you guys really believe in this.
Oh yeah, we obviously believe in the bar. It's really a great product, I mean, it's obviously a great nutritional bar for action sports athletes and stuff, and it's really good. Good flavors, it's good for you. I mean, what's not there to like about it,
Now, tell me what you've seen, how it enhanced your program. What did it do for you?
Especially with training, throughout the months and all that, when you're hitting that wall and stuff, it breaks you through that wall, really. I feel like it does, so.
Right, so you would tell anybody this is the way to, probably don't want to tell you competition though, do you?
Oh, no, it's exclusively for me, man. No, right. It's for everybody to have.
All righty. Well, Max, good luck to you the rest of the week. And good to talk to you. That's Max Markov, and your brother Will, I guess he uses this stuff too, right?
Oh, yeah, Will's around here somewhere. I don't know. Here he is.
All right, Will, come on over here. Let's talk a little bit about now. How is your week going? I know you've grown up through the ranks here at Loretta's as well.
Yep. It's going pretty good. Some ups and downs, but staying positive and getting some good results.
And I'm sure helping stay positive, again, the A3 Energy or Nutrition Bar, I guess, is probably the best way to put that. Tell me a little bit about how it works in your program.
Yeah, I don't like to eat really much before I race, but with the A3 Bar, I always eat it. And it's light, it gives me energy, and it always helps me break through the wall, light in the moto, and it works really good.
So do you think you've seen it in results on the racetrack so far?
Oh, for sure, definitely.
That's great, man. And again, I guess it's something that you want to tell everybody about, but you also want to keep it your own little secret.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to share it to people, but definitely want to keep your secrets.
What's your favorite flavor?
Probably the White Lightning marshmallow for sure. Yeah.
Is that right? Does that give you that little extra lightning you need to get your motos done?
Yeah, they all do, but that's my favorite flavor.
All righty, thanks a lot, Will. That's Will Markov. He's a part of the A3 team down here and a big part of that nutrition factor. And I think it obviously works well for them. And I know I'm going to give myself a try. I like the peanut butter and jelly one pretty good. Guys, let's check in with some more racing.
Score going into Moto 3, I'm sure he will not mind another championship or a shot out here in this mud if he can get it.
even the smallest moment can make a lasting memory. That's why Lazy Days has RVs of every shape and size, from pop-up trailers to luxury diesel pushers. Lazy Days, because the perfect RV is the one that makes memories last forever.
Peaceful and serene is one way to describe the front grounds on Loretta Lynn's estate. But in the back, the fastest kids in the world are here to race.
Whoa! Fantastic!
Check out where the future of motocross's superstars are determined.
The checkered flag, he is hot!
The Red Bull Signature Series presents the Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's, live Saturday, August 3rd on NBC.
And welcome back to the live broadcast here on Racer TV, doing some housekeeping out on the racetrack. There's a shot of the board. There's Ricky Carmichael, James Stewart, Trey Kennard, the number 800 of Alessi, the number 2 of McGrath, Millsaps, Ferry, Barsha, Tomac. There's Barsha again. It's like Doug Henry, then Pastrana, Villapoto, Villaman, Tara Geiger. I don't know. I'm just guessing. There's Jeff Hemming. There's Wyndham there. So a little bit muddy. I was on the point there. That is.
Well, Kevin Kelly, I tell you, I know you're probably wondering about what's taking so long in between this moto. You see a lot of the equipment out on the racetrack right now, and just got off the horn with Jeff Russell, who is helping head up the track crew out there with us again this week. And Jeff tells me that we are actually going to be cutting the Storyland section of the race course off for the remainder of the motos. I believe for the pro motos later today in NBC, we're going to try to get that back opened up for you. But regardless, Jeff says they are going to be closing off that section of the track, and especially for those 65 cc's, I'm sure that those guys are thinking that that is for sure a great move on part for them, because those little guys with the little wheels are going to be tough to traverse the terrain anyway, the way that things are. But again, true national champions are about to be crowned here at Loretta Lynn's. Again, a special thanks to the many folks that make it all possible, as we salute our friends at Red Bull with the big Red Bull Signature Series coming up here this afternoon. And we want to say thanks also to our friends at AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. And Cameron Patterson are telling us that they want you to move your truck as well. As we say thanks to our friends at Parts Unlimited and Thor, as well as Oakley and GoPro, as they gave a helmet cam away to 5 different people throughout the course of the week with their helmet cam giveaways. Suzuki, Kawasaki, Honda, Cobra, KTM Sports Cycles, Yamaha Racing, and the all-new Blue Crew, as well as our friends at Can-Am, the Ultimate Ride, and the official work vehicle of Loretta Lynn Amateur National Motocross Championship. And what a soggy day we have here for Moto number 3, and lunchtime around the ranch right now. A lot of folks are grabbing up lunch and trying to refuel themselves as they get ready for a big and huge final few motos. Again, the conditions not the most favorable. As we take a look at took a look at some radar there a little bit ago, looks like the actual system is just about past. The damage is done for the most part as far as the track is concerned, but hopefully the rain showers will continue to stay away the rest of the day. And regardless, we're going to be racing and crowning those champions with each and every moto still to go here, as we wrapped up with the 450A class there a few moments ago. I believe we are heading into Super Mini Racing, race 26, 13 to 16-year-old class. This is the Super Mini 2 class, where Austin Faulkner
looking for the sweep here today as he comes into this one with 2 moto wins. Ashton Hayes comes in with a 2 and 4. He sits second in the championship run, and Mitchell Harrison, who's put together some good runs in some other classes, also putting together some stellar runs in this one, had a rough start and actually had to work his way up through the pack there in Moto 1 to finish up in 6th. I remember that was a spectacular moto for that rider, and he comes back with a 2nd place position in Moto 2, and he is looking at 3rd position in the point standings heading into the final moto right now behind Ashton Hayes. Ramiller Alves with a 5-3. He sits in 4th right now, and Tyler Pantry with a 4-8. He would be rounding out the top 5 here heading into the final moto. Super Mini 2 once again, 13 to 16-year-old class riders, and the track maintenance continues here at Loretta Lynn's. We see that ruts have developed, mud holes have developed, some of those lower lying areas, so obviously they're going to try to get the water running on that, but as much as we know and as much as we've seen over the years with the things that have taken place here at Loretta Lynn's, these guys have worked and built this track literally to drain properly. Obviously there are some lower lying areas, but they've got it fixed so that they can drain whenever possible and whenever necessary, and they make a quick drain on it. It all goes to the appropriate places. We got drainage ditches on the outside. We got also ditches, the big pond in the middle. So a look at that radar. As you can see, we're barely on the outskirts of it. A big system moving through. Some heavy rains for quite some time. Not torrential downpours, so to speak, but a rather steady rain that has fallen for the last little bit here at Loretta Lynn's. And looking at the radar, we are almost completely out of it. There's some stuff over behind it, but it looks like that should miss us. So if everything goes according to what we hope, we look in behind that now as we zoom out on our radar and see just exactly what's behind that. We got some spotty stuff off to the distance way back there, but I think we're going to be pretty good as far as the remainder of the race day is concerned, and that's what we're going to keep our fingers crossed for and keep hoping for as we roll through the 32nd annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship presented by AMSOIL here at Loretta Lynn's. Christian Patterson, please come to the tower. Christian Patterson. Hey, Johnny Ohana up here in the tower with us, a.k.a. Johnny Wolf. And while you're up here, Johnny, I know you've been busy and working out on the racetrack. And we've got some, pretty sloppy racetrack conditions, it looks like, from up here in the tower. And I know you've been out there in the trenches all week, man. I mean, what's it like compared to what we've seen earlier in the week?
Well, it's the track crew did a great job of mitigating the damage earlier in the week, and it took them basically like 22 hours of constant work to get it back to where it was yesterday. It was great. And they're out there having to do it again. We had a slight drizzle, obviously. It looks like it's passed through. It looks like we're probably not going to get any more rain. And they're out there working right now, and these are the best guys in the business. And we've been surprised by them, how bad the weather can be. And then the next moto, 2 motos later, all of a sudden there's dust kicking up. So we got the best guys in the business out there working on it. So I think they'll have it ready to go by TV time.
All righty, sounds real good. Johnny Wolfen from out on the track, keeping things going straight there, and we're keeping things going straight here at RacerTV.com. Of course, our continuing live coverage of the Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's presented by AMSOIL will continue here in just a few moments, and we'll take a break here in a few, but right now we're going to continue to watch. Nope, it looks like we're going to take a break, and we will be right back.
There's a lot of guys that do what we do and never get a race win. So to get a race win, that's an achievement in itself. Championship, that's a whole nother story. To win a race takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of talent. I think a championship can be won every year that I'll be racing for Kawasaki.
We had these torrential downpours, and these trucks are not designed to have another 2,000 pounds of mud put on them, and then you pack the radiators tight. The tranny gauge, the water gauge, the oil gauge, everything's pegged. The AMSOIL product came through for us and kept the rear end, the transmission, and the engine all running fine. And I tell you what, we were ready to go for the next day and pretty proud of it.
a tough question.
Why do I ride?
Why do I do it? There's a lot of reasons why.
This is all that's on my mind 24/7. You know, it's that adrenaline rush, the rush you get.
It's a love. It's the best feeling ever.
You just feel like you could do anything, really.
It makes you tough, and it gives you courage for everything else in life.
Suzuki's American journey began 50 years ago, on the road, off-road, and on the open water, across countless miles and across generations. The journey of Suzuki will never stop.
And welcome back to the ranch in our continuing coverage of the 32nd Annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL. And track maintenance continues to try to recover from the rain showers that fell here just a little bit ago. We've had some steady rains for an hour or better, which not necessarily heavy or torrential, but just enough to do the damage, adding insult to injury. But we've talked to the track crew. They say we will be ready to go live on NBC with our 250A moto and 250B final motos coming up this afternoon at 3 Eastern time, 2 o'clock local time. It's the Red Bull Signature Series, and we're asking you to tweet your 250A predictions and hashtag that Loretta, actually LL on NBC. Once again, hashtag your 250A predictions, LL on NBC. Who do you have for Moto 3 win? At Matt Bisceglia or at S. McElrath 701. Tweet your predictions and see if you are right. And that's going to be a great little game and a lot of fun for those guys. And also, can Aaron Plessinger go 6 for 6 this week with a final 250B win at Josh Osby 787? Will attempt to break him. And you can watch live again on NBC, hashtagging that LL on NBC. Make sure you do that, and that way folks will be trending, I guess you could say, toward this Loretta Lynn Amateur National Motocross Championship. Continuing to watch the track maintenance, you can see, as Johnny said, you know, they're pushing a lot of that to wet dirt off. We talked about it earlier in the week. Years of preparation for just such an occasion with rain like this, with the drainage. And not only that, the special kind of dirt that was filled in here. There was a layer of dirt that was hauled in some 25 years or better ago by, of course, the ranch and by MX Sports. And they actually got a nice little pack of what they call chert underneath the main part of our dirt down here, and that's a drier, harder packed dirt. And what that allows is for those guys, when they do get down into that and it gets muddy like that, they can pull that up, and what will end up happening is it'll help dry that soil out in the process. And we've seen a lot of that taking place this week, and I don't think they're going to have to dig that far this day, but we're already starting to see some dry dirt out there, and championship caliber motocross racetrack is coming back to life. As we say good afternoon once again to Director of Operations here at MX Sports, Mr. Tim Cotter.
Hey, Rodney, I was just listening to your comments there, and you're right. Just down past Loretta's house, they had a little quarry built there where they dug the chert out of the side of the hill, and it's a real bony, very hard rock while it's in its natural formation, but it weathers. So they brought it up here, and that was the foundation of this racetrack, because it is in a bottom. You know, it laid very wet. And so the foundation was they got that raised up. They built the water truck roads with the chert. And then over the years, we've brought in, you know, thousands of yards of topsoil, of sand, of mulch, sawdust, whatever the case may be each year. 2 years ago, there was a large construction project nearby that ended up with a lot of topsoil. I mean, more topsoil than we would need in 2 or 3 years. But we brought it in and put it on the racetrack and stockpiled, and it's been getting integrated into this racetrack over the years. If you recall, years ago, I'm thinking 30 years ago, this racetrack was rather rocky. There was a lot of rock on it, and I remember sitting in the tower when the tower was actually over where the pond is right now, and did not have windows or air condition. But we would sit in the tower and we could watch those rocks. They were like little missiles coming out of the rear wheel of a two-stroke driven knobby. Nowadays, there's very few rocks, if any, out there, and the racing surface is much better. Now, the material that has been brought in, for the most part, is a material that does better with water. We all know it's going to rain here, and so we put sand or sawdust down, and it's sort of a binder. It soaks up the water when there's too much. It also is more forgiving when there's not enough. But this team out here, you know, I'm sick to my stomach to watch what's going on right now, because these guys, after Mother Nature dealt them the hand they had earlier in the week, they worked tirelessly through the night, every night, to get this racetrack cleaned up. And finally this morning, it was back to primo. It was perfect. The first moto this morning was a perfect consistency on this racetrack. And now Mother Nature threw us another curveball, and those guys are out there. You know, on the dozers, you have the crew from Muddy Creek Raceway in East Tennessee. Sam Gammon and his team, Joe Williams and David Lindsay, are out there on the racetrack. We have Mark Peters and his partner Brian are out there as well pushing. Now, Mark Peters comes from Southern California, has a pretty good pedigree when it comes to building and designing racetracks. He does it for most of the most of the OEM practice tracks and several of the national tracks. So he's got a pretty good pedigree in that regard. And then it's supplemented with our MX Sports team and Jeff Russell and Terry Beck, and Barry Hawk was here for a while. Bob Sandy is back there. Jeff Jinks is on property. And so all those guys have been working very, very hard to make this surface the best they do. You know, Rodney, it's really cool when you work with a group of men and women, not just on the racetrack, but everybody that participates here and part of our MX Sports team. They're not here because they're getting a paycheck. This is their moto. They want to do the best. You announcers want to be better today than you were yesterday, and so forth. And we all have that mentality, and it's refreshing to work with a group of people like that, because they know that all these folks that have invested so much time and money to come to this event, they do whatever it takes to make it work. And that's why the relationship with Red Bull and the Signature Series, they too, there's no stops. They go all out to give us the best production. You know, today we will have 2 live cameras in each race that are mounted to racers. To my knowledge, that's the first time that will be done in motocross in the United States. You see it in NASCAR quite often, the in-car camera. Now we're going to have 2 onboard cameras that are high def, and the folks at home will be able to see that. It's just an amazing technology. They got several, I think they call them POVs, but there's several cameras that are embedded in the racetrack or in different areas around the racetrack. There's stationary cameras that they will go to. And then I believe there's 14 regular cameras or cameras that you would see on the lifts and so forth. So there is not 1 square foot of racetrack that is uncovered with this NBC telecast. Nearly 100 employees are on property today to take care of television. And so, you know, I'm just, again, I sit here and my stomach's in knots looking at what has happened to our racetrack. But these guys will make it work. The best athletes in the world are on the starting line, and we're going to have a great finale here at the 32nd running of the Red Bull AMA Amateur Motocross Championships presented by AMSOIL. So, folks, awards presentation, 30 minutes after the final moto. 30 minutes after the final moto. We will be in the pavilion. We will go as quickly through the process as we can, but still giving everybody their due. We start with moto number 1, and we go through the program. I believe the 50cc's will be stuck in where they were on their 3rd motos. So that's where we'll put the 50s, and we will have our celebration at the arena, and or AMSOIL Arena, and then we'll go on our way, and we'll see you next year.
For sure, man. I tell you, just a great monumental historical year. A lot of things happening. And Tim Cotter, again, thanks for some of that great information, some of the historical value of that. And, you know, Jen Kenyon standing by with some other historical value, I think, to this Loretta Lynn Amateur Motocross Championship. And, you know, everybody that comes here somehow or another seems to be woven into the fabric of Loretta Lynn's. And Jen Kenyon standing by with another small piece of that fabric.
That's right. We have Jimmy Pavone here. Value here at Loretta Lynn's. We might be experiencing a few PA issues. Guys, give me a little nod here if we're working. All right. Like I said, we're here with Jimmy Pavone. Jimmy, welcome back to the podium. You had a pretty nice stay here at Loretta Lynn's on this podium here. So tell us about your week.
Yeah, the week was really good. When we got here, it was you know, you get yourself prepared, or we were preparing ourselves at Ponca City for the heat, and you know, looking for that the same way here, and it was so, you know, nice and cool. So all that training in the heat wasn't really necessary, but we had the ups and downs of the weather, and you know, for myself, you know, I had 3 good starts. If I wasn't getting the whole shot, I was outside of the top 20, and then I happened to be in the races that, you know, after we had the rain and the mud, and so had to work through the pack in the more difficult circumstances, but overall was really good, 2/3 overall, so on the box with both classes instead of just one like the last 2 years. I had 1 good one and 1 bad one, so more consistent this year. I'm happy with it.
Competition that we have in those 25 and 35 classes. There are so many guys out there that could potentially win the championship. How fun is it to race in that kind of condition?
Oh, it's a lot of fun. It's like being at the Nationals again, you know, when we were doing that years ago. And it's kind of funny, we have a few guys coming in and out. You know, Ricky came last year, and now he's not this year, but now we get Timmy come in, and it just seems like a couple more guys keep coming back. And I was like, man, if Timmy wasn't here this year, that could have been me winning or something. But, you know, it's fun to race them guys, and we get to cut up and talk about the race afterwards, like, you know, not like the other races at the Nationals. We just head back to the truck and don't really talk, so it's a lot of fun.
Classes here at Loretta's, right?
Yeah, it's kind of looking that way. I got a couple more years and I get to go up another class. I feel like the old guy racing in the 25 plus class with all these younger kids. It gets a little crazy in the starts. They don't shut off like the older guys do. We're kind of like, you know, I'm not going to push it too hard for that that better start or something like that. But no, it's some good racing for sure.
Track, you guys raced your 3rd moto this morning just before the rain really started to fall. So could you talk about how the track was this morning, what these guys are doing to do their best to make it more amazing for this afternoon, and what it's like after the rain falls?
This morning was actually really good. You could see that the guys brought in some of that dirt that they had pushed off from the last couple days of rain. So even in our race, there was 2 races before us, there was still lines getting cut in and some softer dirt. Even yesterday, you could see as they started to bring some of that dirt in, it was actually a lot different than it normally is. It was a little more spongy and ruddy and rough, probably a little more rough than it normally gets, but it was really technical. So you really had to pick your lines wisely, and halfway through our moto, you know, with the bigger bikes out there, we started to really get a line cut in, and so it made it a little more difficult to pass. But you know, once you get those lines, but then you start getting into lappers, so you have to get out of the line anyways, and you're just getting plastered with heavy mud, and it was challenging. And now these guys, actually with this rain, almost makes it a little bit better to get around, because then it makes the mud softer and you can kind of move around a little bit more. So sometimes it's better when it's actually raining than when it stops.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, we definitely have an conditions, all of the above here for 2013.
All right, thanks.
All right, guys, back up to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Jen Kenyon. And with that, track maintenance continues here at Loretta Lynn's. And again, whenever you're tweeting out, don't forget to be hashtagging Loretta Lynn MX Live. That way we can trend together. We're live on NBC this afternoon at 3 o'clock Eastern with the 250A and 250B final motos as a part of the Red Bull Signature Series. And, of course, we'll continue with more of our coverage live from Loretta Lynn's on RacerTV.com when Loretta Lynn MX Live continues.
300 searing degrees.
750 pounds of metal twisting torque. 900 hard charging horses. You will never punish your motor oil like this. But it's good to know you could. AMSOIL. Push it to the limit.
AMSOIL is giving away a 2014 Can-Am Maverick 1000R UTV. Stop by the AMSOIL booth to learn more and register, or register online at amsoilracing.com. Get trail ready with AMSOIL.
Follow him.
Even the smallest moment can make a lasting memory. That's why Lazy Days has RVs of every shape and size, from pop-up trailers to
Awesome
luxury
movie.
diesel
Check it out.
pushers. Lazy Days, because the perfect RV is the one that makes memories last forever.
Peaceful and serene is one way to describe the front grounds on Loretta Lynn's estate. But in the back, the fastest kids in the world are here to race.
Whoa! Fantastic!
Check out where the future of motocross's superstars are determined.
The checkered flag, he is hot!
The Red Bull Signature Series presents the Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's, live Saturday, August 3rd on NBC.
RacerTV.com for more continuing coverage of the Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL, the first in synthetics, and we continue with track maintenance after that rain shower passed through this morning as we continue to roll through history and into the history books with our live coverage on NBC coming up a little later this afternoon. Right now we're joined in the tower by our Power Sports Division Manager, John Light of Evans Coolant, actually Evans waterless engine coolant, and that's something pretty unique and special about engine coolants in particular, I guess, John, huh?
Yeah, that's right. We're the only waterless coolant available on the market, and it's a really great thing, especially on a day like this. With a boiling point of 375 degrees, you're not going to overheat. It's not corrosive, it doesn't freeze, it doesn't go bad with time. It's really a different thing to put in your radiator. Hey, but I would like to say what a great show this is that Loretta Lynn's and MX Sports puts on. I know they can handle this mud, and I hope there's a lot of riders out there using our coolant because their bikes can handle this mud too.
And I understand you guys got a place here on Vendors Row?
Yeah, actually not Vendors Row. We're down the way a little bit by Cobra Moto and Club MX. It's actually a great place to be because we're down there with the people, and there's a lot of action going on that road every time, and we're really accessible, and we like being there. We got free T-shirts today. If you stop by, we'll give you a T-shirt, and who knows what else we have handy. But like I said, Club MX is next to us. We're trying to bring a clothing line down with us at some point. Defy Apparel, Defy All Odds Apparel, is run by a pro dirt track racer, and he's coming from the ground up, and it's just great here at Loretta's.
Sounds like you're a busy person, John. I tell you, man, you guys are doing a lot of things with a lot of irons in the fire. Just glad to have you on board, and again, thanks for the kudos out there for the MX that we've got on RacerTV.com, and again, thanks for being a part of Loretta Lynn's, man.
Thank you, Rodney, and this place is being run so well for how the weather has been such a challenge. I'm really impressed at how they hold it together.
Thank you very much. That's John Light, once again, Power Sports Division Manager from Evans Waterless Engine Coolant, as again, we watch the track crew continue to pull this place back together. Kind of looks like, well, a bomb went off, so to speak, and a big rainstorm came through and the showers. Well, it did do that. We've been combating that all week long. If you're just joining us for the first time today, if not, then you know what kind of obstacles we've been faced with. We talked with Tim Cotter there just a few moments ago, talking about how this place was, well, over the years has been designed for just such an occasion. Just unfortunately, you know, because you can maybe design it to run the water off and design it to do this, design it to do that. The one thing that you can't stop is whenever rain hits dirt, it turns to mud. And the only thing that we can do is do the most we can with that mud, and that's exactly what this track crew is taking care of right now as we speak. And again, folks, just so glad to have you all on board with us here. I want to say thanks to everyone and all the participants in last night's Yamaha Moto T's talent show. We had 11 spectacular acts. Congratulations once again to Michigan's own, I believe it was Talon Weatherby, who really just brought the house down last night. We had some awesome talent that participated in the talent show there last evening, and it was another spectacular event that we had there. And just want to say thanks, a tradition every Friday night here at the Amateur National Motocross Championships. Also, we had a full week of activities that took place. We had autograph signings all week. We had Ricky Carmichael here. Jeff Emming has been here, Fro signing autographs. Blake Backett, Ricky Carmichael, and the list goes on and on. You know, that's just a handful of the guys that we can think of off the top of our head. And we've seen the return of some of Loretta Lynn's greatest prodigies this week as well, with Timmy Ferry making his way back into the house. He and several other folks, you know, just making and carving their lines back into the history books here at the Dude Ranch. And it means so much to see these riders be able to go full circle. We talk with riders like Scotty Sheik, who's been back for a couple of years, and how much of an important aspect this is of his life. You know, he's got a normal 9-to-5 job. He works, you know, he's got a normal life, but he still has the heart, the passion, the drive to come out here and do it, and to be able to perform on a platform like this here at Loretta Lynn's. You know, he says that it's just spectacular, and it's just what keeps his dream alive, and just being able to still be a part of the motocross scene after his professional career. He is just so elated to be able to be here, and been putting in some pretty good results so far this week. Got a couple of medals. He also got some whole shot awards and so forth, and that seems to have always kind of worked out for him in that respect, at least so far this week. He's had some stiff competition coming in by way of some of the Loretta Lynn regulars, I guess you could say, in some of those classes, as well as the guys like Ferry and guys like that returning back here to Loretta Lynn's. We wrapped up a few moments ago with our 450A class, and that was race, I believe, 25. Race 26 is going to be coming up next. Our Super Mini 2 13 to 16-year-old class, race 27, the 65-7 to 11-year-old class, race 28, the senior 40-plus class, and our plan was to be done about 1:30 with that, and then we were going to break and watch the continuing coverage as it went to live on NBC with the 250B class at 2:30 and the 250A live at 3:30 this afternoon. And a lot of cool stuff. I know a lot of you folks are probably going to be watching this back in your motorhomes and so forth. And while we continue with our track coverage right here, we're going to take a little break here at the tower. We're going to let you take a peek at some of the work that's going on here at Loretta Lynn's, and sit back and enjoy. And we'll be back with more great racing here at Loretta Lynn's in just a few moments.
The Can-Am Renegade 1000 XXC with the most powerful engine in the industry. The Outlander 1000 XT with a redesigned chassis for unequal trail riding. The Commander 1000 Limited, the most equipped, luxurious side-by-side in the industry. The facts say it's the most advanced lineup out there. But the ride says it all.
Twins have notoriously been very hard on crankshafts because that big long stroke of those two cylinders just flexes the crankshaft around. So we were seeing bearing issues. Research development people at AMSOIL could show us that it was likely an oil problem. And they were correct. That was the issue. Instead of having to redesign the engine, I just had to do a better quality oil.
Suzuki's American journey began 50 years ago, on the road, off-road, and on the open water, across countless miles and across generations. the journey of Suzuki will never stop.
Why do I ride?
That's tough.
That is a tough question. Why
do I ride?
Why do I do it? There's a lot of reasons why.
This is all that's on my mind 24/7. You know, it's that adrenaline rush. The rush you get. It's a love. It's the best feeling ever.
You just feel like you could do anything, really.
It makes you tough, and it gives you courage for everything else in life.
There's a look down at the Fox Tower, the Oakley rolling O-Lab there as well behind us. That is where we finish up. Riders get to go into those tents after the race. And there's some of the riders coming out from that last 85 9-11 moto. There's Tony Morris with the start card. And down the line there, the Team Green Boys saying hello to Marshbank, Stiles, Robertson, Lance Kobush. There's Pops Marshbanks in the shot there. There's the Rock River folks. Put that helmet on, cruise back into the pits there, Lance Kobush. And Tony Morris will again signal the beginning of this race as the 2-card goes up here in just a moment. And don't forget, 250A and 250B motos, 3 o'clock tomorrow, will be live on NBC, the Red Bull Signature Series, and the coverage from NBC taking place right here at the ranch. And we are excited. It's 3 p.m. Eastern time. That's going to be 2 p.m. here, but you know what? You're going to be here, so you're going to be watching with your own 2 eyes. Make sure you tell everybody to tune in and look at that. There's McKenzie. She looks down on the gate, and we'll watch her as she takes off. A good start for McKenzie. Nobody to her left or to her right. One rider there to the left. It's
Caitlin Morrow.
Caitlin Morrow. But not for long. As Mackenzie Tricker making this helmet cam work for her, as we are live on board with Mackenzie Tricker, watching her line choice. She pops the inside there. You don't want to give anybody that move, Wes. Look, she now works her way to the left-hand portion. All of those ruts to choose from.
Jumps right into the outside rut. Morrill now, looks like the 65 of Caitlin Morrill jumps right up into fracas there. The Texas rider says, you know what? I'm going to get some of this.
Look out, watch
Check out my number. Check out the backside of me
watch
on
those,
that helmet
that
cam.
ponytail of Caitlin Morrow getting in the way of Tricker there. Causing some vision problems there. That's a tactic there by Caitlin Morrow. Looking at Morrow on the 65 machine, Tricker on the number 28 machine. She's got 1-1 moto scores. Hannah Hodges with 4-2 moto scores sits second. Alexa Pearson with 5-3 moto scores is third. 3-5 moto scores good enough for fourth for Kirsten Ramesh. Fifth place, that's Caitlin Morrow. She is out front, but she has 2-8 moto scores. Kylie Fosnot with 9-4 moto scores. That's good enough for sixth overall. Leah Renner sits in the number 7 spot with 11-6 moto scores. Shelby Ritton in the number 8 spot. Gracie Van Horn 9th, and Anna Werning in the number 10 spot as lap number 1 in the books, West.
Well, it looks like Tricker did get the whole shot from Motorcycle Superstore Whole Shot Award, going out to the 28 ride of Tricker. You've seen Morrill take over just before they went into the 10 Commandments.
Back on board with Tricker, and she is watching Caitlin Morrow pull away up and over the Kawasaki Camelback, coming right towards the big Thor Tower. What a cool view, man. Gives you great insight into this racetrack. So those of you that think, doesn't look that bad, why are they going so slow? It is so rough and so choppy. Even here with our view, it looks incredibly rough, but that view right there gives you full perspective. Right here by the announcer's tower. That's us right there on your right. Hello, Mom. And your leader, Caitlin Morrow, out front. And here is the second place view of Mackenzie Tricker, courtesy of NBC Sports, showing us the fast way around the racetrack, trying to run down that young lady right there, Caitlin Morrow. Morrow on a roll now. She's got that YZ250. Oh, listen to that thing romp down, son. Tricker on the 250F.
There's Morrow now down in the tree section now. Takes that little inside off camber.
and heads down at 180.
Yeah, she'll take the big left-hander west and work her way down the straightaway, try to disappear from Mackenzie Tricker and 39 other riders. Fajnok in the number 3 spot, Shelby Britton 4th, Anna Werning 5th, Alexa Pearson 6th, Kirsten Ramish 7th, Renner and Van Horn, and again on board. Love this view of Mackenzie Tricker down through the 10 Commandments. You want to know what it's like to go through them? Well, there they are.
Have at them. And there's that big deep rut we kept talking about. And look at how long it is coming out of that thing.
And there's ruts there. You just got to pick one and get in it.
You know.
That is
And they don't even see them like we're looking at them through the camera. They don't even see them.
Right.
They're looking ahead.
Yep.
And they're just diving in, just making the turn.
Yeah, she's already put her tire in there. She's looking 20 feet in front of where the actual rut is that she's passing through.
Yeah.
Pick that head up. That's the worst thing you can do, riding ruts. If you look straight down that fender, you're going straight down to the ground.
Yeah.
And your dad is coming straight down on you when you get back in that truck. He's going to throw that truck in the creek, throw it on eBay, and
No,
we're
do
outta
like
here.
Eddie Ray's dad down at Hard Rock one time. He just threw
Look
the
at that
bike.
arm.
He threw the bike in the trailer and left Eddie Ray sitting there on the ground. And he drove away, and I ended up having Eddie Ray live at my house for like 2 months after that. How do
You're
you
outta
just leave
here.
your kid at the track? Eddie was like 16 years old. No, Eddie was 15, and he was living with that.
You're not.
Goodbye. My dad just left. Took my bike. I'm
Sorry
in my
about that,
gear.
Dad.
Can I borrow a pair of shorts?
What about my wallet? Can I drive? What are we doing here?
That was wild that day.
There's your leader, Caitlin Morrow, coming around one more time here, leading 2 laps now in the boat. She had a 1.9 second lead. Looks like that has grown. Tricker can give up about 6 positions. She's got a 4-point tally coming in right now, and Caitlin Morrow has 11, so she can let Caitlin go, and I guarantee that's what the pit board says. But this is all about Caitlin, man. She's doing it. Out of Houston, Texas. Her mom usually scores with us right out front, writes down all the numbers all day long.
The other day.
There's another view of Mackenzie Tricker as she comes by the mechanics area. Can you see anything on that board? I can't read a thing.
It said go fast.
Wow, thanks, Wes. Now, through the trees around that Motorcycle Superstore horseshoe, she'll take the inside again, kind of kicks the bar to the right there, pins it now. The braking bump's just bouncing now. Inside rut for her. That's where she wants to stay. And look who is right there on her. Oh, the pesky Kylie Fajnok. And here she comes.
Fosnot's got a big compound down there in Fort Pierce, Florida.
Well, she's got a big chance at making a pass. Look, you're going to see the yellow Suzuki come right up here as Tricker has been passed for just a moment. She's going to pick that rut that hopefully will lead her right here.
She crosses right over and takes the line away from Fosnot.
She sure did. And now she'll bounce her way through the singles, and Fajnok is not done. Tricker cannot escape the pressure of Kylie Fajnok as I whistle when I say Fajnok.
Yeah. Like I said, they got a big compound down there in Fort Pierce. They got 2 or 3 tracks, sand track, arena cross track, a supercross track, a ski lake out there. These kids are all about it. All of them ride. They get their homework done, and their Fosnot is out there showing you, hey, she's out there with Mackenzie Tricker getting it done.
Tricker on the women's scene and came on in a big way. I think she's done some damage out there professionally. Comes back to Loretta Lynn's to try to do some work here as well. And she has got the title in hand. If she can stay where she's at, she can let Fajnok go as well. And she may, in fact, do that. But we shall see. Again, right here, working their way around the Red Bull Beach, up and over the big Kawasaki Camelback, hugging that inside line, looking for any kind of smooth real estate she can find.
Out wide in the sweeper turn, there's Fosnot now jumping through, trying to look for that inside rut.
Get off the track, Road and Dirt.
Meanwhile, your leader's Caitlin Morrow. Morrow's already passed in front of the, right now you can see her, just a glimpse of her. Morrow right in front of the billboard. And this race back here battling for second is
she just went
Fosnot goes around the outside. Now you may see that fender, but no. Tricker says nothing doing on this one. There it is.
And how about that? She goes right back past her, Wes. That is a battle royale. Really enjoying that. Tricker and Fajnok.
Fosnot goes to the outside. Fosnot tries to show another wheel in there, but nothing doing on this one. Tricker using every line possible. Cuts inside. Go low, go high, go through the smoke. You can do it.
And look at the lead that Caitlin Morrow, she is 10 seconds out. She is flat yarding the field here. And Tricker now goes into those tricky 10 commandments. And Fajnok has a good run. There's your leader. And she is all alone.
You can see in the background back there, you've seen it. Looked like Fosnot might have made the pass on Tricker. And she did.
There it is.
Into 10 commandments.
And we are on board courtesy of NBC Sports and their helmet cam, kind of testing things out for later on tomorrow when we will go live on NBC. Tricker kind of making sure there are no glitches in the system and using that to good use as she is on her way to a championship. Even in third, she will still have enough of a points gap there to put everybody behind her for the championship here in this women's 14 and older class. You can ride the 250F, the Super Mini, 252 stroke, the 125.
Top 10 look like this as they come around this circuit. Back in 10th, the number 12 of Hannah Hodges. In 9th, the 58 of Gracie Van Horn. In 8th, the 6 of Leah Renner. 7th, Shelby Bretan. And Christian Ramish in 6th. Annie Werner, 5th. Alexa Pearson in the top 4. Kylie Fosnot in 2nd. Mackenzie Tricker in 3rd. And your leader is the 65 ride out of Texas, Caitlin Morrill. There's the 65 ride. Coming right here in front of the announce deck. Having a ride that dreams were made of down here at the Dude Ranch. They've been coming down here for a while. She's been at it. We first picked her up on the radar screen a few years ago. We went out to a couple of tracks out west. And
Lake Whitney.
Lake Whitney, baby.
Out of the mechanics area, and here we go into the mechanics area with Mackenzie Tricker. Man, that is just a chewed up gnarly racetrack, man. Great footage showing you at home on Racer TV just how rough and tumble this racetrack. Now Mackenzie elects to go on the outside of that decision maker.
And Morrill now coming around. Another good shot.
Gonna have to clean that ponytail up, all that roost getting caught up in there, get down in that creek.
They
Put a little conditioner on that thing.
They are hopping through those
Yep.
10 commandments. You know,
Double,
those
double,
things
double.
were like, that's what you trained for when you came here. We got to go through the 10 commandments. If you can't get that rhythm, that's all we heard was those 10 commandments. And they've kind of mellowed them out. They've rolled them a little bit. They used to be something to have to deal with out there. If you broke out a rhythm in them, you had to actually roll them. You couldn't even pound through them. And that was definitely the big rumor that you had to deal with that.
I watched Charlie Bogart get on top of those things on an 85.
He
was a bad dude, and Sellards and all those kids would. If you can make a run on the outside, just you can do it.
Yep. And if you messed up or
You're
you couldn't
done.
double through them,
You're done.
You just rode through them. And there's
a lap rider there.
Yeah, Mackenzie Tricker doing a great job out there, though. We'll pick up on the 99 machine, Kevin.
Kirsten Ramish there in the number 4 spot, just one spot behind Alexa Pearson, who does double duty as racer and employee for KTM this week.
Here's Pearson now coming through the sand wash. Ronnie Lusk grabbed that microphone and Ezra went down. Yogi's down in the sand wash. He was just standing there, grabbed the guy's microphone up, AMA official, started yelling, Yogi's down in the sand wash. I forget what Supercross that was. Like, who are you, dude? Give me my radio back.
It sounds about like you and Jason Wygant whenever Jason's about to start the race at the Daytona Supercross. You come by there, bear hug him, and you grab him, take the microphone out of his hand and go, "Rah!" And he is working the event. Good God. Like you almost got fired for that. Who's that man on the mic?
Hey, that's what we do. We're the brothers of the mic. But right there, I'll tell you what's happening out on the track. Here's Hannah Hodges. We'll see her come popping through there. And there's that 99 again. We got the eyeball on Christian Ramish. Ramish now behind the billboard. Ramish now holding court on the 99 KTM ride, holding a top 4 spot, pretty solid. Now we're back to Morrow.
Boy, she is working her way around. All kinds of lap riders there, Wes. The number 44 Kawasaki, I believe that's her Hawaiian friend. Had a little special segment on her. They had an area qualifier out in Hawaii. It wasn't on her island, so she had to fly and ship her bike there. The regional was here in the mainland, had to fly and ship her bike there. She left her bike here in San Diego, and she has not ridden her motorcycle in 2 months, and now here she is back on the racetrack battling with the girls here in the women's 14 and older class, but there ain't no battling going on out front. The 65 of Caitlin Morrow is just motoring away. Look at her back on the bike there, pointing that YZ250. She stole off of Grant Langston.
Morrow now through the Red Bull Arches now going to make that right-hander. And that brings you right down, and you're going to see her pop right over the Kawasaki Camelback there and work her way right into the heartland of Loretta Lynn's there through that big sweeper turn all the way from Houston, Texas. Caitlin Morrow. This is moto number 3, race number 5, women's 14 and up. And Mackenzie Tricker is on point right there. Pearson stays where she's at. She's definitely going to get in the top 4. Ramish would be 3rd, and Morrow would be 2nd in the overall. But you never know. There's Hodges looking for a solid top 5 with Fosnot in 6th. But it's not over, Kevin. We know until that checker falls on that stripe, nobody is safe or are out of any kind of nothing solid out here. And that's just the irony of these 3 moto formats here.
Hey, how you doing, Mackenzie? There we are. Right past the GoPro, then the Thor step down and up and over the Thor tunnel. And you're right, Wes. Anything can happen. I mean, you can tip over, flood the bike, and you're done. You can watch a championship melt away. We've talked about it before. Nick Gaines, 100 yards to my left, lost the title in the 65 class, and it will just take the life out of you, man. You go 1-1 in that last moto, you're leading it, and it's done.
We've seen it before, time and time again.
What do we see? Chisholm blow a motor here, two motors. AC blew some motors a couple of years ago. He was perfect last year, but 2 years prior, lost a couple of motors.
There's a 99 ride of Christian Ramish out there. Ramish now just making a pass on Mackenzie Tricker. So well, there it is. That one's going to wrap it up, and it looks like Kate Morrow is going to take the win.
And one more look at Mackenzie Tricker as she works on that helmet cam footage for us. And, man, I feel like I'm right in the action. Oh, you got some mud. Pull a tear off there. Drop in there behind her, the number 99 of Ramish. And we go to the finish line. And still no flag just yet. Oh, yeah, there we go. We're going down the podium with the onboard camera of Mackenzie Tricker. And she cruises by the rest of the field there. Don't run over that Yamaha. There's the Rock Rivers. They're high-fiving everybody. This is great. We're still on board with you, Mackenzie. Get down there. There's Rock River.
Where's Donnie Luce?
Hey, good job there. All right. Nice job. All right.
There.
Take this thing off. Give it back. All right, we'll send it down to the podium. Rod Reynolds getting that bike set up. Caitlin Morrow wins the moto, but the championship is going to go to our helmet cam specialist, Miss Mackenzie Tricker. She will finish up 4th. Your podium looks like this for the moto. It's Caitlin Morrow, Kylie Fosnock, Kirsten Ramish, 1, 2, 3. Tricker finishes up 4th, but she gets to put her bike on the top step because she is your champion by virtue of 1-1-4 moto scores. Rodney Ford playing a little patty cake with her, the champion here in the women's class. And Rodney down there going to place the medal around the neck of Miss Mackenzie Tricker. And we'll send it down to the podium for Rod Reynolds and have a word with Miss Mackenzie Tricker.
All right, down here on the podium right now with our champion, it looks like that we're going to crown, and she says, last check I saw you were actually running in 3rd place. She goes, I didn't get 3rd. I don't deserve that bronze medal. She said, I got 4th. Let's go ahead and crown our champion, ladies and gentlemen, with a national #1 in the women's class. That's your Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Champion, Mackenzie Tricker, your women's class national champion. Congratulations to you, Mackenzie. A stellar week for you, basically a stellar year here in the United States for you. I mean, dreams coming true all the way around, I guess, huh?
Yeah, this year's been really good. I went 1-1 in the first 2 motos, and I felt really uncomfortable then, rode really tight. And, you know, the other girls really rode good, and I'm just happy I was able to clinch this. And, yeah, it's been a long time coming, that's for sure.
For sure, and congratulations again to you, Mackenzie. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Big thanks to Yamaha, Rock River Power Sports, Fly M2R, Pirelli tires, JGR suspension, Fly FMF, Pro Taper, Millsaps training facility, Yamaha, my mom, my dad, anybody I forgot, my mechanic, Scott Lillis, who helped me this week, Jimbo, who helps me with my bike during the week. Couldn't do it without any of them. Thanks a lot.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, your women's national champion and MotorcycleSuperstore.com Whole Shot Award winner, Mackenzie Tricker. And, of course, celebrations will continue here with Mackenzie as we grab the bubbly, the traditional Loretta Lynn celebration as we bring our gold medalists up and get them ready. We'll start with our gold medalist for Moto #3 here in just a moment. Will be the 65 of Caitlin Marr. But there it is. The celebration is underway for Mackenzie Tricker right now. And a well-deserved celebration, to say the least. Let's get our gold medal winner up here. Caitlin Morrow. She goes 2, 8, and 1 on the week. And I tell you, she really laid it all out there on the line. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Moto 3, put your hands together for Caitlin Morrow. There you go. That's what you've been working for, that little celebration right there. And tell us about how the week went, and then, of course, this moto right here.
Well, the week went pretty good. I had some bike problems, but Mr. Keith Parker, EBR, and Rock River got my bike running great, and just tried to get a good start that time, and I think I got the whole shot. I don't know. But just got back around them as quick as I could and tried to stay up and ride consistent.
There you did. A good, consistent ride. Puts you out front and first place in the third moto here. Gold medal. Something good to end the week on. Who do you want to say thanks to?
I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe, my mom and dad, EVR Performance, Heartworks, Rock River Yamaha, Keith Parker, Fly, FMF, Scott, Bruce, Rock River, Motocross Fest, Moto Mom's Books, and Chicks MX.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Caitlin Morrow taking the moto win there as we go to our second place finisher, the number 33, Kylie Fosnot, 9, 4, and 2 on the weekend. Put your hands together for Kylie Fosnot. Starting to warm up quite a bit down here, and the heat is really starting to feel like Tennessee again, huh, Kylie?
Heck yeah, it feels good outside.
It does, and that was a good moto, man. It looks like you had some struggles in the early part of the week, man, but everything fell together for you there.
Somewhat. I kept getting off to bad starts earlier in the week. I finally got off to a decent start, so it helped out in the overall.
There you go. You know where you're going to finish up overall?
I have no idea.
But a lot better than what you were going to, right?
I reckon so.
There you go. Who do you want to say thanks to for such a great accomplishment this week?
First off, I'd like to thank the Lord for keeping me safe. My mom and dad for everything. My grandparents, couldn't be out here without them. Pro Circuit, Dunlop, Scott, Jamie at Thor, Ronnie Tishner. If it wasn't for him, I don't know what I would be doing on a dirt bike. Link MX Graphics, Thundercross MX Park. Just everybody, thank you so much.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. She's a silver medal winner here in Moto 3. She's Kylie Fosnot. As we head to our third place position finisher here in Moto number 3, I guess it was the number 99 battling back. She goes 3-5-3. Put your hands together for Kirsten Ramish. Come on up, Kirsten. She's got the bronze. She's over talking to DJ at Pro Action. DJ, let her go, man. She's got some podium responsibilities to get underway with right here. We'll talk suspension setup here in just a couple moments, motor mods and all that good stuff, but we're going to talk right here. Third place finishes in this moto. Kind of a little off the radar for the most part of that moto, but there in the latter part, man, you really came back striking hard, it looked like.
Yeah, I got not a good start. It's not bad. I mean, top 10 is still good, but when you want to run up top 3, you need to start top 5. So I just put my head down with the 15-minute moto. I knew I was going to be short 2 laps, and just really charged the whole time.
the week for you? I know you were hoping for better, but I mean, overall, when you look back on it all, I mean, it has to have been a good week.
Actually, the goal was top 3. I know a lot of people come in here to win, and I work a full-time job. I pay for my own stuff. I don't have mommy and daddy supporting me, so top 3, I'm pumped.
There you go, and I don't blame you. And you sound like you're pretty proud of yourself. I mean, so very proud, and that's good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I couldn't be happier. It's my birthday today, so it's a good birthday present to myself.
Well, happy birthday to you, Kirsten. Who do you want to say thanks to?
Definitely Southeast Sales for helping me out with the KTM. I definitely couldn't get the starts that I did get without Jim Newport of Too Fast Racing build my bikes. He's also my dad, so I couldn't be happier being able to share this with him. Pro Action Suspension, Club 57, Brad Jerminski works with me when I can ride, so it's nice that he's patient and really focuses when I'm in his presence. So that helps. My best friend of Ultimate Strands supporting me 100%. O'Neill, EVS, Scott Goggles, Decal Works. Anybody else I forgot?
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. She takes home the bronze in Moto 3. Kirsten Ramish working a full-time job, celebrating her birthday, and happy as she can most certainly be here. And that's great to be able to do that. And I tell you, she set out on a long road a long time ago to take some moto wins and take some championships here at Loretta Lynn's. We've got a class or several classes coming up here in just a couple moments that are doing the same thing. The 50cc's are coming up next, and we'll be back with more on RacerTV.com and Loretta Lynn MX Live right after this.
300 searing degrees. 750 pounds of metal twisting torque. 900 hard charging horses. You will never punish your motor oil like this. But it's good to know you could. AMSOIL. Push it to the limit.
AMSOIL is giving away a 2014 Can-Am Maverick 1000 RUTV. Stop by the AMSOIL booth to learn more and register, or register online at AMSOILRacing.com. Get trail ready with AMSOIL.
Follow him.
Even the smallest moment can make a lasting memory. That's why Lazy Days has RVs of every shape and size, from pop-up trailers to luxury diesel pushers. Lazy Days, because the perfect RV is the one that makes memories last forever.
Peaceful and serene is one way to describe the front grounds on Loretta Lynn's estate. But in the back, the fastest kids in the world are here to race.
Whoa! Fantastic!
Check out where the future of motocross's superstars are determined.
The checkered flag, he is hot!
The Red Bull Signature Series presents the Amateur National Motocross Championship at Loretta Lynn's, live Saturday, August 3rd on NBC.
And we welcome you back along the World Wide Web at RacerTV.com, and of course this continuing live coverage of Loretta Lynn MX Live on Racer TV. It is the 32nd annual Red Bull AMA Amateur National Motocross Championship here at Loretta Lynn's, presented by AMSOIL. Rodney Tomlin along with Jen Kenyon right now, as we are in the midst of a, well, we don't want to call it a rain delay, maybe a weather delay, because the rain fell earlier, and I believe that it has actually moved out of the area, and that has allowed the track crew to go out and try to get this racetrack back into some raceable condition. And over the course of the last 20-30 minutes or so, that's what they've been in the process of doing, and honestly, they've done a great job. Track is looking great. And I know that we're geared up for the historical NBC Live coverage here in just a few moments. And our flaggers need to be reporting back to their designated positions once again. If you have not done so with that call, the flaggers at their designated spots, that means we're only moments away from going racing and only moments still away from going racing live on NBC. And we've got that monumental and historic thing coming up here this afternoon, Jen, and I know, we've seen some cool things. We've been experimenting with RacerTV.com with the helmet cam coverage and stuff, courtesy of our friends at NBC, and I understand we're going to see that firsthand as well during today's live coverage.
Remember, we have network television coverage, so that is so huge. We have a lot of great things going on. As you can see, earlier we did attempt to stream the live helmet cam this morning. It was a little bit muddy. We had a couple issues. Yesterday we had Mackenzie Tricker, the women's champion. She ran it flawlessly. It was awesome. We saw some of the best battle action that we've seen all week just because we got to see so many different angles.
And you got to get a chance to see what the racetrack actually looks like, what they call the POV, point of view from the rider itself. That's what they're faced with. Those ruts look like almost in real life. They're actually probably even worse than what it looked like on camera, but I mean, it gives us a little bit different angle what those guys are looking at whenever they're racing.
Yeah, because let's be honest, we're actually not out there. We think we know what the track's like, but really being up here in the tower or anywhere else around the track, we don't really know what those riders are experiencing out there.
No, but this is one way that we can live vicariously, I guess, through these riders as they make their way around the racetrack for championship contention. And you mentioned just a little bit ago that we tested the helmet cam this morning, and yeah, we did, and it was really cool. We got some really great shots, and then we saw about 5 seconds into the start, I think we made it to the very first turn, and then that's what and amazingly, we saw that happen on the camera. Imagine what the riders are going through, because they're having that same thing. They're getting in their face, their nose, their mouth, and of course on their goggles, which makes it tough to see.
Yeah, definitely. I actually just got the chance to go over and talk with Matt Bisceglia, and this afternoon in the 250A moto that's going to be live on NBC, we're going to see Matt Bisceglia and Shane McElrath, who are now 1-2 in the 250A class. So they're actually both going to be wearing the point of view cameras live. So we're going to see double the battles, double the action, all kinds of different angles. It's going to be awesome.
Can't wait to see, especially if those two get in a heated battle against each other, the different angles that they're going to be looking at. It's going to be pretty neat to see, huh?
Yeah, and it sounds like they've got Aaron Plessinger and Jordan Smith running them in the 250B class. So we've got the top hitters in both classes going to be running those. So you're really going to see what it's like to be one of the fastest guys in the nation out there today.
Yeah, and I know we're looking for folks to be tweeting their podium predictions for the 250A class, and we want to hashtag that, hashtag LL on NBC. And the questions, Jen, we are asking are?
We want to know, who do you have for the 250A moto? Matt Bisceglia or Shane McElrath? We're going to have a little Twitter contest out there. You can tag those guys at Matt Bisceglia or S McElrath 701. Choose your winner there. And then the other thing we want to know is, can Aaron Plessinger go 6 for 6 this week? He is so far perfect record, heading into this final moto, but we have Josh Osby, we have Jordan Smith back in the action. He's had some issues already this week. We want to know who you have winning these motos. And it's really important, get on there, hashtag LL on NBC. Let everybody know that you're interested in Loretta Lynn's. We want to see it back here live on NBC next year, so we want to hear about it.
Yes, we most certainly do, and I understand that there's already been a lot of people that have been tweeting out. We'll see if we can't get some of those tweets up there, but rather historical week of racing. We keep talking about the NBC coverage, but I mean, even the motos, I mean, coming down some of the talent fields, I mean, we always see deep talent fields, but to see the talent pools that we've got right now, I mean, it just seems like each year the level just keeps raising and the bar keeps raising, and it's amazing. These 250A and 250B classes that we're going to be featuring, these guys right here are probably the future stars of motocross. I know that a lot of these 250A guys are going to be making the step and the plunge over the course of the next year into the professional ranks, while the 250B, they still got one more step and before they springboard here from Loretta Lynn's into that pro class. But I mean, these are the stars of tomorrow. Not next week, not next month, but tomorrow, literally.
Yeah, you know, Rodney, we always look every year at Loretta Lynn's, trying to find out who that standout guy is. For years, it was Adam Cincerillo in the mini bikes. He's gone now in the pro ranks. There really isn't a whole, one person that stands out because we have so many riders that could win the championship in all the classes. It's just such a deep field that I think it's just more exciting to have that option. You never know who's going to win these races or the championship.
Exactly. And right now, once again, our final call out for our flaggers and track personnel, track staff. Please report to your designated positions. We are about ready to get underway with Moto number 3. It's our continuing coverage. Is live from Loretta Lynn's Dude Ranch here in Hurricane Mills, Tennessee. Race 26 is where we left off at. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16-year-old class. Another rider set to possibly sweep the motos here as he comes in with a 1-1 score. Austin Fortner, the number 21 machine, certainly has the stage set for a national title for him. And I know, Wes Kane, as you join us here in the tower, that a lot of weight rides in this final moto. And while we get ready for the moto, and it'll be rolling here in just a couple moments. We said a minute ago we're going to take a look at some of these tweets that we've been getting in. Well, we want to say thanks to Brandon Kofstad from @BKofstad502. Congrats on the championship. At Jerry Robin 94, you deserve this. And he hashtagged that LL2013, one of our other hashtags that we've got out there with us that we can keep everything grouped together. Again, asking for those tweet outs, your 258 podium predictions. LL on NBC is your hashtag there. And same thing, can Aaron Plessinger go 6 for 6 this week with a final 250B win? Again, hashtag that LL on NBC. As we say, once again, welcome back to the broadcast booth to Kevin Kelly and Wes King. Guys, I know still big things on tap. We still got 4 more motos and 4 more champions to crown, and we get some more tweet outs there. Awesome job, Gracie Van Horn, on your second place overall in the girls 12 to 16 class. That again tagged LL 2013. And again, thanks to everybody for paying attention to what's going on here in our little corner of the world. Wes Kane, I think that all eyes in the motorcycling industry are on this particular spot, Hurricane Mills, Tennessee, right here, right now.
Yes, Rodney, it sure is. This is the Mecca right here. This is where it's all happening at. This is like your graduating class. Take your footsteps on to the next level of your racing. Kevin, we got Logan Stokes out there loading in the Gage Super Mini 2. They're going to take a sight lap. Track and Logan Stokes. What about the rest of the field?
Well, I think Austin Fortner comes to you with a perfect run right now with 1-1 moto scores for Austin. It's going to be hard to beat. Austin has been super dominant on the 85, and he looks to make that transition into the big bikes and cap off his mini cycle career right here at the ranch with another win and go perfect across the board. But I'll tell you what, the mud, this guy can ride the mud, no doubt. That's the number 2 of Mitchell Harrison. He sits 3rd, but Ashton Hayes sits 2nd in this championship. We're going to watch the Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. They're on their sight lap right now. Austin Fortner in control of the championship. Ashton Hayes sits 2nd, Mitchell Harrison 3rd, Rambler Alves 4th, Tyler Pantler is 5th, Justin Cooper 6th, Derek Drake 7th, Tristan Miller is 8th, Hunter Sells 9th, and Logan Stokes rounds out your top 10 in the Super Mini 2, 13 to 16, the final moto for these young men after the track work has been done. Mark Peters and the MX Sports crew doing an outstanding job pushing all of the slop off the top, get down to some of that harder stuff. As you can see, the color, the lighter the color, that's a good thing. If you can find some of that dirt, you'll hook up quite well.
Well, riders taking their sight lap out there now. You can see that right there was, I call that the sand wash. Now it's just like 20 miles of muddy road out there. But believe me, you know, the track was perfect this morning, postcard picturesque. A little bit of rain drizzled down, constant, not a heavy downpour for about 2 hours now. So we're going to get back in, we're going to get this thing in, you know, and a lot of the mud's going to be stuck to these bikes. So at the end of the day, they'll go back in each individual pit area where the washing stations are. They'll scoop it back up, put it in the jump, bring it back out to the track, put it back on for future use. There's Johnny O'Hanna checking out the area over there on his trusty steed, the old Can-Am Bombardier.
And you know what? It's only going to add to the drama coming up in that 250A class. Again, like they told you, McElrath and Bisceglia are dead even tied. One little bobble off that start, your whole week of work, your whole year's worth of work through the area, the regional, and here at the ranch, and you're still tied going into that 3rd and final moto. You can throw it away within the first 100 feet of the race.
Yeah, it won't take much. We've seen earlier today. when some of the riders were out there. Luke Grimsland, he could have done that at any minute. He went wire to wire out there and got him a championship. Right now we're watching some of the riders out there on their sight lap once again, and look, Kevin, it's still a little sloppy out there. You get off that one line or something, and you get down there, that's not what you want to do. Now he's got to go back to the line. He's got mud. His bike weighs 400 pounds, and Dad is just flustered right now when he comes in.
That is the number 40 of William Clee having those issues. So think about this. They had to push the dirt somewhere. It either went to one side, stay in the middle of that racetrack, because that's where they pushed the dirt from, and now it's over to the inside or the outside. So you don't even want to get on either edge of the racetrack, because that's where we pushed all of the muck to. You stay into that middle third of the racetrack, that's the race line.
It's pretty simple out there. They just drove a bulldozer out there, a tractor. They made a footprint. Jump in that footprint and stay there. It's about 2 feet wide, that bulldozer track. Jump in there and stay in there. That's down. That thing's heavy. It's pushing all the mud out of the way. What do you got? What do you got back there, Rodney? You're breathing on my neck. What do you got to say?
So again, the hashtag is Loretta Lynn MX Live. That's the official Twitter that you can follow along here. And then we want you to hashtag us on LL on NBC with your pick for the 250A. Is it going to be Matt Bisceglia or Shane McElrath? Just hashtag LL on NBC and at Matt Bisceglia if he's your choice, or at S McElrath 701 if he is your choice. And also, Plessinger, can he do it? Can he go 6 for 6? I don't think any of the big bike guys have done that. And you can hashtag that on hashtag LL on NBC. Can Aaron Plessinger at Plessinger go 6 for 6?
Check 1, 2. Check on the mic. Coming at you loud and clear. There you go. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. Our referees over there checking the line. This is when the mechanics have to back off and get ready. They're going to shoot it on down to Tony Morris. Yeah, me too. Yep.
I don't know why it turn that bass down on it. That just rumbles bass the whole time.
Check 1, 2. All right, let's go with this one over here. I found a mic that works.
All right, the revs are up, and we are going racing. We're dropping the gate. Number 21, Austin Fortner, seeks his championship right here. Can he pull down the whole shot from the inside? A couple of Kawasaki's there in the mix as we get the Motorcycle Superstore Whole Shot Award. And we'll give you that info in just a minute here live on RacerTV.com. It's Kawasaki rider of Nathan Hall, number 41. And Nathan Hall is making hay while the sun does not shine, folks. Nathan Hall with the feet off the pegs here in this Super Mini 2, 12, 13 to 16-year-old class. There's the number 2 in that number, Mitchell Harrison, Wes.
He's making mud pies out there is what he's doing. He's doing the smartest thing he can. He got a good jump. There's Mitchell Harrison, and he's hop, skipping, and jumping through what I would call the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not slip and fall. He didn't break that commandment, so he's good to go. There's the 41 with a quick snap out of the gate. How did he fare in motor number 1 and 2, Kevin? Where's he sitting in this championship?
That's Nathan Hall. He sits 17th with 28-13 moto score. So Nathan Hall, just a spoiler right now. Not a player in the championship picture, but mom and dad are pumped. He's out front leading a national championship moto. Go for it, Nathan Hall. Look at that one rider off the track. Is that the number 3 of Tristan Miller?
Tristan Miller back there as well. Well, that's where you come to the find where you just don't have nothing to lose anymore. Get out there, get it done, and run.
There are riders with their goggles already off a half a lap into this thing. All the media here getting everything set to go for our live network debut on NBC. And leading this thing right now, it's still the number 41 of Nathan Hall. Go get him, Nathan Hall, son. No graphics on the bike, just a green Kawasaki, sponsored by his dad's wallet.
Well, Mitchell Harrison, you can see him up there. He's looking good, Kevin. He's already got a taste of victory. He got that big championship earlier, so now do you think a sense of confidence?
There's the pass. Absolutely. He wants that win, and he wants to see what Fortner can do behind him. Only a few points separating them. It's only about 4 or 5 points. 6 points, actually. So 6 points separate those guys. So Harrison right now has got the championship in his hands. It's all up to Austin Fortner as they come through. We still don't see Austin Fortner.
Hayes.
No Austin Fortner still, Wes.
Kevin, look at there. Ashton Hayes going in this one. Nothing.
So Austin Fortner won the first 2 motos, and now he is outside of the top 20, ladies and gentlemen. We're still looking back. We're down to 23.
But he's still sitting in 4th in the championship if you froze it right now. So there is a fighting chance, but right now Mitchell Harrison has everything going his way right now, Kevin.
Fortner in the number 17 spot, and he has got to make up some 10 positions to move past in points our leader, the number 2 of Mitchell Harrison. So that means he needs to come from 17th to about 7th, West, so we'll track his progress as he was perfect leading into this moto, but the mud, the great equalizer. Bad start, you're out of the game. Get out of there, you're on the bench.
Well, right there's Mitchell Harrison, and he's got his championship right now. He might be saying the same thing. I've got nothing to lose. I've got everything to gain right now. I've got one championship. So here comes Mitchell Harrison through the sand wash.
You want to learn how to ride like Mitchell Harrison? He does it down at GPF. Josh Woods and those guys go at it every day, located directly next door to MTF, so you can find some of the best talent on the planet. It's the Olympic training facility of motocross, and it's located in the small, quiet little town of Cairo, Georgia. And every morning they just crank up the bikes and start logging out motos. And you know what? I found something interesting last night about the proprietor of MTF, Miss Colleen Millsap. She is a 40th place rider here at Loretta Lynn. You look in the vault on Loretta Lynn's about all the finishes from every rider. Colleen Millsap raced this event. She finished 40th place. Jason Wygant found that out last night around midnight. We were watching X Games, and he tells me that bit of information.
What year was that?
1933. No, I think it was like 84, 85, because she's located, if you look up Davey Millsap's just above him in the record books as far as all the results here from the ranch. Colleen comes in there with a 40th here at the ranch. She never breathed a word of that to anybody. She knows her way around the ranch when she's working with riders down at MTF or when she's on a bike herself in the 80s. Pretty cool. Cat's out of the bag, Colleen. Mitchell Harrison out front. Derek Drake, double D in the number 2 spot. Nathan Hall's third. Tristan Miller from Alpine, California. They're not supposed to be able to ride this kind of mud, Wes. This is East Coast stuff right here. Tristan Miller says, whatever. I'm running in the number 4 spot. Hunter Tyson's 5th. Ashton Hayes is 6th. Michael Moseman is 7th. Max Busley is 8th. Rambler Alves 9th. Cameron McKinney is 10th. Austin Fortner has moved up to 11. He's picked up 6 spots.
Ooh, the heat is on right there.
He's now down to 12 points to Mitchell Harrison's 9 points. So let's watch this unfold. Mitchell Harrison, your leader right now on the racetrack and in this championship.
There's the 42, Michael Moseman having some issues, Kevin Kelly. There's Michael Moseman out there trying to dog paddle his way through the 10 Commandments. Another rider behind him goes down. So right now we're looking for Austin Fortner. Moves up to 11th, just a couple more spots. He's going to be chomping at the lead that Mitchell Harrison has.
And we're looking at the number 12 there of Ashton Hayes. Ashton Hayes there on your screenshot sits in the number 6 spot.
Well, here he comes. There he is, the number 2. There's Mitchell Harrison now as he passes down to the base of the announcer's tower. Right now, Ashton Hayes sits 2nd in the championship, and then Austin Fortner sitting in 3rd. Fortner now moving up in the 11th spot, a couple of seconds back behind Cameron McKinney. Some of the spots are going to be hard to come by. Right now, it's all about this young fellow right here, the number 2 of Mitchell Harrison. Can he take 2 championships out of here? Rodney Reynolds, some flies. Got to be ecstatic over this young man's performance over here. A couple of riders jockeying positions. I see Michael Moseman now back in 5th. He was having some issues early on, but there is the number 2. Looking good out there, the number 2 of Mitchell Harrison. Off the side of that bike, you see what kind of leverage and angle and
He's like a tight wire walker there. He got a little off center there, kicked that little pole up there, didn't fall down to the base of the Grand Canyon there to his death.
Oh, he's having some issues. Watch him dog paddling through there.
Past the 10 Commandments we go with your leader, the number 2 of Mitchell Harrison. And Mitchell still got the goggles on, still hanging tough out front. And he's only got 1 point now, or just 2 points separating himself and Fortner as Fortner picks up another spot on the racetrack. Fortner needs to keep moving forward. He is now ninth, 2 more spots, and he will move past Mitchell Harrison in this championship, Wes. He needs to make 2 passes.
Yeah, but don't forget, Ashton Hayes is in there as well. So Hayes is also in the mix right there. We're going to watch these guys there. Moseman, where is little Ashton Hayes out there on the ticker tape? You got Harrison, Miller, Tyson in the top 3. Then Ashton Hayes in 4th, Moseman 5th, Buskey in 6th, Alf 7th, McKinney in 8th. Then you've got Fortner in 9th, and Hunter Sales round out your top 10.
And again, we have shortened the racetrack. We got rid of the Storyland portion of the racetrack for these remaining motos. So the lap times are obviously going to be a little different than what they were earlier in the day. Even in the mud, we have shortened the racetrack for the Super Mini class. That's what you're watching live here on RacerTV.com. Super Mini 2, 13 to 16. And the rest of the boys coming through. Hard to make out these young men here. All of them pretty much wearing the same colored gear, and I believe it's brown. That's exactly right.
Except for that young fellow right there. Keep an eye on your leader now, Mitchell Harrison. How are we looking over there?
He's coming right through the old mechanics area. You can't even make out if that's your kid. Oh, I don't know. Got to wait till the last minute.
Fortner.
Hang that board out anyway. That's the number 3 of Tristan Miller out of Alpine, California. And Miller is 2nd. And we are now tied, folks. Fortner is coming. We have a 3-way tie for the championship. 9 points for Mitchell Harrison, 9 points for Ashton Hayes, and 9 points for Austin Fortner. So if Ashton Hayes can get around Tristan Miller, he would leapfrog your current race leader, Mitchell Harrison, and take over this championship. So drama in the last moto here. Yellow flags are out. We're tied up. It's getting crazy out there, Wes.
Landmines everywhere. People just all over the place. There's the number 12 right there. Ashton Hayes, you know, he deserves a little bit of a championship, a little run at it as well. Tristan Miller.
Hayes gets around Tristan Miller. That's for the championship. Miller comes.
No, nothing doing on that one. Miller slams the door. Hayes not even in a rut. Jumps right beside him.
And if he can do it, he will be the champ. And if he can stay out front, and all the while we have to worry about Austin Fortner.
Well, there you go right there. Tristan Miller. Oh, look out, Ashton Hayes. Oh, that could be the... No, he's back on it again. Wow, throw the goggles off. I can't look at these. I got to go after this guy. But meanwhile, Tristan Miller says, no way, Jose. I'm slamming the door on you. You're not taking this from me.
Ashton Hayes is coming back, folks. Only about 5 bike lengths separating him. Austin Fortner makes a pass or 2. He will be the champ. If Hayes can get around.
Oh, Tristan Miller's done.
Stalls the bike.
Oh, no.
What a bummer.
That's it. Tristan Miller's bike must have seized. That's why we got the extra power. Just before they seize up, they run really good, and that's it. The mud has added to the mind of Tristan Miller's machine.
So with that problem for Miller, moves Hayes up 1 spot, and that gives Hayes control of the championship. But now, Austin Fortner, can he make some passes to catapult himself past Ashton Hayes?
To break. There's Tristan Miller. The thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. He's stuck in the dirt, dust, and debris.
There's no dust out there, I can assure you of that, Wes. There's your leader, number 2, Mitchell Harrison. All he can do is what he's doing. He can just lead this thing out, let the cards fall where they may. Riders, the championship was his, then it wasn't. Ashton Hayes now has the low point total with 8. Mitchell Harrison tied with Fortner. If Fortner can now make a pass, he would then slip past Harrison, but it wouldn't be good enough to get Hayes because we break the last moto tie. The last moto will break the tie. That would tie him up with points. So, again, this has a lap or so to go. I'll check out there and see where we are on the white flag.
This one here is shaping up to be a dandy. The line has been drawn in the mud here at the Dude Ranch. That's what I like to see, the third moto. That's the charm. You never know. You throw the cards up in the air. It's who's who right now. It's Mitchell Harrison, 2-lap board out. And Ashton Hayes has secured him a national championship. But Red Dog already said it's not over.
Yeah, Fortner has actually gone back. He dropped back to 10th. So Fortner is now going to have to pass 5 riders on the last lap. Fortner now in 10th. He's going to have to get all the way to 5th. And that is a long way to go.
And Mitchell Harrison can't do anything. He's in first. That is it. It's Ashton Hayes and Fortner to actually determine any of those finishes out there.
You looked at Mitchell Harrison. He looked over to his right. He picked up the number 3. Tristan Miller. He's like, who is that? Is that somebody I need to be concerned with? Nope.
Nope. Get him out of here.
Hayes now in control. He's the champ right now. So freeze the field. The white flag's going to come out this time around as they work their way by the announcer's tower. One more time for this young man. Mitchell Harrison looking at a moto win, and he needs some help. Ashton Hayes would have to go backwards by 1 or 2 positions, and then we would break the tie with the motos here.
Well, there he is one more time. It's the number 2 of Mitchell Harrison now turning and burning right in front of the billboard there. Ashton Hayes in second. I wonder if Ashton Hayes actually knows what the deal is. They're boarding him up. You got it. Stay focused. Don't fluster yourself.
Well, he can't write that much on the board. It's only so big, so I'm going to guess it's something short and sweet, as you well know. Here on this last lap, you can only do what you can do. Stay up, win the moto, see what happens behind you. But Ashton Hayes, he probably knows. Stay right there. You're the champ. Son.
Oh, Papa Hayes is over there. Oh, 8'5" of him. He's got that big long reach out there. He's boarding him up. Good job, something like that. But there is, look at him steering with that bike like right when to stand up and get powering through everything.
Steering with your hips.
Look here. What do we got here? Call a tow truck. He's out of here.
He's helping guys get off the track there. Standing up.
Oh, no!
Number 2 of Mitchell Harrison keeps it on 2 wheels.
Wow.
And he's got about a half a lap to go. And he'll win the moto, but it's not going to be good enough for the championship. We'll have to see if Ashton Hayes stays where he's at, and he would be our national champion by 1 point. 1 single point.
Can you imagine that?
One pass on Miller when Miller's bike let go, and that's going to be good enough for the championship. He has nobody else to pass except this young man right here, and he sits 16 seconds in front of the national champion, Ashton Hayes, who is in the number 2 spot.
And here comes the number 2 ride through the Red Bull Arches. What a good week. That's a good week. Winning motos. Look at these guys all over the place. You got to thread the needle and get right up in the middle of them. But I will say, great job out there for little Mitchell Harrison doing a good job. Put a stamp of approval. Got a title. A couple of moto wins.
About 20 more seconds to go there for the number 2. He's got 2 turns. He's right in front of us here in the announcer's tower. There he is. Mitchell Harrison. Looking for Ashton Hayes to come across in second, and that'll be good enough for the championship. Harrison will win the moto. Hang on if he doesn't loop it out, Robbie Knievel style. There's the win. Mitchell Harrison wins the moto. He has to look back and see how everybody else
He might be
finishes.
thinking he won it, but, you know, he won that. He won the moto. That's got to be very, very rewarding. But now we're going to see the reaction of, there he is. Ashton Hayes probably don't even know it yet.
No, he does now. That's the champ. Matt
Walker told him. See there? He
the
didn't
champ.
know. Walker told him. You got it.
So the number 12 of Ashton Hayes will be your national champion, ladies and gentlemen. By 1 point, he will go Hayes will go 2-4-2, and that's 8 points. 6-2-1 for Mitchell Harrison. That is 9 points. That's how the cookie crumbles here, folks. There's Filthy Phil Nicoletti getting in the mix there again. Just happy to be here at the ranch. Let's bring that bike on up to the top there. The number 12 of Ashton Hayes, your national champion.
All right, Panama Red, take it away down on the podium.
All righty, you liver-lipped crazy man. Anyway, I can't do that anyway. These guys butcher me all the time. I can't butcher you guys. I love you too much, Wes Kane and Kevin Kelly, but regardless, what I'm all about down here is the glory that takes place here on the podium, and this right here is where it's at, man. The hard work, the attrition, it all pays off. Support with guys like this right here pushing the bike up on the podium right now with Matt Walker. I mean, he has had a very successful week this week with a lot of his riders, and I guess as important as anything, this guy that's coming up onto the podium right now had a great week of racing as well, going 2-4-2, didn't even take the actual moto win, but as we all know, consistency always pays off to win the championships out there. And we're going to say congratulations to our 2013 Super Mini 2 13-16 AMA Amateur National Champion, once again, the number 12 of Ashton Hayes. He is busy right now celebrating over underneath the motorcyclesuperstore.com refreshment area where we're getting refreshed and ready to roll onto the podium right now. He's getting all cleaned up. Going to congratulate this champion in just a moment, and we'll also congratulate a Whole Shot Award winner coming up, 41, Nathan Hall, which I believe Nathan actually didn't get a chance to finish that first moto, but we'll be talking with him in a few moments as he'll be picking up an extra $100. Let's get our champion over here, guys, so we can congratulate everyone here. He's over celebrating it. He's like, oh, that's me. Supposed to be up on the, he had no idea, did he, Kip? Kip comes on up with that national number 1, and we give him the silver medal for the second place in Moto 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you your Super Mini 2 13-16 AMA Amateur National Motocross Champion, Ashton Hayes. Ashton, congratulations to you, buddy, and you're proof positive, man. Consistency's what pays off down here at Loretta Lynn's, and you rode the right races, and you used your head down here this week. Talk about it.
I had a pretty good week, and in my other class I did well, but I did put together a good moto and came out with the championship.
There you go. Heading into this third and final moto, what was on your mind?
Just take it as just a moto and not think about the championship and just ride as good as I could.
And when you came across the line, what happened then?
Oh, I actually didn't realize I had it. I thought Forkner won, but I don't know. I'm pumped.
You're pumped. I don't blame you a bit, buddy. Who do you want to say thanks to?
My mom, my dad, Dunlop, Babbitt, Suzuki, Seven, Smith, EVS, Maximum Oils, Shoei Helmets, PR2, Dunlop, FMF, Pro Wheel, Impulse Graphics, Matt Walker, Moto X Compound, Seven, Kofos, anybody else forgot, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, your national champion, Ashton Hayes. While we continue to celebrate with our championships, there we go with the number 1 plate and the champagne. We'll bring up our Moto Gold winner, and this one is... Oh, Mitchell, you did hang on to that one. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 2, Mitchell Harrison, taking Moto Gold as he takes a shower there from the crown champion. Mitchell, I know, man, you went out, you did all you could do to win this championship. You had a rough start to the week, but put it all together there toward the end.
Oh, yeah, I had a rough first moto. Just came out this last moto, got a good start, knew I could win it, and just came out strong, won the moto. Ashton luckily got in second. So pumped for him. I'm really glad that he got the championship, but I did all I could. Just had a great week so far.
You have. Who do you want to say thanks to for that?
I'd like to thank MAV TV, Lucas Oil, Fan Racing, PR2 Engines and Suspension, Fly Racing, Smith Optics, Georgia Practice Facility, Dunlop, FMF, Alpine Star, my mom and dad, Impulse Designs, and to everybody else, thank you so much.
Moto 3 gold winner once again, ladies and gentlemen, the number 2, Mitchell Harrison, as we bring up our bronze medalist here in Moto number 3. Michael Moseman, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for this rider right here. Mike, we look at your scores coming into this one. I see you had a, looks like a 6, a 2, and a 3, man. I mean, all in all, looks like just like Mitchell there, that first moto wasn't so sweet to you.
Yeah, the first moto for sure. I just a couple very in control, and that's what ended up putting me out of the title chase. I'm here, happy to thank my sponsors on the podium, and it was a good race. Mud race coming from California isn't really usual, and so coming out here and prove that I can do it in the East is big for me, and I'm really proud.
I can understand why, buddy, and I'm sure you got a lot of folks you'd like to say thanks to for helping make this moment in your life.
Oh yeah, just so many people behind me helping me out, and got my bike going so fast, and just my parents for supporting me all through my amateur career. The Lord Jesus Christ for keeping us safe. All the guys at Fox just helped me out so much, and this probably wasn't the best moto to wear vented gear, but did it anyways. Had like pounds of dirt in my pants, and wasn't ideal, but just all the guys at Scott are helping me out a lot, and FMF and Factory Connection just got my bike going so good. Dunlop tires, which really helped in the mud. There's so many people behind me. My trainer, Landon Courier, just Renegade Fuels, and a lot of guys, HC Supply, White Cap, and so many people. Thank you very much.
There you go. He takes home the bronze here today once again. And as we continue, Michael Moseman once again, the 42.714.3 was his moto scores. We got one more to say congratulations to, and that is the number 41 of Nathan Hall, as Nathan picks up the motorcyclesuperstore.com Whole Shot Award and an extra $100 to spend any way he likes there at motorcyclesuperstore.com. Put your hands together once more for our Whole Shot Award winner. And as we take a look at this, man, looks like your day was a little rough as far as you got a good start, but the finish wasn't so sweet.
Yeah, I rode mostly 3 laps, in second or third, I think, and then all of a sudden my motor just quit on me, so all I had to do was push it off. I mean, that's all I could do.
Satisfied other than that?
Yeah, pretty satisfied. I mean, my sponsors, I ain't got many, but they've been helping me a lot. I got Brap Supply helping me. I got Lincoln Max. I got Rodney Carrier backing me. I got my dad. He's here with me right now. My mom wished she could be here, but she's at home watching my dogs. So other than that, I got Liette and Fly. That's about all I got.
About all you got? Well, tell Mom hi. She's watching, I'm sure, right now on racertv.com, I'm sure.
Hi, Mom. Love you.
There you go, Mom. That is so awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, your Whole Shot Award winner here for Moto3, Nathan Hall taking home the extra $100, and we've got more moto action ready to roll. I think this is going to be our final coverage, the last race on racertv.com, and then we go live on NBC. Back up to the tower to Wes and Kevin. Watching at home on racertv.com. Again, we ask that you follow along at home now. Put that channel over to NBC as we pick up with the 250V action West Kane.
That's right, Kevin. Good job out there. I appreciate working with you, and we're getting ready for some live coverage on NBC.
And on behalf of Jason Wygant, who's not with us, Wes Kane, Rodney Tomlin, I am Kevin Kelly. Thanks for watching here on Racer TV. We'll see you next year.